16 teams representing millions across Europe and the Middle East have virtually converged on this location, and at the end of these 2 weeks, only 5 move on to the main event to vie for the title of Best in the World. I'm your host, Jim Basco, joined by CB and Epitomes, and welcome to the 2023 Overwatch World Cup EMEC Online Qualifiers. We are into day 2 of the action, and of course later today, I'll be joined by both ZP and Hexagrams, but for now, like I said, we've got CB and Epitomes to bring you the first half of the day. CB, let's start with a quick recap of the action from yesterday.
Yeah, so I mean, yesterday we did unfortunately see a lot of 2 Overwatch, but we did still see some close games, some pretty big storylines coming out of day 1. I think the ones that stand out to me are, Spain emerging as a potential dark horse candidate for that Group A. The 3 spots on the line for Group A. Spain could be someone that ends up claiming one of them if the other teams don't come correct. We have Norway pulling out an upset, or at least what some people would consider an upset against Sweden. And of course, we have the certified banger of a game that everybody remembers, Finland versus Saudi Arabia yesterday. It was quite a bloodbath all around with that game. I don't even know what to say. Like I said, the Twisted Minds core from Team Saudi Arabia plus Yazan, everyone's going to be keeping an eye on the skies where Yazan will be lurking. But Tala, I want to know what your thoughts are. How did you feel about day 1?
Well, honestly, the thing is about Group B, which we are going to be doing most of the matches of for today, the first 3 that CV and I will be on, are all going to be these Group B matches. And since there are only 2 spots to get out of Group B, even though Saudi Arabia 2-1'd in their game and technically are 1-0 in groups thus far, they are currently not in standings to make it out and qualify to the playoffs because it was a 2-1 instead of a 2-0. Whereas on Group A, Spain, they 2-1'd against, if I remember correctly, they 2-1'd against the Netherlands, and they are in position to make it out of the groups because 2 of the groups from Group A yesterday, which is Portugal and Denmark, both didn't get a chance to play yet. So Spain, they have a pretty good record, even though Saudi Arabia also went 2-1, they are not in the same good position.
Much can change. Before we hop into the gameplay itself, though, let's talk about format, right? The EMEC Online Qualifier Challenge showcase 2 groups competing in a round robin, like you were saying, Tala, first to 2. Play those maps out. If whoever the winner is, they'll take it, and whoever, it's a single stage tournament, so it's split over 2 weeks, and whoever ends up with the most points, the top 3 from Group A, the top 2 from Group B, will be moving forward. So now that we know how exactly we're playing today, let's take a look at the schedule for the matches coming up. Like you mentioned, well, we'll be covering the first half of the day following Group B action all the way through, and then when Hex and ZP join us for the second half of the day, we'll be following Group A action, and for the rest of the day, Saturday and Sunday, we'll be flip-flopping back and forth, following pretty much the same cadence. So, it should be pretty easy to follow, and of course, we'll be breaking it down for y'all throughout the entire way. Of course, let's hop into the schedule and take a look at what we've got coming up for the matches today. And of course, we're going to be starting things off with Sweden versus Finland, which is bound to be a slobber knocker, followed by Norway versus Germany. Later today, Saudi Arabia versus Iceland, Belgium versus Spain, and then we'll finally get to see Portugal play versus France, Netherlands against Italy, and Great Britain against Denmark, who we have also yet to see played. Tala, coming up with Sweden versus Finland, this is our first match of the day. We just saw Saudi Arabia and Finland go the distance. What are you expecting coming into this matchup?
I think if you look at Group B overall and you would ask someone, who do you think are the best teams in Group B? I feel like a lot of people would say, despite the record so far, I think a lot of people are rooting for Sweden, Saudi Arabia, Norway, and Finland, right? They have a lot of really recognizable players for a lot of fans of the Overwatch World Cup. And the fact that Sweden went down 2-0 or 0-2 against Norway the other day, that counts as an upset. So I think that they will be bringing their fire for this next one because they're really looking to shape up and get those 2 spots out to playoffs. But on the other hand, Finland going down to Saudi Arabia, and it was 2-1, so it was a closer series, and I definitely feel like they will be feeling that fire that's been lit up under them.
Yeah, absolutely. And CB, taking a look at the matches for the rest of the day too, right? I think Group B, Tala made a great point earlier. Saudi Arabia, even though they look so good, even though they've got that dominant core from Twisted Minds, which we keep talking about because they are so good, They're 4th right now in standings for Group B, and granted, it's day 1, you know, so everything's going to change. But
Stop the count. Stop the count.
Yeah.
No,
how do you feel about that?
So I feel like Group B is just so wildly competitive that you could just, you know, throw two darts at the board, hit 2 teams, and send them off to playoffs, and it would, you know, be good representation for the group. But you would still, you know, it'd be a cry and shame for all these other teams that aren't able to make it. So it's gonna be with a heavy heart at the end of these 2 weeks that we have to say goodbye to some of these teams. But for who gets to go on and move on, it's going to be uber competitive throughout. And Saudi Arabia, I mean, to me at least, looks like the favorites just because of how, you know, how that game turned out. But they have to kind of, you know, get the numbers to back it up. They have to try and get some more wins, decisive 2-0 wins under their belt. They might have a chance to do so today in their game against Iceland later on today. But, you know, Iceland might have shaped themselves up and might give them a little bit more than they bargained for. So we'll have to see how things shake out, get a little bit more data on the group as a whole as we move forward.
That's the reality, man. We're going to have to keep an eye on the meta. We're going to have to keep an eye on everyone's mentals going into it. Day 2 is bound to be full of action. But with that said, I'm going to hand it off to you, CB and Epitomes. Have a fantastic match 1.
Thank you so much, Jim. And I am incredibly excited for this first match of the day. Sweden versus Finland, obviously both of them pretty strong teams, but also the fact that they have imperfect records going into this, I think makes it that much higher stakes for the two of them, even though it is only day 2 of the qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 Scandinavian countries both kind of fell a little bit short of expectations. You know, I know that Finland versus Saudi Arabia match, there were definitely a lot of people that had Finland as winning that match and were surprised to see the Saudi Arabian squad come so correct and end up taking away that dub. Meanwhile, Sweden got kind of upset by Norway there. Like I said, you know, both of these teams kind of fell a little bit short of what we thought that they would do. There's still time for them to correct their courses, and fortunately, you know, one of them will turn their fortunes around, but as the nature of things goes, the other just won't, and the cycle of misery will continue. It'll get harder and harder to dig yourself out of as time goes on, but, you know, you gotta start now. You gotta try and change the narrative, show that you are still a dominant force, and Sweden has the roster to continue to be the dominant force that we expect. You know, we have that Lulcius tank line there, Sparker and Kevster, that DPS line that everybody was touting as potentially one of the most stacked DPS lines in the EMEC region. It didn't quite do enough to carry Sweden over the edge against Norway yesterday, but will it be enough for them to best Finland today?
Yeah, that is such a good question here. Finland, looking at their lineup as well. The DPS lineup for Finland, maybe not as strong as the combo of Kevser and Svargar, but Sana, I mean, playing for Florida Mayhem, 1st in the Pro-Am, 3rd in the Spring Stage qualifiers, it is definitely a force to be reckoned with on this Finland squad.
And the way this game is going to shake out, by the way, I think will give us a little bit more intel about what the rest of the group looks like. You know, if we see Sweden just come over here and clown on Finland first, you know, completely hypothetical, that kind of starts to make us think like, hang on, maybe Saudi Arabia weren't as strong. Maybe like both of those teams were a little bit weaker, you know, copium, I guess. But, you know, and if we see Finland come out and win against Sweden, we start to get a more established hierarchy of things. So this is going to be one to keep an eye on and start to get another early barometer for where the rest of Group B sits. Because, again, it's so hyper-competitive. It's so only 2 spots up for grabs, which is a shame. And if Saudi Arabia is going to take one of those spots, then Sweden or Finland, only one of them can take the other, if either of them do it all. So we're going to kick things off on Lijiang Tower, see who's going to be able to get their, be able to hit the ground running here, get some momentum, and carry it through to the rest of the group stage.
Who knows if they'll be hitting the ground at all, if they'll be taking out that Pharmercy combo, or maybe the Echo Mercy. You know, people do really like that. Even here on City Center, I feel like we do see a lot of those Echo Pharah plays. We saw some of it yesterday as well, and it's really favored on City Center and Gardens.
It tends to be, yes, and it's like one of those things on Control Center where it's like, you know, some people don't want to pull it out because they're like, oh, there's a ceiling, I can't possibly play Pharah, but it's a pretty high ceiling over the point, and it definitely, you know, your DPS, if they have to look up to try and take down that flyer, it makes it all the more difficult to focus on what's in front of you. So it's viable if you're good enough to make it work, but I don't think Finland or Sweden really want to come out with that. They're both kind of showing a couple flashes of the rush compositions. Finland, interestingly enough, is coming out with that hyper-aggressive composition with the Moira, where they want to get right up in the enemy's face and do as much damage as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and also with the combination of the Reaper May, this is just such a brawl composition, and it seems like they're getting started trying to take control of the high ground. Meanwhile, Sweden kind of having more of a distance composition with this Hanzo being able to hit the shots from afar, but it's going to be Finland with their brawl comp that are going to get that first lap and first pick off on Hempe, which means that they are missing a lot of that burst healing.
Yeah, I mean, it's fitting that Masa ends up finding the first blow there. There's another from Sana there onto Sparker, just trying to lurk and find a pick off there. But again, it's fitting that Masa ends up being the person who claims first blood on the side of Finland, because that speed boost, that very hyper-aggressive composition that Finland wants to come out here with, that's just the nature of it. We're going to speed boost, we're going to get in your face, we're going to tear it up, and you have to try and do something about it. You have to keep us away, or you have to, out damage us. Sparker, had he be able to find like a headshot or a decent storm arrow into the back of Vestola there, that might have been a different story, but wasn't able to find a lot of value with that flank, and now Finland have control of the point.
Yeah, taking that first control, they do have that Kiriko on point trying to contest here, and the Orisa with the javelin throw is able to try and get Skyle out alive. The thought was there, but unfortunately they wasn't successful, so now we're going to go ahead and push right back into the spawn, but they've isolated Sparker, and just barely Lullish is able to get out to get re-healed by those supports, but now Kevster is also looking for some kind of flank on the high ground, gets really low, has to go ahead and use the recall after Masa took that health pack, but Kevster is the sole contestant after the team rejoins on the point. And now, once again, there's so much value coming out of Finland's composition, but now with Mikji down and a lot of ultimates available for Sweden, there's the Dragon Strike as well as Orisa's Terra Surge, but it was only able to find Masa. Sana, on the other hand, with the Death Blossom and the Annihilation to come out from Vestola, but it's not going to do anything. Sweden immediately eliminates Finland's players and take control of the point.
I mean, you don't ever really see it in the kill feed, but the fact that Sweden's able to flip there is almost entirely on Kevster continually being a thorn in the side of Finland, putting in a little bit of damage and always threatening that back cap, even when it looks like Sweden is at a disadvantage, and that forces Finland back out of that choke point so Sweden can safely pass through. And once they all come in with the ults take down Mikji early, they can just collapse on top of the point, cap it, start to get a little bit of momentum now. And now it's Finland trying to look for a way in.
Yeah, and they were using that Mei wall a bit defensively as well to stop all the oncoming damage that Sweden has in the form of mostly that Hanzo, but the Orisa also being able to fire on all cylinders makes for a little bit of extra damage, but now trying to isolate with the Mei wall. The Blizzard comes through. Lullish is able to escape just for a second, but Cloud is looking for the players that are playing around the objective and is able to find nothing. Unfortunately, the Blizzard doesn't find the value that Finland needs, but they are able to turn the point over into their direction and force a disengage out of Sweden. Now with the Pulse Storm coming through from Kevster, trying to find a pick, but Vestola is actually going to find Skyle instead. Now with Lullish taking down Sana, though, it's still Finland in a pretty advantageous position. They've only lost that Lucio, and with the Coalescence on board for Mikji, there's so much burst healing and damage that can come through. Objective secured for Finland.
When the Blizzard came out there from Clouds, you were talking about how they were trying to track down all of the members from Sweden that were playing around the point, and that was just the problem. They were all playing around the point, not on it, so Finland able to snake the point out from underneath Sweden's noses, and by the time the fight actually kicks off and we start spilling a little blood on both sides there, it's Finland coming through with that Coalescence to clean things up, it's Vestola coming through with the pummels, and Sweden with just no answer for it. That's I don't want to say super decisive control center cap there from Finland, but being able to go up 1-0 on control is definitely going to be massive, especially as we start to move out here onto Gardens. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Sweden here, though. It looks like they want to try and switch things up, go for something a little bit more dive-esque, which should play a lot better into what Sparker and Kevster are trying to come out here with. You're expecting Kevster to come out on the Tracer, so if the synchronicity is there between Kevster and Lulsish, and indeed the hacks from Sparker, we might be able to see Sweden change their fortunes.
Yeah, Finland can really front load a lot of damage onto this Winston, though, even if they do go for the hack targets. So it is a lot of the onus on the supports as well to keep this Winston up and healed, since this Brawl comp
big
has
nade.
so much of that upfront damage. But you're right, huge biotic nade. But unfortunately, Sana still does find a pick off that. But Masa out of the game, now up to Mikchi to try and keep this team sustained. Not going to be a problem with the biotic orb that's coming through, but the anti-nades are also pretty oppressive. If Skyle can keep landing them, they're going to be forcing Finland into a pretty bad position. And oh my god, such an early pulse bomb, and stuck onto Visola, removing the tank from the equation for Finland means it should be an easier fight for them, and they should be able to hang on to this point. But Finland somehow still contesting, even through the loss of Visola, and Visola now switching onto the Diva to get a quick way back to the point. Finland can't even turn it.
Not quite. Yeah, I mean, Finland are still holding on. They may be finished, but they're not quite finished yet. Sweden swarming like IKEA sharks, trying to get the last of these members taken down here. Kevster with a cleanup there onto Cloud, and Sweden do finally find the flip there. And yeah, Mikchi's gonna have to fade on out. Vestola gonna lose the mech here, and probably gonna go for a bit of a reset here. But Sweden just gonna bully the poor baby diva right off. Gonna go ahead and take a swim with the fishes down there, and that's going to be a great play there from Sweden, and they get to do that holding on to nearly every major ultimate. They only invest the nano boost. They're going to have an EMP and a sound barrier. They can really start to mount up some percentage here, potentially take the lead off of this next fight, maybe even get it up to 99 if they cycle things out perfectly.
Yeah, and now there's kind of starting to switch composition around for Finland as well. Vestola kind of forced onto that Diva pick to try and hold on to this point. And then Cloud now switching over onto the Sombra, but it's Sparker that has that EMP ready to go ahead and try and take some down. But the sound barrier is just so quick for Masa. Beat drops so much over health, and Sana with the Death Blossom going to remove so many from the equation. Now Cloud on a Sombra of his own, finding value onto the Winston. Now without the tank, Sweden, they cannot hold on to the point, and it's flipped once again.
I mean, Sweden was able to take the lead there, but I guess they just didn't anticipate the sheer amount of damage coming through from Sana's Death Blossom there, and you know, that coupled with the fact that Masa was able to be just perfect with the beat. By the way, already up to 30% on another one, a third of the way to yet another beat. Yeah, Sweden, now they don't have the EMP. They have to try and find a way in without that. A Pulse Bomb and a Primal are no ultimates to scoff at, especially when it's a Kevster Pulse Bomb. But, you know, you might be asking for more than that.
Yeah, they're really fighting hard to take control of the bridge as well, and it doesn't seem like Sweden is attempting to go in through the White Room, since they know that that Diva has to self-destruct, and there is just basically nowhere to hide if you do get corralled. Now Vestola going to go ahead and kick things off with a pick onto Lullish. Now once again tank removed from the equation, and that Primal Rage that you were mentioning could be so huge for Sweden, but they're going to have to hold on to it and wait for the regroup from Lullish while Finland ticks up to 95. It's going to have to be an overtime retake.
Yeah, there's the Pulse Bomb that comes out from Kevster, but Mikchi just fades away and drops it right on the ground and says, no, this ain't mine, you can keep it. Cloud takes down Skyle, and Sparker gonna clean up Masa, a little bit of a support for support trade. Now Lulsish gonna pop the Primal, going wild back there, takes down Mikchi. That might actually be enough with no support line for Finland. Sweden are gonna be able to flip the point here. It's at 99%, and the fight's not quite over yet, but Sweden have at least kept themselves in the fight here, but this self-destruct from Vestola, they're gonna take down Lulsish, and Finland, yeah, again, they are not quite finished yet. They're going to flip the point right back. We're in an overtime situation. Sweden going to have to try and find a way in. It's Kevster with the touch, but is there going to be any follow-up? The EMP from Sparker could actually be massive, and Masa falls.
Yeah, they are able to avoid it on the backside, though. Vestola still holding on to their life, but they're going to go ahead and actually disengage from the point, and this is what they did in the last fight as well, trying to find some advantage in their surroundings. But Sweden is allowed to flip the point once again. 99% for Finland. All they need is one good fight being grouped up, and Cloud with a huge pick onto Kevster. Now without Lullish in play as well, Sana's just able to go ham on the back line of Sweden, and hand. Finland, I don't think a touch is going to be possible, even though Lullish does try. Finland winning the first map 2-0.
Yeah, and there's that point where like Vestola makes the swap off of the Ramatra and over onto the D.Va, so they're kind of playing like a dive composition, and they can just play it the same way that they were playing that Rush, where it's very in your face, but it's just like a little bit more anti-Winston, and going up against the D.Va with those shotguns at close range, especially the Reaper guy shotguns from Sauna, who was just cooking them the whole game. I mean, Lulsish like really never had that much of a chance to stay alive, never really got the best chance to utilize the Primal Rage. There was that one point where he did pop it and was able to flip the point for Sweden, but yeah, Finland, they're never quite entirely out of the fight. It was very rarely decisive. It was very rarely definitive that Sweden won a team fight there. It was always like, well, we got the point, we flipped it, but there's a couple people that we haven't quite cleaned out yet, and suddenly, oh, here's everybody back from spawn, regrouped, ready to take us on down. It's, you know, a lot of close moments back and forth, but this is definitely looking like Finland are the more refined product right now.
Yeah, they definitely have that synergy, and even though they do flip the point from the Primal Rage, like you said before here on Gardens, it was only to knock them off the point so that they could flip it. They didn't actually find the eliminations, and this was such a huge self-destruct from Vestola at the end of the day to eliminate just Lullish, and then you don't have a tank for Sweden in the fight. So Finland, they are definitely doing really well for themselves.
Yeah, and it's just a great understanding of like how they want to play that comp. If the composition's like if it's designed just to kind of grief Lulsish there on the Winston and be a counter dive composition, then yeah, so be it. Because if you're Lulsish there and you're playing on the Winston, like who are you jumping on top of, right? You know, you've got Lucio and Moira, two of the slipperiest supports on this side of Scandinavia, and you got, you know, a Reaper. You don't want to jump on that. That's death. That's like jumping on a cactus. You got Sombra, who's just gonna translocate away, and you've got a D.Va, and she's going to do a lot of damage with the micro missiles at close range with you. So like, you have to be coordinated with your team, and I feel like there's just not quite enough coordination coming out from Sweden to be able to make this work. So, you know, it's going to be Sweden's map pick next, so we'll have to see if they have a better plan, you know, somewhere where they can take us that might show us a little bit more cohesion, might show us a little bit more of a coherent game plan here. But out the gates, Finland look a lot better at, you know, identifying the comp they want to play and executing it the way that it is meant to be played.
Yeah, and it feels like they had such a good handle on being able to counter the dive comps like you mentioned. Even though they weren't technically 100% going for that brawl, they still had such a strong and slippery backline, and it was just so hard to pick a target to dive on. And that target selection is really important, especially with the damage that can be done on a hack target after Sombra does. So I'm wondering what the behind the scenes is for Sweden, who's doing the calling, how the calling is being done, and how they're identifying their objectives.
Yeah, well, at this rate, if things keep up, there might only be one more map in this Scandi showdown, but who knows, Sweden can always make a comeback. You'll have to find out on the other side of this break. We'll see you in just a short bit. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are on map 2 of Sweden versus Finland, and we just came back from Lijiang Tower where Finland was able to get a pretty decisive 2-0 win.
Yeah, like I said, Finland do definitely feel like the more refined product overall. You know, with Sweden, the pieces are there. You see flashes of brilliance from Kevster and Sparker as a front line, but it's not all coming together. The puzzle hasn't quite fit together yet, and we're still waiting and hoping to see it because, again, you know, Sweden has historically, and throughout the history of the World Cup, always been one of the favorite teams to watch. One of the teams that almost always makes some noise, makes a deep run into the playoffs. If they want to even get to playoffs, they're going to have to shape up a little bit because it's looking like Finland might be trying to shut them down early. We'll have to see what the map pick was for Sweden here, and it's time to shape up. It's time to put these pieces together and make it all happen, and this is an interesting pick. Watch point Gibraltar, so I'm expecting to see a little bit more of Lulsish on the Winston there. Something resembling a dive, most likely going to be coming out from Sweden here.
Yeah, I feel like they might also be looking for some like more mobile backline as well, because we saw the Ana Lucio, we saw the Kirika Lucio as well. So I'm wondering if they're going to try and find something that can kind of keep up with the pace of the dive, like maybe a Brigitte Lucio, missing out on a little bit of that sustain just for the sake of being able to coordinate a little bit better. And at the same time, Sweden, like you mentioned, the stakes are super high for them, going 0-2 early in a match against both Norway and Finland. That could be devastating, even though it is only early in the qualifiers, and it could mean they need a perfect run for the rest of qualifiers in order to qualify, like you said. And it's also the fact that if it is a 2-0 loss instead of 2-1.
Yeah, you would hate to see Sweden falling to the bottom of the standings in the Scandinavian supremacy, but I mean, they don't have to go against Denmark because they're not in their group, but, you know, still falling to both Finland and Norway would have to hurt, you know, at least a little bit, right? Like, you know, going down to all of the other Scandinavian teams in your group for a team, or for a nation as storied in the World Cup as Sweden, and that has produced so much talent as Sweden, you know, you do kind of expect them to come a little bit more strongly, especially with like Kevster Sparker as a front line. You know, Lulsish, a very underrated tank that hasn't, you know, ever really gotten a fair shot in the Overwatch League, still looking for an opportunity to show people why he should be considered here. And then, you know, you have slightly lesser known players like Skyle and Melon in the backline here, but if everything fits together, Sweden can make those into some big names here. So, you know, we are going to see some dive compositions come out on both sides. We have the Diva composition on Finland. This is very similar to what they ran towards the end of Control Center, but with an Ana Brig backline instead. But, you know, they have the Tracer, they have the Sombra. It's going to be interesting to see what Sparker is capable of doing here on the Ashe. I think that might be the one thing to differentiate things a little bit.
Yeah, this Bob can just be a game-winning ultimate for the Sweden squad, but for now it seems like they are not even holding directly in front of that bridge. They're more looking to push towards the sides and stop Vestola from trying to get a good dive onto that backline. And it's going to be tough though, but since they have such long sight lines and Cloud is just able to sneak in onto Sparkar, make the Ashe lose position, and Vestola is just bullying Lulsish here, now out of the fight with a tank. It's up to Brigitte to try and use that little shield and be that meat shield for the squad. It's not going to work out. Melon and Skyle the backline down for Sweden, and the first fight allowing them to just push very decisively up to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, holding an Ashe on the high ground is a great strategy for a map like Watchpoint Gibraltar. You can definitely put down a lot of punishment from up there, but that all kind of falls flat if Cloud just simply rains all over Sparker's parade there, just takes him right out, and you know, everything just kind of falls apart for Sweden there. They've given up the first point. Finland aren't really given the opportunity to snowball through the hangar phase here, so there is an opportunity to get Sparker back on a high ground, but Vestola's going to try and contest that a little bit and not let them have it for free.
Yeah, and Vestola is just being kept so sustained, especially since now they have that nano boost available, and they don't even need the sight lines. They know they're going to be able to take less damage, and the defense matrix soaks up so much pressure as well. And in closed spaces like that airplane hangar, it's going to be a lot easier to get a good self-destruct off for Vestola. But now a forced disengage from Sweden means that they can't push a little bit further, so they can relieve a little bit of that pressure.
It's actually the pulse bomb from Kevster that ends up being what relieves most of that pressure onto the backline, takes down McG, and You know, that's what allows Sweden to kind of get their feet back underneath them, and now they have control of this high ground. Sparker is going to be up there to try and hit some dynamites, make people think twice about poking out of these chokes, but remember, this map was reworked. Those chokes aren't as unforgiving as they once were. Great sleep to deny the contest there from Vestola, but yeah, Sweden, they're going to need a little bit more than that. Cloud's got the EMP. Where is Cloud?
That's a great question. Where is Cloud? Are they contesting the checkpoint? And this is something that we have already seen before yesterday on this very map. But Cloud going to go ahead instead, go use the EMP, and a lot of kills going on both sides. But it's actually the back line from both teams eliminated. So it's now just a battle of attrition to see which team can sustain better. Lulzish with the Primal Rage is going to give a lot of overhealth to this Winston. Just a huge sink. And Sauna gets taken down. The Pulse Bomb still in the back pocket, not a good opportunity to use it. Vestola still in the fight, but not able to push up to the payload. Cloud returns at just the right time to hack that Winston and force a disengage, but still the kiting is there from Finland. Vestola now with a re-engage onto the Winston, but not enough damage done by either side. That airplane hangar still contested by Sweden holding the high ground.
Yeah, and they need to contest this hangar, right? Because they nearly just gave this up. Oh, great pulse bomb there from Sana and a recall from Kessler to drop it on the ground there. The cart's getting really close there. Melon's gonna have to use the shield bash to try and get the contest. Lulzish jumps back as well. McG taken down. Sweden are doing enough to hold on to this hangar phase, but yeah, you know, they nearly gave it up with about a 3-minute time bank for Finland, and you can't give up hangar phase with that much time in the bank. That would be just a death sentence for them going forward. Because, like, you know, you would be giving Finland so much time to full cap on Gibraltar, and it is so this is another one of those maps where it's really difficult to get that full cap, especially when you expect to potentially be falling or stalling out a lot on your own attack later on. You know, you got to be planning for the future. Bleed as much time out here as possible if you can, get the full stall, and hope for the best here.
Okay, Cloud is a little bit sneaky. We've already seen this before. Now Kevster getting the hack through, but unable to actually capitalize off of it. So Cloud going to go ahead and return and regroup with the squad here. But still, once again, it's that contest for the airplane hangar, and Vestola is up there alone. They're really looking for some kind of space maker, and that self-destruct should have been it, but they were unable to. However, a nice sleep onto Skyle might guarantee a pick. No, the Brigitte comes in just in time, and Finland, once again, without that tank on top of their supports, even with the Brigitte, both of the supports losing the backline once again, though they do almost push it to the checkpoint.
Yeah, there was nearly a back cap there, but the contest did come through. But props to Sweden. They're finding all of the right picks that they need to do to slow Finland down and stop them from being able to make this cohesive push that gets it that last couple meters and gets them to cap there. Hello, a little bit of a spy for spy game there. Kevster's trying to spy check, nearly found Cloud there, but Cloud's still going to be lurking, still going to be a threat there, and they can't just let Finland sneak off with this cart.
Yeah, Cloud seems like he's been trying to sneak off with the car every single time, but there's a nano boost from Sweden's side onto Lulzish to just get that little bit of extra sustain. The Primal Rage is also there, such an ultimate that could knock them off after the 50 seconds are set and done, and Skyle has been landing some excellent biotic nades. Now Lulzish without Brigitte in the game and the Primal Rage out in the fight means that both the backline of Finland once again out of the fight. There's so much pressure on Mikshi and Masa, and they just can't seem to disengage from it. Even though they have that anti-dive support, they need the support from the rest of the team, which they are getting on Sweden's side from Skyle's anti-nades and the long range of Sparker.
There's a bit of a window right now for the EMP for Cloud to come through, but Melon is about to have that rally, and if allowed to pop that rally, you should be able to sustain through the damage there. Finland might have to invest nearly everything to get this second point there, but a pulse bomb onto Skyle, that might be enough.
Yeah, Skyle now out of the fight. They have to pop the rally from Melon, but it's rally and nano boost on from Finland's side, and there is just barely a contest from Kevster, who is 1 HP. Skyle comes in at just the right time with a swift step on the Kiriko and a Suzu, but it is not enough to stop it. The Bob might be, though. It's forcing Pistola to hide behind the cart, and it's given enough time for Lulzish to come back into the fight, but Melon is so far off, there is no way they're able to get the health back onto the tank. Now Lulzish eliminated eliminated, they finally push to the second checkpoint and have a minute to get to third.
But Sweden have successfully made Finland pay the hanger tax. They didn't finish with time bank. You know, they are in overtime, and so they now only have about a minute to complete here. They have to try and snowball this out of control, and it costs them every ultimate just to get point B. They're trying to build it to a nano boost. They have a self-destruct, but you kind of need that nano to be the thing that helps push the cart forward. Sweden, they don't really have a whole lot defensively here, but they do have the spawn advantage. They can try and keep the snowball going in their favor there. They just have to stay alive long enough to stay competitive.
Yeah, they don't have control of the high ground right now. That's been taken up by Mikchi and Masa, but now Kevster eliminating Cloud, and a huge anti from Mikchi is going to force Lulzish to disengage and retreat, and Vestola is able to finish off the kill. Now, even though there's a sleep here onto Vestola, that self-destruct, once again, such an open space on this third checkpoint, can be a really huge ultimate and could potentially win Finland this first round.
Yeah, potentially, but Sweden may also have done enough. You see, Lulzish is about to have the Primal Rage, Kevster about to have a Pulse Bomb, Skyle about to have a Nano Boost. That's a huge nade there from Mikchi, but the follow-up isn't there. Sweden now have enough to make this defensive. If Finland caps, it's going to be an OT. 5 seconds left. Sweden, they are ready to fight finally.
That self-destruct does come through, and we see that there's been a switch onto the Hanzo as well from Cloud, and that's going to contest Sparker so heavily. Now Sparker out of the fight, and it's up to 3. Now with that Skyle forcing out the Nano Boost and Melon out of the fight, they're going to try and make sure that Lullish can sustain through all of it, but that Pulse Bomb does come through on Kevster's side, and they're able to eliminate the mech at the very least, but Sana's own Pulse Bomb finds the back line. However, the only contention is from Sana, who has just trying to blink around, unable to keep touch on the objective, and overtime then ends with 2 points over on Finland.
It gets kind of scary there for a minute there from Sweden, because even though they had the ultimates to finally be a defensive force towards the end of their spawn, Cloud hitting some headshots on the Hanzo, that Hanzo swap was paying dividends for Finland there for a good little second there, but you know, the ult advantage and the spawn advantage that Sweden had was enough to stop the cart just shy of the full cap there. This is still a tall task for Sweden, though. You know, their dive compositions haven't always been the most coordinated, like we saw, you know, in some parts here where they have been subsisting entirely off of just finding the pickoffs that they need to at the right time. They have to get a little bit more than that. They have to be a little bit more perfect than that on their attack if they want to try and push this all the way through. And just like it happened with them, you gotta expect that they might have to pay that deadly hanger tax, where they're going to lose a lot of time on that hanger phase if they even get that far, because there's always the possibility of a full hold. Gibraltar it's not an easy point to push all the way to the end there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really tough if they do shave off some time, Finland, in this first checkpoint. Though they might be less adept at the defensive hold in the airplane hangar. So it might all be about that hangar phase and to see if they can get it past that one.
We're gonna see that teleport play coming out from Sweden. Kevster on the sim, gonna go ahead and teleport everyone to the high ground and then make the swap now that everybody is nice and cozy over there. But we've seen this be kind of a situation where these two teams are forced into choke points. I think Finland is willing to give up a little bit of ground and just try and play back where they have a better angle to contest Finland here. Or sorry, to contest Sweden. Sweden gonna be looking for the dive, and Lulzish ready to go in.
Yeah, and the pressure on Finland's backline was one of the huge reasons they were able to stall so much during the hangar phase, but they're fighting very hard to stop this checkpoint from going into the underpass. It seems like they're going to just let it go and try and fight over on the high ground. Sana taking quite a bit of damage and forced the recall, but Vestola coming in from behind onto Lulzish, and there just wasn't enough sustain for Sweden. Now it's just Sparkguard looking for a little bit of pot shots before that tank gets back into the game.
Yeah, all the damage that Sana took, they returned right back onto Lulzish tenfold and just melt that monkey right down. And yeah, Sweden are stalled out here right now. Finland have control of the high ground. Sweden no longer have that teleport that they can just get right back up to it, so now they have to try and play the dive to contest it. Sparker has to use the coach gun just to try and be with the team here. And they're not able to get anything, right? You know, they lose Kevster just trying to get in. The Nano Boost comes out onto Vestola, and yes, Finland should be holding here.
Yeah, Vestola is just able to get into that backline. It's trying to bully hard, but they're able to disengage successfully. Sana, on the other hand, putting pressure onto Sparker, and that takes the Ashe out and has to send them back to spawn to walk back to the team. They are able to stall out the cart once again, stop it from pushing towards that checkpoint, but Lulzish is in good position on the high ground once again, but still that damage from Vestola is so overwhelming. The little blasters at close range do so much, even to someone with such a large health pool like Winston. So it's that rally that's going to force them across the bridge into that little room to try and contest past the underpass. The rally is countered by Masa's own, but Mikshi is eliminated, and that little bit of overhealth onto Skyle helps them with the sustain over on Sweden's side, and they're going to be able to decisively win this fight and push up to that checkpoint.
There may be some potential for a contest here if Sana's able to get on the point and tries to go for it, but as Sana's actually engaged in a little bit of a war with the backline there, Skyle trying to go for a little recall prediction there, but yeah, you do see Vestola is on the point now, Masa there, but a beautiful nade from Skyle. That might just melt the backline if the follow through is there. Mikchi just, no, not able to hold on.
Yeah, and Sana is just kind of trying to dance around Skyle right now. That Primal Rage Nano Boost combo is looking for the backline, and Masa, Mikchi both immediately taken out. No sustain left, and even Sana can't go for the contest with only 1 HP left over. So they used quite a few ultimates. They used the Nano Boost and the Primal Rage, which are definitely huge in combination. But Lulzish on a stagger kill onto Sana, that means that they can easily contest this high ground hanger.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about Sana being a pest in the backline just yet. They have time to try and take this high ground, but Vestola knows the value and is not going to let Lulzish just exist up here for free, because you don't want to have to deal with the monkey in the rafters that's going to jump on your own backline here. You want to be the one in the rafters ready to pounce. So you can see them trying to pressure Sweden back, force them out a little bit, and that Dragon Strike is going to be a great way to flush them out of that room.
Ooh, that Dragon Strike, because they were just all corralled into one corridor, there was no way of avoiding it. Both the back lines of Sweden now taken down, and Finland, it's just having to be a disengage for Sweden. They have no way back into them.
I said flush them out, not kill them. You didn't have to get a 2K with the Dragon Strike there, Cloud, but that's value. That's so much more value than you could have asked, because yeah, that's a dead push. Now they have the control over the shuttle, and Sweden are the ones on the outside looking in, and Sparker on the Ashe is going to have a tough time finding an angle onto the finished force up here on top of the shuttle, especially when nades like that from Mikji keep coming out.
Yeah, the biotic nades are such a good stalling force for Finland, and it allows Vestola to just get in such good position. Oh, Melon now down, and they're missing that little bit of sustain. Sana also winning the Tracer 1v1, and they're doing their best here to try and protect this Ana, but the damage from the Tesla cannon and Lulzish just immediately goes down with Vestola brawling at close range. Now Finland, they are just looking really good on the hanger so far, now pushing up further to try and hold a closer choke.
Yeah, they look clean, right? Their dives just look so much more clean. They're getting so much more value, and every fight that Sweden invests in ultimate ability in and isn't getting cart progress out of it is, you know, it's a lost investment, you know? We're just losing money on this. We're falling flat here. Even though it was just a Pulse Bomb from Kevster, it still is something that you would like to have, a tool that you're going to need. Pulse Bomb coming out from Sana doesn't find anything, but Finland can afford to spend like that, right? They have both support ultimates coming out. They have the positioning. It's on Sweden to dislodge them, and they just can't.
Oh. And Sana, that was such a good anti-nade in combination with Sana just running up onto Sparkar, and that Tracer dancing around the Ashe can be so powerful for the backline of Finland. Now with two support ultimates coming up on Finland's side, as well as the self-destruct, once again, there's so much area control that can come through from Finland, while on the other side, they also have the Nano Boost coming through, but no tank ultimate. It's going to have to be that Bob that makes up for basically the lost space that Vestola can take with that self-destruct.
They're using their rallies just to like engage there, and I don't know if that's, you know, the highest value, and it's not even enough to keep Lulzish alive. So still no Primal Rage, still no time. We're under 30 seconds. That's another huge pickup from Cloud. And yeah, Sweden are about to have 4 ultimates, but you've lost one of your biggest defensive ultimates. You have nearly every tool you want, but you don't really have time. 20 seconds here, it's gonna have to be an overtime push all the way through hangar phase. This might just be where Sweden dies in this match.
Yeah, and this Hanzo switch has been getting them so much value because of how small the chokes are to get into the hangar, and they can just do so much flushing out and catch a lot of players out of position with the Dragon Strike. It's the Primal Rage to finally come out of Lulzish, and they're still contesting that card, but the fight is happening in the airplane hangar overhead. Sparkar finally getting the best of Cloud as well without the Hanzo or the Dragon Strike to find any value for this squad. It's self-destruct. That's going to be the area control tool that they choose, but Kevster now finding Mixi in the backline and Sana unable to escape Sparker's Bob. They're able to overtime push all the way to that second checkpoint and find themselves with another minute.
And that was the Primal Rage from Lulzish has just popped everybody off of that high ground, forced the supports onto the low ground where they were susceptible to Kevster's Pulse Bomb, and you saw Mickey got hit with it, and that was what finally tipped Sweden over the edge there. They can still do this, but now they're in the same situation that they put Finland in, where they have roughly a minute to try and not entirely full cap here, but to essentially full cap. If they do that, they win and we go 1-1, but you know, we're on a razor's edge here. This could literally go either way. Skyle with the nano boost can make the difference. An early pickoff from Kevster though was huge.
Yeah, to sleep on the high ground, they're going to be able to just keep Lulzish there for a second longer, but Sweden is still getting so much push and forward power from so far. But Mixi with a huge anti-nade once again, Anna out of the backline, but Melon and Kevster are not going to let that one slide. The backline of Finland has just completely been melted and shredded away from the squad. Now, without the sustain, Vestola has also fallen.
I mean, this all looks good for Sweden, right? Because they're able to keep things going, but they're only really just now getting that cart around the corner here. 20 seconds, and like I said, it's going to be an overtime push, and Finland has tools to stall this out. Sweden, like they have to find something. Like, Lulzish has to go nutty with the Primal here. They can't lose Sparker. Sana whiffs the Pulse Bomb, thankfully, but Kevster needs to find some value with his.
Kevster looking for that stick on the Pulse Bomb and just trying to harass Vestola from contesting the checkpoint. There's the Dragon Strike though. It forces them to stop contest for a second and almost a kill there with the Pulse Bomb, but unfortunately Masa's going to be able to stay alive. Lulzish on the other hand looking pretty low, and it doesn't seem like Skyle's going to be able to get that health on, and with only Melon as the other support coming back on the Lucio, there's no way to push it any further. Sweden fall 2-0 to Finland on Watch Point Gibraltar.
There were some signs of life there from Sweden, I think. You know, we saw something a little bit better from them than we have in the past. This was, you know, better than expected, but still kind of falling a little bit short. I think they're like a couple inches away from putting all the pieces together and making it all fit into one beautiful picture. But, you know, the picture that's being painted by Finland right now is just so much cleaner, so much nicer, so many more happy trees, so many more decisive team fight wins that are coming out of these dives, so much more value that's coming out of ultimates, like that 2K Dragon Strike from Cloud earlier. You know, Dragon Strike at this stage of the game, at this level of play, isn't typically supposed to net you like multiple kills. Like, you maybe get one straggler, but it's normally used just to force positioning, right? Like, you don't want to just like you move out of the way unless you're in a position where you simply can't. But Finland put them in that room and said, this is where you die. And the Dragon Strike was just, you know, just what came through and ended up taking it. But, you know, it's just Finland overall just looking like I said, more of a refined product. Sweden, I wouldn't count them out entirely, but they still have some work to do if they want to try and claim one of these playoff spots.
Yeah, and I mean, Sweden, it's another 2-0 loss as well. You can see why they picked Watch Point Gibraltar. You can see that they had a set play in mind, especially when it came to that hangar phase. Like, the first checkpoint was a little bit weaker for Sweden, sure, but it was such a good stall over here in hangar of almost 4 minutes, I believe, only for Finland to get to that point in overtime. But they were still able to push a little bit further on the first checkpoint, and I feel like so much of their game plan was riding on the fact that they would be able to stall in hangar.
Yeah, and like for Sweden being able to stall out Finland as long as they did on hangar was definitely not Finland dropping the bag. That was Sweden making the right plays that they needed to do. We just need to see more of that consistency come out from them. But when Finland were stalling out Sweden on Sweden's attack, it was again just that Finland were so much more decisive. Yeah, they were also making the right plays, but also being just that much more emphatic with some of those plays, and that just kind of carried on through, kept the momentum going. There was a chance that Sweden could have capped that and we might have been going 1-1, but early pickoffs onto the supports at the very end spelled disaster for Sweden. And that's just one of those things, right? Like, you can't lose your supports early. That's your whole lifeline. You saw like moments where Kevster has to go get a mini health pack because, Skyle and Melon had both fallen, too much pressure from Dragon Strikes, too much pressure from Sauna. Sauna, by the way, has been very impressive for Finland in both series. We talked about how he's not always getting the most playtime on Florida Mayhem, but he's definitely someone who's lurking on that roster that could help take them a little bit more over the edge. If the meta favors it, yeah, put Sauna in. Can I get Albert on the phone when we talk about this? Can we get Sauna some playtime here on Florida Mayhem? Because he's looking pretty solid. He's definitely hanging with Kevster right now, and at times besting Kevster.
Yeah, I mean, Sauna was such a huge thorn in their side right at the very end there, and it also the Cloud switch onto the Hanzo. We were talking about this Dragon Strike, but also Cloud even on the Sombra was being a huge thorn in the back line, and Vasola was so ready to follow up every single time.
Perhaps there will be another day, but we do not get the chance to taste sweet victory on this day. So yeah, that's gonna be it for these guys here. We're gonna have to toss it over to a quick break, but when we come back, we'll be ready for our second game of the day, which is going to be Norway versus Germany. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that one. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. Day 2 of the Overwatch World Cup 2023 online qualifiers for EMEC continues now. I'm Jim Basco, of course, joined by Epitomes and CB. We just watched Sweden, or rather Finland, go 2-0 over Sweden, and now we're into match 2, where we've got both Norway going up against Germany. Both of these teams yesterday went 2-0 on the day. They're going to go head-to-head right now. CB, how are you feeling? Post that first match, let's talk about Sweden versus Finland first. Was it everything that you expected?
I mean, I kind of hoped for a little bit more coming out of Sweden, but it's kind of what I expected based on what we saw from both of these two teams yesterday. You know, we definitely saw more life in Finland's defeat from Saudi Arabia than we did from Sweden's defeat to the hands of Norway, which I think is a great transition into our next match here, which is going to be Norway versus Germany, because Norway looked pretty impressive in that game, I think more so than some people thought. So, you know,
I mean, yeah, talk to us. Epitome, you know, lead the way here. Norway 2-0 over Sweden, Germany 2-0 over Iceland. Now these two teams get to go head-to-head. And, of course, if we're looking at the Group B standings, right, Finland skyrocketed to the first place right now. Germany and Norway tied for second here. Or, you know, in a three-way tie. Germany, Norway, and Turkey all at 1-0. So, you know, the top contenders for this group going head-to-head here. Epitomes, how are you feeling about this matchup between these two titans?
I definitely felt like Germany yesterday, though. They did have a really decisive win over Iceland. Iceland, you know, having that that veteran of Hafakul to lead their squad on the tank, and it just didn't go in their favor that yesterday for Iceland. But Germany, they definitely seemed very coordinated. They felt very, very decisive on everything that they wanted to do, and every objective that they secured was very intentional. But it also did feel a little bit stompy for Germany yesterday, and I feel like if they're going against a team like Norway today, who is definitely a lot more coordinated than what we saw from Iceland, which is a lot of fresher faces and more unknown names, than Norway, who you know a lot of the names that are on this team. They are very familiar to people that are fans of the Overwatch scene. So this is a harder matchup for Germany, and Norway, they were definitely confronted with a little bit of a challenge with Sweden yesterday, like what we saw just in this match earlier.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look at the match schedules for today. Of course, we were just talking about Norway versus Germany. That's going to be right up. We just came hot off of Finland versus Sweden. Then later today, we get to see Saudi Arabia versus Iceland. Bound to be a great game as well, followed by Belgium versus Spain, France versus Portugal, who we have not had the pleasure of seeing play just yet, Italy versus the Netherlands, and then we round out our day at 12 p.m. Pacific with Great Britain versus Denmark, a team that has yet to play as well. So with so much still to come, Epitomes and CB, I'm going to leave y'all to this Norway and Germany match, and I'll see you guys afterwards.
Right, thank you so much, Jim. And, you know, like we said before, you know, Germany had a pretty easy day yesterday. They were very, very decisive, very dominant. But Norway, they were against Sweden. It might have showed a little bit more signs of life in Norway's matchup against Sweden. So, CB, do you have any thoughts on who you might think, what do you think you might see in this next matchup?
I'm expecting this to be a Norway dub, honestly. You know, I think Germany did kind of, you know, surpass expectations a little bit, but it was also kind of Iceland not really meeting their own expectations, whereas Norway was more impressive than people thought that they were going to be going up against Sweden, a team that people did think was going to be more impressive. Obviously, you know, now we know Sweden is kind of still trying to piece things together, but Norway, people are surprised with how well things came together. That Oni God Psycho DPS line impressed me heavily, and I do expect to see more of that going forward. I feel like this is Norway's to win, but Germany can still pull out some big stuff here, definitely make a case, and give us some more data overall for how Group B is going to shake out, because these are two teams that are still kind of like middle of the pack, potentially gunning for one of those two spots here. We'll have to find out.
Absolutely, man. That composition, like you mentioned, that came out from Norway yesterday. We know Oni got for his projectile play, but that hit scan was so good, and they were running so much pressure with that comp. So, with that said, for real this time, Tala, and rather Epitomes than CB, I'll see you guys after this game.
All right. Thank you so much, Jim, for real this time. And, you know, talking about Norway versus Germany once again, Oni God with the projectile play, like Jim mentioned, but the hit scan was so good. And Oni God is also just a staple of Norway's World Cup teams as well, playing previously from 2016 all the way through 2019. Every single Overwatch World Cup had this player.
Yeah, he's a name that a lot of like veteran Overwatch players and Overwatch fans will definitely recognize from World Cups past, and you know, made quite the statement back in the day in Contenders, playing alongside Kevster. That DPS duo was absolutely insane, was just wreaking havoc over the EU Contender scene. You know, they eventually both found their way to the Overwatch League, and things didn't quite shake out as good for Onigod as they did for Kevster, but the talent was always there. He was leading the Dallas Fuel through some dark times and was able to, you know, still keep up with the rest of the pack. So the fact that he's still got it should really not surprise anybody, but it still kind of is, right? Like, you know, not somebody that we were really expecting. And again, I also want to highlight Psycho, because Psycho was also making some big plays, also definitely keeping up his end of the bargain on this DPS frontline from Norway. And I think if this team as a collective continues to play, you know, continues to play like this, they are definitely looking like potential candidates for those 2 spots.
Yeah, and then in this matchup over on the other side for Germany, there is a lot of EU contenders talent, especially finishing in those top 8 spots, right? Like we mentioned yesterday, we have a lot of representation from Sheer Cold over on Germany's side. We have representation from like SR Peak Check, Raspberry Racers, but over on the other side, Psycho, like you mentioned, he plays damage for Ex Oblivione, and they play second in the EU contenders. So it's just like that contenders talent coming together, and I feel like Onigod and Psycho, they have such a strong DPS line, like you said, and we have to see if they gel as well over here on Germany's side.
Yeah, Germany, the nation that brought us the beloved Internet Hulk and everybody's favorite Giga Chad Reinhardt, Hattie, Chatty, as you all know and love him. I think this squad is continuing that legacy very well for the German World Cup teams. Fi has definitely been a highlight for this squad. But like as a collective, like I said, I felt earlier on yesterday that they might be kind of bits and pieces from various parts of the EU scene all kind of slapped together to see what sticks, but a lot more stuck than I think I was expecting personally. So they're still a threat. They're still somebody that some of these teams in this group are going to have to watch out for, and it's not going to be an easy day for Norway, at least I don't think. But I'm still kind of expecting Norway to walk away with it. We'll have to see. Nepal is going to be a great place to kind of get some more answers, so to speak, about these 2 teams.
Yeah, Nepal, I mean, usually we see Lijiang Tower all the way, every single first map, but Nepal definitely feels like a little bit of a breath of fresh air, and it also opens up a few different team comps on the different maps that we see here.
I'm again going to be kind of looking at Village to be where things shake out, because we did see Germany play this map. It was the only time we didn't see Lijiang Tower was in Germany's match yesterday.
Yeah.
And, you know, there was a lot of, like, May compositions on the point that
May Symmetra, yes.
Yeah, May Symmetra, and like on Village, that's a really tough nut to crack, you know, because you have to try and go in with like a Pharaoh or something that can poke around at some of those angles and get some damage in there, blow up the turrets, avoid the May walls, but you were just seeing people being like sectioned off completely and unable to participate, and you know, Fi was a huge part of that, and if that keeps up, then it might be something that that Norway has to try and, you know, they might have to crack the code here, solve the Da Vinci Code to try and get Germany off of that point there. And I'm seeing a couple inklings of that same composition on Germany's side. So yeah, we're starting as we mean to go on here, I assume. I'm gonna go for another Sim TP over to the point, and yeah, Germany should be looking to get the early cap here. But Isaac on the Doomfist is an interesting look. And Onigod on the Junkrat. Norway, what are you cooking?
Yeah, Norway is definitely chefing something up in the kitchen right now. And you know, the backline of the Zenyatta Ana, I mean, with the Discord Orb and anti-nades, they've done a lot of damage in the past. We saw it yesterday, but what are they doing? I'm just waiting for the point to go, avoiding a fight with the Reinhardt shield, and then they're going to go ahead and have that first capture on the point as well. Germany, they do lose Sucrax pretty early though, and obviously the sleep onto Hittori in the combination with that biotic nade is going to do quite a bit of damage. Norway, they have no problem going into this fight. They still have their backline alive as well, and the contest is going to come through for a second, but Norway quickly flips that point after maybe a little bit of a cheesy play from Germany at the beginning.
So, I mean, this composition from Norway, like, it looks crazy, right? But it actually worked out well. The spam damage from the Junkrat pipes forced Germany to play and that other little cubby off of the point for just a little bit, and by the time they're actually able to get the TP onto the point, they've taken too much damage. Isaac can just go in and mop up along with Psycho, and now Germany, their comp is great at holding the point, but not so great at recapping it.
Okay, well, Norway, they've definitely done their VOD review because using the Junkrat to destroy the shield of the Reinhardt as well as that splash damage, taking out so much of May's utility and those Symmetra turrets, it is so huge for Norway holding on to this point and also preventing Germany from going on for the recap.
And this is also something that, like, there's no way Germany has scrimmed against this. There's no way they're gonna know, like, where Isaac is gonna come from here. There's no way they're gonna know, like, you know, that Onigod has the Riptire and that's going to be coming as they try to go onto the point here. Here it comes.
Yeah, and onto the point, and they've also been antied. That's a huge biotic nade from Mimio, and unfortunately, there's not going to be the Riptire damage, but they have to force out the sound barrier, dropping the beat to try and save the team. The overhealth does come through, but they're just going to wait it out, and Hattori is immediately taken out after that. They're not aware of all the traps that are being placed on the floor as well. They just don't seem to be looking to destroy the things that are on the floor, and Onigod is being such a menace and a thorn in Germany's side.
I mean, the only things on the floor now are Germany's bodies. They're able to flip the point there for just a little bit, but they only sneak away with 10% before Norway flip it right back over, and we're approaching one fight territory. JP has a Transcendence, and Germany might be able to cook something up with this Blizzard, but Isaac is not going to let them sit comfortably.
Oh, and the Meteor Strike comes through, getting a bit of damage off, but there's a huge charge from Hattori in order to neutralize Isaac, and now being able to set up shop here on the point, going to make it easier for Germany to flip that point over and defend. There's that teleport to try and get themselves on the high ground once again, and now it's just holding through the main choke point with the turrets.
But this is not where their composition wants to be, right? They want to be taking fights on the point. They don't want to have to hold this high ground, but if they stay on the point, they're susceptible to the spam damage from Onigod. They can't stay up, they can't stay in there comfortably. They have to drop in and try and take a fight with them now. And, you know, maybe a Maywall can still section people off, but that nade is everything.
Mimio has been landing nade after nade after nade, and it's been huge.
Psycho
though, that is such a large pulse bomb for Norway to try and flip this point over. Hattori still in play though. They're able to damage that shield and get it out, and the pulse, they're just so good. The pulse pistols are doing so much damage. Transcendence comes through, and they're gonna go ahead, try and harass this Mei out of the fight. Fi goes down with Blizzard in the back pocket, but Germany, they've made good progress on this objective before this is being able to flip over.
Not only do they make good progress, but they're able to hold on to the beat and the Blizzard. It's gonna be dicey. There's only 10% left, 8 now. If someone's able to get a touch, they might be able to make something happen, but I mean, Norway's not gonna let that happen. The Riptire to try and cut them off, but the pass Hattori can't touch.
I mean, taking the tank out, even if they were able to touch during that fight, it would have forced Hattori to likely switch to a more mobile tank, get to the point faster, and I'm not sure it would have worked with Germany's comp either way. Norway, they were so decisive. Every single thing they done was very intentional, and it's very clear that they've also done a lot of VOD review, and I don't really trust picks in pre-round 90% of the time, but is Isaac actually going to go for the JQ, since we did already see him go for the Doomfist, and I didn't trust him then either.
I've never tasted Norwegian cheese before, but I can guarantee you Germany does not like the taste of it right now. I think Isaac might stay on the Junker Queen. This might be another scout. They might have saw Germany wanting to play, you know, the dive composition here on Shrine, and so playing a counter dive composition with the Junker Queen. Interesting picks with the Mei and the Echo Mercy. This is, again, this is not something that I would have ever dreamed, you know, in my wildest fever dreams. But, I mean, I trust Norway to make it work. Yeah, after the last round, why not?
Yeah, it seems like they've been doing their homework, studying up, and really trying to counter the dive composition that Germany is bringing to Shrine. And this is definitely really scary for Germany as well, getting a taste of this cheese medicine that Norway has been throwing at them. And now the Mei on Onigod, now isolating the Winston from the rest of the squad and stopping the jump through as well. Able to keep Onigod alive for a second, but Fi is actually going to be the one to capitalize with a pick off on Mimio. Mimio, Psycho without the Mercy Pocket now, and Refid taking down Isaac as well without the follow-up there, without the double support line. It's a real struggle for Germany or Norway to keep their players in the fight.
Yeah, so the Mimio Psycho portion of this composition ends up being kind of a weak point because you have you have Isaac, JP, and Onigod all isolated on the point where they're trying to hold kind of like Germany did on Village there, but if you just clip the wings of the Echo Mercy, suddenly you don't have to worry about sticky bombs coming down from above, and you can now sit comfortably on the point for just a little bit here, but not for too long. Isaac is already on the point, pumping in some damage here at close distance, making Hattori's life miserable.
Yeah, so-called free thinkers when they see a Winston playing the Junker Queen here. But we gotta see if this Psycho Mimio can come out on top because, I mean, the dive composition, it can still make Mercy pretty vulnerable if you can camp her grounded. But Hattori is caught out of position and Isaac is easily able to take that out. Now the duplicate from the Psycho, making 2 tanks into the fight from Norway. But there's that anti-nade that gets a lot of damage down onto Isaac. It's a little bit of a retreat, but the Primal Rage on the duplicated Psycho is going to make it so this fight is won for Norway, forcing them back into their spawn once again. Refid caught out of position, and it's just that Winston freshly returning from spawn. Psycho with a straight sight line into it.
And perhaps a little greedy there from Hattori to try and go that deep without having the Primal Rage. Might have been trying to farm for it, but we'll have it for this next fight. But Norway have the point. They're over 50% now. They're going to have a Blizzard. I'm kind of looking right now at QRXU with the EMP to try and be the difference maker. Hopefully try and catch the Echo Mercy combo out of the sky and, again, clip their wings so that they can take a 3v5 on the point here. But, they have to try and, identify that. They have to be able to catch Psycho out.
Oh, the Blizzard here from Norway could be huge. Able to find Sucrax taking down the back line of Germany and really all the burst healing that they have. And Mimio with a huge resurrection onto Isaac by switching on to that Sojourn to try and get the railgun shots out and take down the Psycho Mimio DPS line. But JP just going to go ahead with the Step and Suzu to keep the team alive. JP's doing a great job of keeping everyone topped off as well on only the Kiriko. Not a lot of burst healing here, but still doing work. Hattori, however, finally finding Isaac, and JP being a consequence and a casualty of the fight.
See Mimio with the Valkyrie there, and Psycho has the duplicate now, but I don't think they want to invest it here. I think they just want to try and farm up for some more ultimates. 43% for Germany, who is going to flip the point here. Norway have some time to build back up to something that can be a threat here, but they can't let Germany start to sneak away with it because this is still a scrappy team. And, this Norwegian comp, as unorthodox as it is, it's finding a lot of value, but that might run short. They might stop running out of value once Germany finally cracks the code on this one. Onigod gets caught out. That's going to be some percentage over to Germany for free there.
And now the railgun ready for Fi as well, right? The Sojourn railgun brought out specifically to counter these 2 birds that are kind of harassing them from above. The Ash couldn't do the job, with the dynamite. You kind of still have to be focusing on shooting down from the high ground instead of looking up here. But Sojourn, with a lot more mobility, is able to kind of counter that a little bit better, especially now that the railgun is active. The overclock does come through. The duplicate comes out for a second there, but Psycho is just immediately taken down. There's the railgun that we were talking so much about. The double shots onto Psycho to neutralize the duplicate ultimate, and now Norway, they are at a deficit. They are missing their players. They still need to come back into the game. It's a Brigitte switch, so now without the Mercy Pocket, and they are able to get a touch in from Isaac, but it's going to be short-lived as that Winston is trying to bounce the rest of the support line back and isolate Isaac from the rest of the team. Psycho now going to come in hot from above, but Hattori taking down Mimio, and that's all left up to JP to try and keep the team sustained. A bit of overhealth from the commanding shout, but there's the anti-nade from Isaac to force them to dance around the pillar. The Suzu does come through quickly, and there is oh my gosh, there's the Kiriko ultimate as well.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush coming through for Norway, and it's enough to flip them the point, and Germany can't contest again. They lost Hattori early, who once again went in after the Primal Rage expired. This time definitely didn't have it, got caught out, got punished for it, and Norway just capitalized off of that. Like, Germany had a chance to claw themselves back in. It was getting scrappy there. That play from Fi with that overclock, that damn near secured it for them, but it just wasn't enough. Norway refusing to go away, and they're able to flip it back right out from under Germany's nose and take Nepal 2-0.
But honestly, that felt like so much longer and more competitive than just a normal control map. It just felt very, very close. Obviously, that first one, it was a little bit more smashy from Norway, definitely doing a lot of studying up on Germany's side. But when it came to that second round, they were able to get so much closer, and they were really cracking the code and starting to adapt, and instead of playing their set comps. And Germany, they really had such good glimmers of life. So now with their map pick being up next, I'm wondering what they're going to take us to, and if they're going to be able to get a lot more value out of that next map.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm ready to say that Norway look like the better team, but they definitely look like the sillier team, and silliness is king today, it seems, because they're able to take Nepal from Germany off of a Junkrat Doomfist composition on Nepal Village. Sure, why not? And then Junker Queen Echo May on Shrine. Of all maps, Shrine is a very neutral point where you're typically going to see a rush v rush or a dive v dive, but they just throw the mirror right out the window and go for something no one would ever mirror, and they're able to take that point there. Yeah, in Norway we get silly and it works. I mean, there's enough life in this German team for them to try and make a comeback here, and with their map pick they should be able to. But I mean, for all the studying that Norway has done to pull out some of these comps, I want to see what they come out with on a hybrid and or escort map here. So Germany, the ball's in your court. We'll have to see what you pick.
Yeah, Germany, I hope that we are going to be able to see something cool out of them as well. And, they've also been adapting really well. So if they see another Norway cheese comp, who knows what they'll bring.
I like the adaptations, but that Norwegian cheese was just the appetizer. Stay tuned for the main course right after this break.
only day 2 of the Overwatch World Cup EMEC qualifiers, and we are already getting into some really spicy matches early into the day. I'm Epitomes, joined by CB, and we are currently on map 2 of Norway versus Germany, where we just came back from Shrine.
Yeah, there's some creative minds at work on Team Norway's coaching staff right now. To say the least, whatever compositions they're cooking seem either tailor-made to just throw a wrench into everything Germany wants to do, or just good old-fashioned cheese that Germany just can't prepare themselves for. But it is Germany's map pick, so they do have the opportunity to do a little bit of foresight, a little bit of pre-planning, and maybe take us to a map that Norway doesn't have an answer for, or maybe Norway does. Maybe they've studied things, maybe they understand what Germany wants to play on these maps and will know how to continue to counterpick them, and it's going to be Blizzard World that Germany is taking us to here. I think this is what they played yesterday, so I feel like Norway might actually have an answer.
Yeah, I believe this is what they played yesterday. So, I mean, Norway, they've clearly done all reviewing that they possibly can, and they're like, yeah, we're comfortable with playing these types of compositions. And yesterday, is it a diva comp that they were playing around? I believe it had to do with a diva dive comp.
Yeah, and like diva dive comps tend to be very prevalent on Blizzard World. I think, that first point, trying to take that high ground behind the point or control the one just a little bit in front of it that overlooks the choke point. I think taking either of those high grounds are very important for an attacking team. Otherwise, you're just kind of stuck in that brawl on the point that seems to never end until something inevitably finally dies. Pick your poison on that one. We can, maybe see Junker Queen come out again. We could see that diva dive continue to come through. But, I wouldn't speculate based on, what we've seen when it comes to Team Norway, because they're probably about to show us something we've never seen. They could also do the ultimate, the ultimate troll and just come out with something like by the book meta that I wouldn't expect after the fact. But, you never know. Like with what they showed us on Nepal, you can't predict this team.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. Well, I mean, I know the Life Weaver is a lie. You see, I know it's a lie, JP.
They're in the attack spawns. That's not gonna...
You can't do this to me. I know you're lying. But I think that's... I just, I have trust issues. But on the Germany side, you see that Refid has gone for the Mercy pick, which is really interesting because they are not really going for a bird composition, but they still have that Mercy there. And over here on Norway's side, they have Onigod on the Mei. It was a Torbjorn for a second, but obviously never trust the attackers. And it seems like they're also going for that Echo Mercy once again.
Yeah, this is the same comp that we saw on Shrine, so I guess this is what they are trying to play as their more neutral kind of meta composition right now. And QRXU never saw the kunai coming, the res coming through for it, but that's already the res off the field, so you don't really have to worry so much about that Mercy Pocket at Ashe anymore, because, yeah, now you're only down to just the one life.
Yeah, and Sucrax is absorbing a lot of pressure here from the Echo as well. They've been backed up. Alex is really just sitting here trying to protect over on the high ground, but QRXU has been able to take down Onigod and Psycho. Now with the DPS line out, they're still able to get the res off onto Psycho though. That Mercy Pocket coming in clutch here and still being able to keep that Echo topped off. The anti-nade is going to be the nail in the coffin though, and Fi finishes off the kill. Now Mimio looking for a place to escape to. JP is still by their side, so that support line is still alive, and JP is actually looking to get some damage off onto Fi, looking for the 1v1 and the DPS Kiriko, but it's not going to work out here. Isaac, however, will take a whole boatload of damage from Fi.
Yeah, but in that fight, Psycho was putting out so much pressure that Norway nearly took the point. They have 2 ticks. They don't have to do a lot to, finish the cap here. But they're probably going to want to go ahead and take a mulligan, back out, and, think about it a little bit because they've lost Mimio, so there's not going to be that support for Psycho there. Onigod overstays his welcome just a little bit. Germany, though, they had 3 ultimates, and they expended them all just on the cleanup there. They're going to have the Bob now, but I think you would have liked to keep, the Valkyrie at least, maybe?
Yeah, and that Kitsune rush is going to be really oppressive when it comes to resting up onto this point, especially with the Junker Queen to push that tempo for Norway. And Germany, they are forcing themselves through the choke point with the Bob in order to try and get some value early. Isaac obviously brought really low, but the Kitsune rush Valkyrie are going to help that. But They literally just let that point go. They didn't even try to contest it. And there's a duplicate to come through from Psycho, you know, with the Tracer as well. And I think Psycho could probably even get another pulse bomb off if they were still actively firing on all cylinders. But instead, the disengage has come through from Germany, and most of them sent back to spawn and payload pushing to the second checkpoint.
I mean, and that's the same way that they took that early 91%, right? Like, Norway just kind of stand on the point while Psycho distracts everybody, and the rest of Norway just stays there like, surely they'll come down on us any minute now, right? Like, surely they'll come down and contest. No? I guess we just take point A now, so now they're going to be able to start trudging through point B for free. Germany has the opportunity to at least set up on this high ground, but, you know, we've seen how they handle high grounds thus far. They're going to have to drop at some point in time or try to keep the pickoffs coming.
And when it comes to high ground, Norway really reigns supreme. That Junker Queen coming through with the Rampage, and it just gets so much value for Norway, forces Germany back almost all the way into their spawn, and Onigod is looking to keep pushing forward with this Tracer. Fi almost getting stuck here, but it's not going to work out.
And Norway look really practiced on this comp. Like, they understand the win conditions all the time. That's a great pick off there onto JP that might kind of slow things down and force Norway to reassess, but you know, they were, at least for a little bit, able to capture that high ground using the Rampage onto the backline of Germany. Germany is also doing a lot of damage and building up to a lot of ultimate abilities, and Norway are still weathering the storm, which speaks a lot to Norway's just understanding of how to play this comp. The problem, though, is that Germany is about to have nearly all 5 ults, and they're about to have a spawn advantage, and this is where things get a little dicey, especially when you're considering, like, Psycho just has to fly through the sky at Germany, where he's going to be picked at by the Ana back here, Sucrax, and by QRXU on the Ashe. He's going to have a hard time getting into this backline to really be the thorn in Germany's side that he needs to be.
Yeah, the support ultimate's being built up now. Psycho also almost to the duplicate once again. And there's that Valkyrie to try and force the fight forward. It's really looking for the value on the team damage boost as well. But the healing is just so powerful for Sucrax, being tucked away, able to have a good sightline, and the Bob now forcing a disengage. Norway very smart to try and kite away from this team here when the Bob is out, but Isaac cannot escape. They are just going through in that sleep. Oh.
If I'm Sucrax right now, I'm flaming Alex. How dare you wake up that Tracer? I had her dead to rights. But, I mean, Germany are playing this really well. That was a great trade for them. You know, both teams invest the Valkyrie, but Germany's able to win that fight out with just the Bob, and they hold on to everything else. Norway has a lot, but is it going to be enough to overcome the defender spawn advantage here at the end of point B Blizzard World? It's really difficult to get the cap here. It almost feels like, you know, remnants of trying to cap 2 CP with how quickly and how quickly all the defenders can get back to the fight and keep contesting the cards.
Well, now with the duplicate as well as the Kitsune Rush from Norway activated and the Pulse Bomb as well. Oh, such a good stick onto Sucrax. They're able to get the Nano Boost out right before, and now the self-destruct will corral some of the players, but because they're just trapped in rooms with Norway, you do not want to be trapped in a room with Onigod's Tracer, and that's exactly what happened to QR. So Norway, they outright win that fight and still hold on to the Rampage from Isaac, so they have one ultimate up on Germany, who have that Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, I mean, the time bank, though, considering how dominant Norway has looked, isn't as beefy as you might have expected. We only have 2 minutes left, and I think with this composition swap, Germany does stand a better chance at bleeding that down to nothing, unless the Rampage from Isaac is absolutely massive. But he's under a lot of pressure right now, and it's only going to catch Alex.
Yeah, and they were really just trying to isolate that tank, and they do so very well. And JP, even though they don't have the Ana anymore, so they won't be able to anti in return. It's only that Junker Queen that has that advantage.
I mean, yeah, focus fire onto Alex to take that Ramatra down. That's great, and the card's going to keep making progress, but they're not able to find, like, any snowball picks that would keep Germany on the back foot, so now they can go in and re-engage, and Norway has to be a little bit more careful. Onigod was not careful. Sucrax caught him out yet again, and now Germany, they've got their feet back underneath them.
Yeah, Germany taking control back of the high ground once again, and that Bob in the back pocket of QR as well to just force the fight, force them to disengage, kite back, and delay for a lot of time. Now under a minute left over, and it's going to be Odegaard switching over to the Widowmaker while Psycho is trying to just fight and brawl up close. Now the Ramatra getting real low. The Valkyrie has been popped by Refid, but it's a Kitsune rush to try and counter the Amp Matrix to force positioning, but they're just weaving in and out from behind these shields, and Isaac on the Orisa is somehow able to eat up so much damage. Now Psycho, a secondary tank in the game, as just swarming into that Ramatra, is forcing the players of Germany all the way back into their spawn. QR can find everything, even after using the annihilation from Psycho to find 2. That is insane, zoning all the way back into their spawn, and now they're just camping the choke. They don't need to though. Round 1 complete with all 3 points and 16 seconds left to boot.
You just like can't get more value than that out of a duplicate, right? Like you duplicate the Ramatra, build up to the annihilation, and suddenly it's keep away. Nobody can come close to you or they will be melted. And especially at the timing that Psycho uses that ability, when the immortality field from Sucrax had already been invested, when Germany was already trying to backpedal and get themselves collected again to take a more advantageous fight. Norway didn't let them have it. They nearly bled out there, but they still are able to finish with 16 seconds in the time bank there, so that's going to be, you know, a guaranteed overtime push for them, which is awesome. If Germany's able to come with, like, a blazing fast time bank, normally at least Norway at least will still have another crack at things. So, you know, they've done enough. That was a great final play there to close things out. But I think, again, looking at how dominant Norway has looked at times, you would have liked to see a little bit more time in the bank from them there. So hopefully their defense is just as strong as their offense, if not better. Otherwise, we might go to extra innings here. I also kind of want to see how Germany tries to reassess this. Norway is going to play the Diva instead of the Junker Queen, but other than that, no swaps. This seems to be what they are most practiced on.
Yeah, this is really interesting as well, because if you're going to have that Diva going in, you're going to want the Mercy Echo to follow up with the Glide and the Guardian Angel as well. So it's going to, I mean, Germany, will they be able to counter that though? They do have a little bit of that squishy immobile backline in Sucrax, but otherwise they're full dive.
Yeah, but I mean, Sucrax is definitely going to be under pressure from Psycho and from Isaac, most likely, so there's going to have to be some level of peel there. And in the meantime, QRXU is going to be looking for a hack and for someone for the rest of Germany to jump on top of, so Fi has to be lurking, has to be ready to pounce on that hack target. The pings have to be on point. The coordination from Germany has to work out perfectly, and Fi nearly gets caught out there.
Yeah, Fi going to have to use the recall. JP brought real low, but Norway, they are still holding on to this point, trying to just dance around the corner. Alex in the battle of the Divas with Isaac, but Onigod has sneakily found the picks onto Sucrax and QR, and now they have to try and charge onto this May, but they're going to go ahead and turtle in the entrance, can't even get into the room, and Germany forcing a re-engage. This is bullying. What? Oh.
I'm surprised I didn't see like a May wall come out from Onigod there to keep that Diva from taking the high dive there off that pier. Germany gonna make a couple of compositional swaps, it looks like. They're gonna swap over onto the Sojourn, no longer on the Tracer. I think they know what happens if you get too close to Onigod now. He will not like it, won't be happy. Spy checking for QRXU right now, and like Germany, they've lost a minute and a half and they haven't really got much to show for it.
Yeah, at this point, Norway had basically already gotten 2 ticks up on their first push, and they may also just has that much stalling power with the barrier as well. But Fi, the switch onto Sojourn, I do like, because in the past, they've been able to counter very well with the Sojourn on the Mercy Echo. Isaac almost brought down real low because of the anti as well as the hack, but they're able to heal that back up, and it's with the Valkyrie now that they're going to try and push forward. Onigod has to turtle, but the Blizzard is ready. Kitsune rush out from JP. Isaac once again now out of the mech into the baby Diva because of the self-destruct. It's so much area control, and now the Blizzard, Onigod has forced them all into corners. Sucrax and Refid, the back line of Germany just being bullied by Norway's team, but Alex has come in clutch for some kind of protection for the back line. Meanwhile, Norway is still fighting for the point, and Germany still has yet to get a single tick up. Norway, however, they are very separated and they're looking for a way to regroup. Psycho is is looking to be the game changers with the duplicate, but is brought outside of the mech with the Baby Diva. Now Remech has the self-destruct almost ready, but once again, out of the mech. Okay, let's try to find another Remech here for Psycho, but I don't think that Diva is going to get a self-destruct.
Germany has just now built up to their EMP though, and I mean, the res comes out onto Onigod. There's the EMP. That's gonna be enough to just delete Isaac, and the overclock from Phi just for good measure. I think this might be Germany finally capping. It took a while to build up that EMP though, and they lost a lot of time. But I think it's better to cap late than never. But even that isn't guaranteed. There's still some lingering members of Norway, but yeah, discretion gonna be the better part of valor. They're gonna live to fight another day. Not gonna try and stall out any more time. Gonna just get ready for the next fight, and there will be a next fight if Norway has anything to say about it.
Yeah, and I feel like Norway is going to look for a much more forward fight through this choke point, especially since they have that Mercy Echo to kind of just be flying above the overpass and bridge, just spamming down the shots. But now on the side of Germany, they don't really have much left over in terms of ultimates. They do have this nano boost and the self-destruct being built up by Alex, though. On the other side, it's only that Valkyrie, and that's just went ahead, being popped by Mimio to keep up the rest of the team. Onigod antied for a second, but it's just Suzu right away and healed back up by the Valkyrie. Now, as the fight's getting started, Alex trying to dive in onto Norway's DPS line. Doesn't get much done with it as they're able to disengage with the barrier.
Norway just like never seemed to fully go away. Like Germany can't always get enough. Like they were able to cap the point, but this entire time at the choke point, Norway, like they've lost the mech from Isaac, they've gained it back. Everyone from Norway has just continually been a pest, just bleeding more and more time off the time bank now. Onigod gonna invest the Blizzard in a small room, and this is suddenly an ice block.
Yeah, there is no way to get out of it. Oh, but there's the self-destruct to come through. Alex is just able to get back inside the mech, and Isaac eliminates the mech, but even though it's just Baby Diva, Alex is still able to get JP. That is insane. I mean, the Blizzard from Onigod was almost able to turn that fight around, and there was a self-destruct thrown in from Isaac as well, but Alex just comes in clutch, and it was only Sucrax that they lost.
Have a look at Germany's ult bank too. They're coming up on that EMP, and you know, they have full support ultimates. They have the overclock as well. They should have enough to be able to force this through. It's Phi with the overclock that I'm looking at to try and counter out Psycho's duplicate, but they've already deleted Isaac.
And now Norway, they're using that duplicate once again. Psycho's gonna try again on the Diva, but it's just shredded by Refit and pushed out of the duplicate. Psycho, they got no way into this fight, especially since they eliminated Mimio so much earlier. And Norway, they have no way to contest that second checkpoint. Germany, 2 minutes and a half left over, and they could potentially push this all the way for a third round and overtime.
They absolutely could, but that last fight was costly for both teams. It's worth it because, you know, point B on Blizzard World is never a guarantee, and it's good for Germany to invest and be able to come up with that, but now they have to try and build up to something that they can use to send this home. Maybe another big bomb from Alex could be what cracks it, but losing QRXU right there is very bad. He's not going to have enough time to build up to the EMP, or at least not as much as he would have if he was still alive to farm for it right now. Norway know this, and they want to farm up their ults faster.
Yeah, Norway, Psycho's already really close to that duplicate. Onigod very close to the pulse bomb as well. In Germany, they're not going to have as easy as a time charging up the overclock and the EMP on the other end. The Valkyrie has already been brought up as well, and we are on our way to another Kitsune Rush. But, Onigod eliminated, but has the Pulse Bomb out. QRXU, no way to get out of that. The Pulse Bomb does eliminate one of Germany's DPS line, and it's the Valkyrie once again from Norway to allow Psycho to get more aggressive into this fight. Duplicate is ready. Not sure if they're going to try for the Diva once again, but it seems like they're just allowing them to get away with the point a little bit. The self-destruct goes completely past Norway, and the hack comes through onto Psycho, but they can't finish the job. Still a lot of harassment happening here, and it's a Diva for the third time on the duplicate. Maybe Psycho can get something done this time around, and a lot of damage being done this time. However, hacked and also out of the mech once again. It's going to be a tough one. The Kitsune Rush has to come in to try and force Germany back once again, but Psycho has been brought down low, and Mimio out of the fight means no more pocket mercy for this Echo. It's going to be a lot tougher to stay in the air and be able to completely self-sustain.
And once again, Norway are not fully going away. They're still able to mount something of a defense here, but the cart is getting closer to that golden box there, and there's the EMP, and Psycho cannot live through that.
Yeah, Psycho has been having a hard go of it this time around. They really want to contest, try and force them into an overtime and force that time bank all the way down, but there is just no way to get out of it. Vi is such a good shredder up close, and that Sojourn has been oppressive. Last minute swap to Genji, not going to do anything here. Norway and Germany, they're 3-3, and we're going to round 3.
1 second separates these two time banks here. Norway with 1 second more than Germany has, so Germany gonna go ahead and take the first crack at this one again. I mean, I still kind of think I favor Norway in this situation, right? Because if we look at both teams' attacking phases, it took Germany longer to get any progress on the point. It was only once they were able to build up to that EMP from QRXU, who's been a little bit slow to charge that ability, whereas Norway just kind of took a bunch of percentage for free just because everyone was afraid of Psycho. So, I kind of favor Norway's chances here unless we see something beautiful come out from Germany, unless we see QRXU step things up and build up that EMP lickety-split, or potentially another big pickoff from Fi here, but I don't know. I want to know what Germany has to offer here. I want to know what they're going to do to try and crack this one open, because it's great that they're able to get these OT rounds, but they're not quite out of the woods yet. This is closer than I think some people might have thought, again, looking at Norway's attack, but I don't know. I just don't know what Germany's chances are here.
I mean, there is so much pressure being put on this Echo Mercy by Germany, though. They've done a really good job of trying to counter that out with the Sombra on the hacks every time the duplicate comes out, and Fi with the railgun obviously has such a better chance of just taking both Mercy and Psycho out of the sky, and it means that the eggs in the Psycho and Mimio Bucket are a little bit less fruitful than they might have wished.
I mean, and this composition from Norway, right? It's designed to be slow. You know, you have Onigod on the Mei. That's a great pick from Sucrax. Germany, they've already lost time. They only have 30 seconds. They're gonna lose 5 here as well. That's really, really bad. This composition from Norway is designed to be slow because you have the duplicate from Psycho, the ice block from Onigod, the remake potential from Isaac here. They want to try and stay alive, give themselves extra lives, reminiscent of the zombie comp from back in the day. That's going to take time for Germany to crack, and with those 2 picks in that last fight, Germany do not have time. There is 5 seconds for them to get on the point, and Norway is trying to slow them down at every pass.
Yeah, I mean, Norway with the Mei, once again, it's the stalling power just purely that comes out of the Mei from her primary fire and that barrier. They just can't get ticks on the point. They are able to get the touchdown and contest for a second longer, but once again, being forced all the way back. The hack does come through onto Isaac. The anti is so huge for a second, but the Suzu just saves them right out of it. And Psycho now with the duplicate can have the D.Va back into the fight. It's 2 tanks from Norway that are trying to contest this, especially since they got a baby D.Va, but Fi once again able to take Isaac out of the equation, and the duplicate is unable to find a self-destruct, but the blizzard does come through from Onigod, and this might as well be what saves Norway in this overtime and stops the self-destruct from going to Isaac. Blocks for the team, and they are left alive as not even 1 tick from Germany is gained on this first attack.
But they were a hair away from getting that 1 tick. If you saw how close the meter was, if Norway had stepped off the point for a split second, if they had to turn their head to sneeze, Germany would have gotten that first tick there, and that would have been a win condition, but that is gone now, courtesy of that big play from Onigod there towards the end. I mean, Norway now, if they get even a tick, they'll win this, right? And it would have been, drawable for Germany, but now they, that's all they can hope for. They have to try and get the draw now. They have to bleed enough time so that Norway can't even get a tick. This is so much closer than I think a lot of people would have thought, but that was nanometers away from being a potential Germany victory there.
Yeah, I mean, good thing that no one in Norway is allergic to anything, because apparently it's allergy season. Didn't have to sneeze during the last fight. So we're looking at Norway with 1 more second than Germany does, with their Mei, Echo, Mercy, D.Va, Kiriko comp. Just trying to force this.
Their composition that once again is designed to be slow to dispatch needs to be quick to dispatch Germany if they want to be able to cap this, because again, they only have a minute. And you saw how like those 2 picks right onto Sucrax and Fi, how that just slowed Germany down, just wiped their entire time bank down to smithereens. Norway can't afford to make that same mistake. If they catch Mimio out, or if they catch JP out somehow, then Norway, they have to retreat. And again, we're in that situation where they have to make a desperation play to try and get the dub here.
Yeah, Norway, they're really working this high ground angle, trying to make sure that there's
Mimio.
nobody hiding. Oh, wait, QRXU, they were just up top and didn't even notice that there was someone harassing the Mercy, and immediately Mimio is shredded. So they kind of have to wait for that Mercy to come back, and now that's already shredded them down to 30 seconds. And, you know, there is not enough time for them to build up these ultimates at all. Oh, originally, if you wanted to go for this rush, you could go with the Kiriko comp, especially since they are so slow and they're really looking for that stall potential. QRXU isolating Isaac. Once again, Isaac has been the target of a lot of these hacks, and in combination with the anti, that has almost gotten this tank out of the fight many times. But Onigod going to try for the hero play. Fi now taken out of the fight, and now the Mercy Echo has less of a threat to worry about without the Sojourn. Alex has also been isolated on the objective, and QRXU is trying to find a way in, but Mimio's able to Guardian Angel away from the damage that's coming through, and Alex out of the mech, only the Baby Diva not a threat. Fi is going to come in quickly with the Tracer, but there is just no way to touch. Norway, with only 1 tick on the 3rd round, are able to take the series 2-0 once again.
That might be the closest 2-0 I have seen in a long time. Germany definitely made Norway sweat, but they can wipe the sweat off of their brow there. Again, it's an opening pick off there from Onigod that opens up the whole thing, taking out the DPS contemporary in Fi, who has been working wonders for Germany, coming up clutch when Germany needs it, but not this time. This time was the victim of Onigod, and it all just kind of spirals out of control from there, right? Like, without the DPS, there's not enough pressure. Psycho can go in, put the sticky bombs onto Refid, take the Brigitte out. Suddenly, there's, less of a backline, and everything just kind of spirals out of control from there. But again, it goes back to Germany's, overtime attack, right? Like, they could have had this in a drawable situation. They could have had it to where they would have had a tick. I think even if they did, this might have still been Norway taking the dub, but that's just how close this game was. And like, again, the 2-0 scoreline is not going to reflect that. Like, people are going to look at that scoreline and be like, oh, Norway totally dominated. Like, no, Norway kind of outplayed Germany overall, but Germany really made them work for it, especially here on Blizzard World. I think that was a great pick for Germany, and on another day, in another life, they would have taken us to a map 3 here, but just not on this day.
Yeah, Germany, they were so close, just literally the hair's width away from stealing away that single tick, but they were really well fought on the attack as well, and it almost felt like that they were going to have a larger time bank than Norway did when they went to the 3rd round of overtime. So it was just incredibly close, and Germany, they are in a record of 1-1 after losing the series, and Norway going 2-0, so they're moving up in the standings here, but Germany, they still have a good chance. They don't have like an 0-2 loss record in the qualifiers just yet. They're still pretty much near the top of the leaderboard when it comes to Group B.
Yeah, Group B, the one that once again only has 2 playoff slots available, and right now Norway is gunning for one of those spots, and they just might take it if no one else can do what Germany nearly did, but still failed to do here, and that's dislodge the Norwegian Giants here. Both of our matches today have been 2-0s, right? But they have been very close. 2-0 does not necessarily mean a stomp. I think that's something that we've definitely learned today. We'll see if that trend continues when we go on to our next matchup here. But again, props to Germany. I'm continually impressed by this team, but Norway is like such an anomaly in the compositions that they play and the way that they play them that I think even a team as like well practiced and, well put together as Germany is going to struggle to try and crack that nut. So that's just kind of what we saw here today. We'll have to find out later on in the week and indeed next week if Germany is able to make up the deficit and keep themselves in contention for one of those 2 playoff spots. But as of right now, like Norway, I mean, they've got a pretty firm grasp on the top of the leaderboards right now.
And I don't want to caster curse Norway, but I definitely, it looks like they might be able to have a flawless record through qualifiers because they just look so strong, they look so adaptable, but also the way that they challenged Germany today, I think brought out a side of Germany that we didn't really get to see yesterday because they would stick to their guns, they knew that what they were doing was working, but when it stopped working, they were forced to adapt, and then you kind of got to see a side that we just, it was really refreshing to watch them play on Blizzard World today.
You do mention that Norway has the potential to go flawless here, but there is another. Not necessarily flawless because they dropped a map, but there is another team here that could potentially take it. One of the favorites that emerged out of yesterday from Group B, Saudi Arabia, will be taking on Iceland right after this break. Don't go anywhere. You're going to want to see this one.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup 2023 online qualifiers for the EMEC region. I'm your host, Jim Basco, and of course I'm joined by Epitomes and CV, who just brought you the closest 2-0 that we've had to date. Let's take a moment to look at the schedule before we go any further so you can see what we just landed at, what we have in store, and man, there are so many stories to be told here, right? So Norway versus Germany is the match that just happened. Norway 2-0 over Germany. Let's talk about it. Epitomes lead the way here. Germany obviously put up a massive fight against Norway. but Oni God and that aggressive composition just really gave them no chance.
I mean, this is exactly what you would expect from the top two in the group so far. They were tied for first place, right, with Turkey, but Norway and Germany, when you were watching their matches, you definitely felt like there was so much fire. There was definitely a spark between these players, and then now going on to this map, such a huge challenge from Germany, and Norway was playing some really edgy, cheesy comps as well, especially on Nepal. They brought out a Junkrat Doomfist, and that's just not
right.
something that you see, right? But it was really impressive, really entertaining to watch.
Honestly, I love the place that the meta is settling into, and that being absolutely nowhere because we've seen just bananas things for 2 days straight, and it's been so much fun to watch. Of course, coming up, we've got a banger as well, right? It's the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia versus Iceland. CB, lead the way here. We have so much potential energy in this match, right? It can do so much. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, so we've got teams like Norway that are saying meta, I don't know her, never met her. We got teams like Saudi Arabia, though, that are writing their own meta, and that meta is Yazan on that Pharah. It's been a force that no one has been able to adequately deal with, and there's times where he's being forced off onto Echo, but that's not like a one-for-one trade for him, right? Like, he's still able to put in as much work on the Echo as he is on the Pharah. You always have to keep your head on a swivel, be looking at the skies, because he is always above you and will pounce on you, and take just a couple extra seconds to get those last couple rockets in and find the value that Pharah pickoffs needs. And ZP and Hex called it out yesterday about just the movement that he brings to the table.
Right.
Like, even for a hit scan player, you think okay, they're on Pharah, I'm gonna play hit scan to hard counter. Trying to be a hit scan player against Yazan is like trying to play duck hunt with your feet. It's just, it doesn't feel like your shots are going where you want them to go. You're just gonna whiff all the time, and now the dog is laughing at you. And
that's the thing that we watched so much, right? Yazan not only picked that Pharah, and played the game that the Saudi Arabian team wanted to play, but they're forcing other teams to just do things that they don't want to be doing. They try to not address the Pharah for a while, do their own thing, but Yazan is so oppressive that they have to swap to a hit scan, try to accommodate it. But with that said, Epitomes and CB, I'm going to leave you all to the match. Saudi Arabia versus Iceland, map 1 just around the corner. Have a great time, guys.
All right, thank you, Jim. So going up against Iceland this time around, we talked a little bit about Iceland earlier because Germany was a team that had previously beat Iceland and left them in a 0-1 record so far in Group B. So do you think that Iceland can bring something to the table that's going to be able to counter Yazan's Pharah?
A short answer is no. Long answer is no. Because I don't think I saw anything. Like, it felt like in the game yesterday, Iceland were missing something, and maybe they found it. This is not Iceland's team. This is Saudi Arabia's team. Graphics getting a little bit mixed up here, but I mean, let's talk about Saudi Arabia since we have them here. There we go. Quick color change. We're good.
Let's go.
So again, so we have Yazan over there, and again, like we said, you kind of instinctly see a Pharah and go, I should swap to a hit scan to try and counter this guy, but it just doesn't work out. The other option is, like Jim was saying, is like, well, we could ignore the Pharah and try and play the ground game, but that doesn't work out because Yazan just will not be ignored. And with the resources that they're pouring into this, again, this Twisted Minds core that was playing Pharah compositions with LBBD as their Pharah player, now having the most notorious Pharah player potentially in the world, they know how to play around a Pharah comp. They know that as soon as they force you to turn their head towards Yazan, they're just going to run you right over. There's really no real way to counteract this, at least that we've seen so far. And unless Iceland has been on the hunt for the Fountain of Youth and managed to find it in the last 24 hours, I kind of expect Saudi Arabia to just run away with this, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it also comes down to just the experience that there is between the players. You mentioned the Twisted Minds core. You also have some players, like you have Surmajed, who is a Toronto Defiant player, he is just, has so much experience in Overwatch League. And then the rest of them, they are all very prominent names in the EU contenders. Like Twisted Minds, they have triple esports players as well, which is Yazan. So, they just have that much experience between them.
Yeah, and the thing about it too is when you're playing the Pharmacy comp, you're gonna have to leave your other support alone because the Mercy's not gonna be on break, isn't gonna be there to peel for you. You're not gonna be able to you have to be survivable as that other support, and Surmajet is definitely capable of being survivable. Doesn't necessarily need Haku to be there to try and bail him out there. This is the German roster, I believe, for Iceland, so still kind of working on some things here. But yeah, Iceland, again, led by Hafikool, the veteran presence, has to try and bring some of these guys together, show them the ways forward, and it's gonna be rough. I think it's gonna be difficult for Iceland to try and crack this code here and make Saudi Arabia sweat for it. We're gonna go to Ilios, and oh my lord, if there ever was a map that you can play Farah on, it's Ilios. So this is already looking like the deck is stacked in Saudi Arabia's favor.
Yeah, I've got to say, we haven't seen Ilios yet, but I'm really excited to see what Saudi Arabia specifically can bring with the Farah comp, because there are so many ways to maneuver on every single map of Ilios with the Farah. There is just so much airspace. There is so many different ways that you can play this. And for Iceland, like, just in general, you do have those veterans. You have Hafikool, who played in previous World Cups, who is like a veteran of Overwatch. He's played 2016, 2019 World Cup. Finzi has as well as their tank, but it just like, where is the rest of the experience, and can that all gel the team together? And that's what we're really nervous about here.
Yeah, it did, like I said, it felt like they were missing something, and I do hope that they found it and started to put some more of the pieces back together. Again, there is talent on this roster, so I don't expect this to be a complete stomp. There is always some hope there, but I mean, like, I didn't see enough from Iceland yesterday to make me believe that they could potentially be favored in this kind of matchup here against a team that has looked as strong as Saudi Arabia. Like, we saw how good Finland looked earlier, and the fact that Saudi Arabia bested them, it just makes them look all the stronger, right? Like, earlier in the day, seeing Finland versus Sweden, you got to come away from that and being like, all right, Finland looked pretty good, but like, Saudi Arabia, they beat them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Saudi Arabia's biggest enemy in this matchup might just be like their own connection to the servers. Because the last time Saudi Arabia played, there were a lot of pauses involved. And, you know, it's just the nature of online qualifier events, or online events in general, where you might just have a lot of tech issues. So, you know, we're trying to get into the match as shortly as possible. And it seems like we are getting things started, kicking off here on Ilios.
Well, much to the chagrin of Iceland, Saudi Arabia have loaded on into the server, and we are going to kick things off on Ilios. We'll have to see which point it ends up being. I think Ruins might be the one where Iceland might have a chance to try and counter this all out here. But, you know, if we're starting things out on Ilios well, then I don't really think I like Iceland's chances here. I think, you know, Yazan is going to be able to come out on one of those bird characters, and Iceland, they're going to have to try and keep the skies clear, but also be on the lookout for Quartz, who has been a phenomenal hit scan player, KSA, who was like a very underrated tank during his tenure in the Overwatch League, and Surmajet, again, a very survivable flex support.
Yeah, Surmajet definitely does have like that survivability, especially on the Kiriko now. But on the other side, this is something we actually haven't seen before from Iceland. They're trying to counter with the Echo, right, and the Cassidy, and also the Junker Queen. So a lot of really edgy picks in the Junker Queen and Cassidy, at least in the World Cup thus far.
Yeah, I mean, very edgy indeed, but Orion, getting edged out there by Quartz with the favorable angle, and the Mercy Pocket was actually onto Quartz at that point in time. The damage boosted shot there. You know, Haku gonna go fly back on over to Yazan, but by then the damage is done. Surmajet cleaning up, and Saudi Arabia, I mean, did they even take damage in that fight? Quartz took a little bit, but...
Well, judging by the support ultimates on Iceland, I think that they did take a little bit of damage at the very least, right? But it seems like they are very, very confident going into this. You can definitely tell by the way that they're positioning, how forward it is. Quartz, like, you're an Ashe, but you've decided I'm going to position up on the forward spawn bridge and try to just shoot into them as they come out of their spawn. And Yazan obviously doing work on the Farah, but we haven't really seen a real fight come into play between these two teams just yet. It seems like they're going to try and force it. Yazan with the Mercy Pocket, taking down Orion though, but the Echo from above, nicely done from Hafikool to take down Yazan, but Quartz quickly trades that, and of course the Mercy coming in with the Resurrection onto the pocketed Farah. Yazan back into the fight very quickly, and is going to avenge himself for all the people that attempted to take him out of the fight.
And even if we take away all of the mechanical skill in the world, that's one thing that Yazan has that right now Hafikul does not, and that's that mercy, you know? Even if Yazan gets a little too aggressive, you can still have Haku come in with the res, bail him out. You still have that damage boost. You still have that healing to keep him up in the fight. Hafikul, if he wants to stay sustained, has to catch healing Afudas from Krizzy, and that's not reliable enough.
Yeah, I mean, Flark on the Lucio as well, just trying to keep the rest of the team sustained when Kiriko is just, you know, focused on burst healing, but Sermajed has barely really taken out the healing of Fuda that much. It's almost all the kunais and doing a lot of DPS there, and the Valkyrie has come out. That's the only ultimate that we've seen from Saudi Arabia just yet. They have all of their ultimates up. Their pacing is just so much better in terms of the ultimate economy, and it seems like Iceland are a little bit at a loss for what to do here. They are switching onto the Tracer though, so Orion can try and touch and contest the point for the overtime, but is there any follow-up from Iceland? It looks like there is not.
Yeah, they didn't even let Iceland out of their spawn there. Like, yeah, sure, Orion gets the touch, but then Saudi Arabia can just stand on the point and just be like, yeah, do it again, I dare you. And he knows what happens, and even if he had the blinks to get there to point, you saw, like, you know, the Rampage is ready to come out. You had every ult you could possibly want for Saudi Arabia, yeah. And, like you said, the only ult that Saudi Arabia needed to invest that whole time was the Valkyrie from Haku, and, like, honestly, even that's debatable. Iceland didn't even really get an ultimate up, you know, aside from the Kitsune Rush from Krizzy, which I guess speaks to how much healing he's been having to do and how little damage the rest of Iceland has been capable of doing. Saudi Arabia just kind of running away with this. We're going over onto Ruins, and Saudi Arabia gonna pull out the Pharmacy yet again, big surprise. But a Widowmaker, which I think might make things interesting. I want to see how Quartz and Orion pair up against one another.
Yeah, I think the Widowmaker nerfs also do come into this. I'm not sure if that's like over 70 meters back there, but with the Widow Pocket, she can still one-shot, or a Mercy Pocket, she can still one-shot from a little bit further away. Right now, Quartz seems to be doing pretty well for himself, forcing Oklahar to kind of dance around this pillar because of the damage that's coming in, but KSA with their own Junker Queen now trying to contest. Iceland getting a lot more aggressive into this round though, just outright stepping onto the point, but Sermajed taking out Hafikul, and now very quickly the picks do come through for Saudi Arabia without Quartz ever having to leave position, just firing the shots from very far away while the rest of the team takes on the fight, and I think that's part of the reason for the Widowmaker.
And this is also kind of like one of those situations where it's kind of a Sophie's Choice sort of thing, or reverse Sophie's Choice for Orion, because it's like, you're the hit scan player, you constantly have to be looking for Yazan, where is he? But you also have to be worried about Quartz, so you're taking two duels at once, and so you can see that Hafikul now is going to go ahead and make a swap onto the Widowmaker to try and help things out in that regard there, put a little bit more pressure on Yazan, and at least give a little bit of parity into this Widow 1v1, so maybe Quartz won't be breathing down Orion's neck from afar the whole time, and maybe Orion can get something done. But without Krizzy, I doubt it.
Oh yeah, Krizzy going out of the fight pretty early, and the sustain from the Lucio is not enough for Orion. Yazan is just going ham over on the Pharah. Hafikul, however, able to trade that one out. Oklahar is going to try to find something, but very quickly Haku brings Yazan back into the fight with the resurrection, and just as we expected, right back into the air Yazan goes, firing on all cylinders, literally on fire, and Yazan is able to take down the rest of Iceland's team.
Yeah, Yazan can indeed keep getting away with it, and Iceland have yet to really do anything to stop him, at least definitively. They have, you know, taken him down a couple times, but then you also have to take down Haku, who, again, like, this team knows how to play Pharmacy comps, right? They've done it before, even before Yazan, so they know how aggressive their Mercy can play. They know what reses they can go for and how to cover for those reses, so they can always have Yazan in the fight.
Yeah, and when you have a player as good as Yazan, there comes the Rampage out and the Barrage as well. It's just like Mercy never really gets too much play, but then you have a Pharah that is as good as Yazan is, and then all of a sudden the Mercy gets to shine as well. And they have 7%, which is better than the 0% we saw on the first round from Iceland. Oh, okay. Nice job, Orion, but can you touch the point? No.
You are correct, 7% is better than 0%. Some improvement is better than no improvement overall, but that game was as we like to say in the business, not close. Not close whatsoever. Iceland, I don't feel like ever really got a chance to play the game even. Like, they had no space to work with. They were constantly trying to look for Yazan. always trying to find out where Quartz was on the Widow, and they could never quite nail down any of the DPS. They couldn't take down anyone else on Saudi Arabia definitively or really get much footing there. And Saudi Arabia, they also know how aggressive they can play, how much of the map they can control, and just force Iceland to play in the least comfortable positions they possibly can.
Yeah, in Iceland, you have to wonder what the mental is like going into this next map. They did lose, so they do get a choice, and they really have to reset here. Because, I mean, going through that and being, like, 2-0'd by Afara, who literally you can't kill because as soon as you kill them, they come back with the resurrection. It's like, what are we supposed to do now? And I'm really interested to see how they are going to adapt and what map they're going to bring us to in order to try and kind of close that gap between them.
Yazan is like a cat. Like, he's got 9 lives, but instead of 9, it's like infinite unless you can also kill Haku. It keeps coming back. You just can't get rid of the guy. But, you know, we'll have to see if Iceland is able to find a way to definitively shut down Yazan. They have one more chance to do it. It's going to be their map pick. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. We are nearing the end of the Group B run of Day 2 in the Overwatch World Cup EMEC qualifiers. I am Epitomes, joined once again by the wonderful CV, and we are here to bring you Map 2 of Saudi Arabia versus Iceland, returning from a very dominant map on Ilios.
Yeah, Ilios was not close, and, Iceland, I don't know if they want to be able to get, the Icelandic military on the horn, but they are in dire need of a surface-to-air missile of some kind right now just to keep the skies clear, because Yazan is just getting away with it. And they don't have an answer. I don't even know if they've figured out the whole question yet. Like, I want to see something more out of Iceland. It's going to be their map pick, but, at this point, like, what is the strategy? Like, how do you deal with this? And I think this map pick might provide some sort of alleviation there, might provide some sort of way forward for Iceland going to Havana, a map where we do often see something resembling a double sniper comp, where we see a lot of hit scans come out. That might be some way that they can try to get the situation under control.
Yeah, Havana can be a little bit difficult to defend, though, and it's depending on which side that they're going to start on, since Saudi Arabia does get the selection of side first, and no matter which way you slice it, when you do have the snipers, it is hard to get aggressive. It is a little bit hard to get that push going right at the beginning.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see some spawn holds here on Havana, and there's always like some interesting play. I mean, they might not allow Yazan to play the Pharah or the Echo here, but I mean, it's Yazan, so he's probably going to anyway. There's usually like an interesting way that you can work that into those spawn holds where you just have the Pharah or the Echo hovering above, like on the roof of the spawn door there at all times, and it's that same situation, right? Where if you want to successfully even get out of your spawn, you have to look up. Like, you have to try and do something. Fortunately, Iceland's going to be on the defense first, so they can try and get that spawn hold, not let Yazan out of the spawn, not let him cook, but they're going to have to try and bleed as much time as possible, because once the skies are clear, you got to believe that he's going to go back to old reliable and start putting the hurtin' on Iceland yet again.
Well, it seems like Saudi Arabia, I mean, they are in attacker spawn, so I wouldn't trust anything that they do right now, but Iceland, on the other hand, it's a little bit more brawl, with Orion kind of holding it down from the back. But Orion, once again, like you were saying in the previous match, when they're playing the hit scan against the Widow and Pharah, you're playing 2v1 basically, but Quartz is the one that gets the better of Christie. Orion is trying to fire away, but there is no way to get away from the harassment of the pharmacy, and now someone needs to call a doctor for Oklahoma.
And how does Quartz even find that angle, like, out of the spawn door to be able to find that shot? And then for Yazan to just, everyone just charge forward, collapse on top of Orion, and Iceland got essentially nothing done on a spawn hold. Look at their ult charge. There's not any. Like, Saudi Arabia, they've already gotten, Yazan able to just fly freely now. They're way ahead in ult charge, and they've gotten so much cart progress. Iceland has a chance to attack here at this first corner, has a chance to defend here a little bit longer, but they have to get a little bit more for their money than they have so far.
Yeah, now Saudi Arabia, they are still really far forward with the checkpoint. Quartz has taken a really good position, but is getting caught out a little bit, spammed down, and there's really no way for them to get a good heal off. But since they have such a team, they're just isolating every fight. They're just outright winning every fight. It's not even a struggle for them, it seems. So Quartz is kind of, yeah.
It's hardly even a fight, and Quartz is, still getting the better of Orion, gonna be able to... They haven't even capped point A yet, and Quartz can already take this oppressive high ground angle where, through this doorway, you can see... You can see they have to put up the Ramatra barrier and, double check behind them, because now Quartz is behind them. Yazan is above them. They have to move forward. They can't really go anywhere safely. They're lucky that they're even able to touch, but KSA already has the Annihilation.
Yeah, the Annihilation in such close quarters very early, that's definitely got to be really oppressive. And since they have the Barrage, they kind of have the zoning tool as well. The Mercy from above with the Valkyrie, keeping everyone topped off. Surmajed just firing away. And then there's the Resurrection for Yazan, of course. Bring the Pharah back into the fight, now capping on the first checkpoint.
Yeah, over 4 minutes to start working through Distillery, and Iceland, I mean, this is going to be a little bit more contained, where Yazan shouldn't be able to get away with much, but it's Yazan, so he's still going to try to, and, still going to be able to get out alive and control these boilers. Haftikul, what are you doing, my son? Where was poking your head out just a little bit too much there. A damage boosted rocket that might have even been a direct hit just to delete the Mei entirely from the equation. And, you know, Iceland, they're gonna have a lot of ultimate abilities, sure, but will they even be given a chance to use them, or is, like, are Yazan and Quartz just gonna keep finding pickoffs and force the snowball all the way through Distillery? That might answer my question.
Okay, well, Quartz already getting that pickup on Orion is huge, and then Quartz finishing off the kill when Yazan is doing so much damage once again, and of course the resurrection comes through from Haku. I feel like Iceland at this point might be a little bit, you know, mental boom, but Oklahar at least is able to get that one pick with the annihilation, and Crizzy does find Yazan once again. This time there isn't a resurrection, so going to go ahead, pocket the Widow instead. They're able to hold just a little bit. Saudi Arabia goes ahead and tries and disengages, waits for the part to come back, but damn, that was a lot of damage from Sermaged.
Can someone check Quartz's PC? I don't think the Widow nerf patch has been applied to his copy of Overwatch 2. I think he's still playing on old patch Widowmaker, because you wouldn't even know by looking that she got nerfed. You wouldn't even know that she's like so much more difficult to play, but with all the free space that Yazan and that KSA on the front line are creating for Quartz, he just has a free shooting gallery at all times, and yeah, between this two-pronged DPS attack and the front line just running over Iceland, that's Distillery phase done and dusted. 4 minutes to cap Havana, and you know, Havana's another map where, like, if you cap at all, it's kind of an achievement, right? Saudi Arabia are looking to do it with about 2+ minutes in the bank, potentially.
Okay, well, they've got over 3 minutes, over 3.5 minutes to get to the third and final checkpoint. There was barely any fight in Distillery. There was a little bit of that sign of life with them being able to kill Yazan twice in a row, so that Mercy Res was basically nullified, but Yazan is still able to have such free range. They are so close to the spawn. They're doing so much delay as well for their squad to just be able to fire away with the projectiles, with the rockets, and there's just not much they can do.
Yeah, and like, Havicul is going to swap over onto the Sombra. We had Orion playing it before, but now Orion is on the Ashe. You wouldn't know it by the way that Yazan is still free and that Quartz is still picking off backliners. They finally dealt with Quartz, but it's not definitive. The res is there, and KSA with the annihilation, so no one can collapse on that, and Yazan wants to go aggressive again.
Yeah, and there's the Valkyrie as well, keeping everyone topped up, and it just allows for so much quicker movement from the res on Quartz back to Yazan, allowing him to do free range of whatever he wants. And the switch onto D.Va was a good thought to try and eat up some of the projectiles with the defense matrix, but still too much damage is being done from basically all angles here for that D.Va to be effective, and it's missing out on that huge annihilation ultimate, right? Since Saudi Arabia wants to be so close to your face at all times, and D.Va also does the most damage at close range, so you're just kind of getting completely out-damaged whenever that ultimate comes out. And there's the barrage in, once again, the nano boost.
Great sleep there.
Good sleep. And Yazan, I think he's caught out. He definitely dies here, at the very least.
Alright, yeah, the threat has been kind of neutralized for now. You do have to invest the nano boost to do it, but like, the cart is still close to being capped here. Quartz!
Oh my god.
Stop it! You're just stuffing Orion in a locker at this point in time. And they're gonna have to like hack Quartz. The support is there, they can't even take the Widowmaker down. Saudi Arabia just looking so much more clean as a team right now.
Yeah, and the switch on to Echo from Yazan now because they're like, okay, well, you killed the Pharah a few too many times. Oklahar is able to get the self-destruct off, take Haku out of the equation, so no more reses for this next fight. Yazan needs to be a little bit more careful because he doesn't have that pocket, but the rest of the squad is still on top of it. KSA with the switch on to the D.Va, and Yazan just having a lot of damage in the bank with the Echo.
A nice
Another
little
neutralization.
Nice little nap there for Furthark there to be able to contest the card there, making sure no one tries to backcap. But KSA not quite done with this one. Quartz has the sights, and Orion's head needs to be on a swivel. That's on the ground currently. Quartz, calm down.
Yeah, Quartz is popping off on the Widow. There is just no other way to say it. There is no way to avoid what Quartz is doing to them, and round one, 56 seconds left over. That's not a bad time bank at all. Iceland did have a few sides of life right at the end there, but it also came down to a lot of spawn advantage as well, being very, very close to where the payload currently was. And Saudi Arabia, they have a very comfortable time bank to sit back on.
Yeah, quite comfortable. Not as comfortable as it could have been. Iceland did a pretty okay job of bleeding some time off the bank there, but they just kind of delayed the inevitable. Quartz is currently playing like there's 4 of him. Call that a gallon, the way this Widow is just constantly hitting shots, taking heads off of shoulders left and right, and like sometimes just coming up with 3Ks. And it's also because like everyone is trying to look at Yazan, and like they always have to have their eyes in like 6 different directions, right? Because there's Quartz lurking in one spot, again Yazan above them, KSA Sir Majed always being an ever-present threat as the front line, and Iceland still just don't have an answer for it. And Saudi Arabia, like, they don't even really have to go for the spawn hold here, right? I think they're just confident enough in their mechanical abilities and their team play to be able to bleed enough time off the bank here with something that's a little bit more of a standard composition with Yazan on the ground for some reason. I don't know what that's all about. That seems like a glitch in the Matrix there, but
just a little bit of a glitch in the Matrix. I mean, Saudi Arabia, they have gone, right, the Sojourn is, I don't know if this is, well, I mean, they're going to go for the Sojourn, so it's whatever. But Iceland, on the other hand, they've gone for the Sombra on half a cool. They've gone back to the Ramatra as well, and a Baptiste on a backline. So they're kind of acutely aware of how much damage Saudi Arabia dishes out, and they're trying to get as beefy as the burst supports as they can possibly get in terms of healing. Oglahar, though, they're able to isolate KSA with the May wall. That's pretty good, though. Just try and keep the Ramatra out, but there's so much healing from Sir Majed. However, now with the Nemnis Storm, Oklakar is able to finally take down the Ramatra. Iceland on this attack, they're looking pretty good.
I mean, so far, but the focus fire took so long for them to finally take down KSA, and there's Haku with the res, so you don't even have to wait for the respawn there. They might be able to dispatch Haku, but the Guardian Angel flies out.
What?
Quartz. What else is there to say about Quartz right now? Quartz is just cooking. KSA falls again. That might be a way in for Iceland, but the only way in is the same way out, and that's right into Quartz.
Yeah, Quartz isn't even taking a safe position, right? Eliminated with the anti-nade, and there's the Annihilation to come out, but Oklakar, there wasn't really anyone except Sir Majed. They're really trying to focus down the backline now, and KSA turning to that Orisa instead of the Ramatra to maybe try and get a little bit more crowd control for the backline, since Sir Majed seems to be getting a little bit more focus fire from Iceland this time around. Oklakar looking to take down Yazan, and with the nano boost now onto the tank, they're looking for the spy ability as well. Quartz, however, is just being left unchecked. Futhark is now out of the fight, and without the Ana, you have the Amp Matrix coming through. Oh my god, what a shot onto Crizzy, and they can't even force positioning now with that ultimate, because the only person that was up on the high ground was immediately neutralized by this Widowmaker. Okay, what a sleep from Sir Majed, and Quartz, it's like we've been talking about Yazan, but Quartz really needs this moment to shine now.
This is all Quartz's map, and like that clip even starts off with Quartz missing a couple of shots, but he's just not punished for it, because who can punish him for it? Like, the only person that can reasonably put up a fight against Quartz right now is Orion on the Widowmaker. No one else is putting pressure onto Quartz, and Orion is not really able to keep up with the pressure that Quartz is getting. And so yeah, you just let him keep hitting shots. Eventually he's gonna strike gold, take another head off, and that time it was half the cools. There goes Orion's. Oh my goodness, Quartz, calm down.
Okay, like, it's just like the amount of shots that he hits, it doesn't matter how many this is, because every single time he gets another chance, he hits the shot, and Yazan, still getting that mercy pocket, still doing quite a bit of damage, but it's just every single headshot Quartz is hitting. And on the other side, Iceland, they have an ultimate, but it's just the Widowmaker ultimate, and what are you going to do if Orion wasn't really on, like, point in the first place, wasn't really hitting those shots? They at least know where Quartz is, so they can focus down the Widowmaker, and Yazan, it's up to him to try and take some of the pressure off, and take the pressure off he does. Orion out of the fight. There is no Widowmaker 1v1 to be spoken of here.
The res is going to come through, though, so Quartz has not been successfully dispatched entirely. Tactical actually tries to go for a punish there while the Mercy is no longer attached to Yazan, but not able to do enough, forced to translocate out. Saudi Arabia holding strong here, and Tactical looking like his days are numbered. Yazan has to reload.
Okay.
Got him eventually. And meanwhile, the rest of Saudi Arabia just collapsed Iceland. Quartz has fallen again, so this might be a way in. You've successfully taken out the main threat, but you only have 10 seconds to touch a point, and Yazan knows what he can get away with.
What? What is happening? There is no way you let that happen to you. But I mean, I don't even think they had a choice. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, very dominant. The 2-0 from Saudi Arabia after a hard-fought 2-1 yesterday against Finland. It is going to bring them up in the rankings for sure, standing at a 2-0 record, only dropping one map so far, but I am not surprised. They are really winding up.
I have no idea like what the conversion rate is from Icelandic currency to Saudi Arabian currency, but Saudi Arabia gets the chance to figure it out because they just took all of Iceland's lunch money. That whole and just stuffed them into lockers left and right. Quartz was just unstoppable. There was just no answer. That was a non-fight. I mean, I kind of knew going into this that 2 Overwatch was kind of inevitable, but I didn't think it would be that dominant to where it didn't even look like Saudi Arabia really had to try. Iceland still leaving a lot to be desired. I think there's still time for them to try and make up the deficit, but they're not off to a good start this week, going down 0-2. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia, like you said, their match with Finland was hard fought, but this one, they didn't even need to fight, really.
Yeah, they were just, I mean, it felt like they had free range to do whatever. It almost looked like they were smurfing on like a poor team and ranked. And it was just like, every single move that they made was so deliberate and calculated, and they still felt like they were being very coordinated despite the fact they were kind of like given free range to do whatever they wanted. Like Yazan, the switch on to Sojourn, even when he's known for the Pharah, at the very last fight, the overclock, the amount of shots that he hit when when Quartz was down, knowing the fact that, okay, we don't have a Widowmaker, so I will be the Widowmaker, and doing so much damage in the thick of it. It is just so insane, so impressive. They really showed us their versatility. They showed a lot of what they can do.
And they're not doing this against like nobodies, right? Like Hapticool is again a name that has a lot of weight behind it. I've seen a lot of good things from the backline of Iceland. Futhark and Karizi have impressed me in some of their outings thus far, but as a collective, Iceland just haven't been able to piece it together, and Saudi Arabia, as a result, just leave them in pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what there's much to say for Iceland after that. They are at an 0-2 record. They just went against Germany. I mean, they went against some of the best teams in Group B so far. But I mean, after those games, it has to be a little bit of mental boom. You have to find some way to regroup and get back into it.
Well, I mean, like, if you face off against the two best teams in Group B, like, you're done, right? Like, because there's only 2 spots, so they have to try and best one of those teams. So, like, now it's got to be, like, if Iceland really wants to make it to the playoffs, they have to be, like, near perfect from here on out, which is, again, going to have to be one of those situations where they go back to the drawing board, find their mojo, find something new, try and piece everything together, and then they have to also hope that, like, Saudi Arabia or Norway like trip over their shoelaces at the midnight hour and they're able to overtake them. Like, it's looking more and more dire as things goes on because, again, it's a very, very competitive group. And this was not a competitive match. We're looking at potentially the top and bottom of that group. Iceland, potentially lower middle of the pack, still has a ways to go. I still like this team. There's still promise there, and I do think that the talent is there if they want to try and fit some of the pieces together, but it's going to be a process, and there might not be enough time for that process to fully play out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really nervous for them. They, like, the last team that they went against Germany, right? This person that has the same record, the team that has the same record is Sweden, who went 0-2, who are currently 0-2 in groups as well. But they also lost to Norway, and Norway beat Germany when Iceland lost to Germany. So just looking at the numbers, Iceland, they are down for an uphill climb now.
Yeah, Iceland versus Sweden might be a match to keep an eye on just to see how the pecking order all kind of shakes out. But up at the top, maybe we might be looking forward to a Norway versus Saudi Arabia match coming up here in the coming days. We'll have to see. That might be the one to definitely keep your eye on for Group B, as are all of the matches in Group B, because again, it's a very hotly contested group here. We have one more match from Group B coming up here, as well as some action from Group A, which is definitely no slouch either. There's some competition heating up there as well. Hex and ZP will be here on the other side of this break to take you through all of that. Sorry. But that's going to be it for me, CB, and Epitomes. It's been a pleasure. We will see you guys on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup EMEC Online Qualifiers. I'm Jim Basco. We've had some incredible matches today. We are about halfway through the day, and of course, I have the pleasure of introducing ZP and Hex for this second half of the day. We're going to be focusing on Group A. Gentlemen, how are y'all doing? ZP, how's it going, man?
Going good, going good. Definitely got a little bit more sleep today on the later schedule, but you know what? These matches are all not something to sleep through. Again, another day of storylines. It's been super cool to watch, and you know, it's not going to stop too, especially when we look at the matches later in the day.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's been fun to be up since early, but you know, I'm not going to miss these games anyway. So I mean, just brief recap. What's going on with Sweden? Norway's pretty good, and Saudi Arabia is good. And now we're at map 4. So just catching everyone up.
Basically, yeah, obviously we just saw Saudi Arabia absolutely dominating. Let's take a look at the schedule if we can, and of course I'll explain the format as we're going on along here. The EMEC Online Qualifier Challenge, we're showcasing 2 groups competing in a round robin. For the first half of the day, we focused on Group B. Now we'll be shifting to focus on Group A. It's a first to 2 tournament, and it's a single stage tournament split over 2 weeks. We're on day 2 of week 1. And as you see, Saudi Arabia dunking on Iceland. There's no better way to put it. Quartz and Yazan putting on an absolute masterclass. Coming up, though, we'll be shifting focuses to Group A, Belgium versus Spain, followed by France playing Portugal, who we've not seen play yet, Italy and the Netherlands shortly afterwards, and we'll round out the day with Great Britain versus Denmark, which is another match, another country rather, in Denmark who we haven't seen play yet as well. So Hex, let's start with you. Belgium versus Spain. What are your thoughts on that matchup?
Well, I mean, Spain actually looked pretty strong yesterday when they, I guess it's an upset. I mean, it's so early in the tournament, it's kind of hard to call things upset, but like, you know, they beat Netherlands, which I was a little surprised at. The core of this team is not a lot of players that people have heard of. The core of it is a contenders squad called Artaxia. Artaraxia. I have no follow-up on that. I just thought Artaraxia is a great name and want to give them the props for that. And like, you know, Helv was pretty good on tank. He's former British Hurricane, has got some experience. So I think the Spain team is a little surprising. On the other side, it's no surprise, like Belgium was trying to just have like Logix carry them, like, which does, you know, make sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Belgium, Logix. That's pretty much it. And I could go on for hours about Logix and what he's done in the Overwatch scene, but it's just good to see him playing again.
Absolutely, yeah. Stack day, and of course you guys heard the Spanish team yesterday so emotional about their victory, and it was really contagious. So, of course, there's a lot of high emotions riding today. Hopefully they can funnel and convert those into a victory for themselves here, go 2-0 on the week. But with that said, ZP, Hex, I leave it to y'all. Take it away with Belgium and Spain. I'll see you guys on the flip side.
Thank you. And yeah, Hex, as we go in here, I mean, it's always going to be interesting to see how these teams match up, right? Where, you know, we talked about a lot yesterday about, hey, you know, it's Overwatch World Cup, not every team is playing the meta, every team has a different style, and, you know, some teams rely more on their star players than others, and you go to Belgium, and that's probably one of the most true statements you could ever have, where, you know, you have Logix, one of the most tenured players in Overwatch history, coming back in for the tournament, and, you know, from what we saw yesterday, still a player that they are going to heavily build around.
Well, I mean, what really stuck out to me, first of all, they played Great Britain, so let's give them a pass a little bit. Great Britain's a pretty stacked roster, so it's kind of hard to say. But, like, when they got their map pick, they went to Circuit Royale, right? Which I'm like, oh, of course, because now they just want to play Widow and Sniper, right? So, like, that was obviously the carry. So Logix does have those. I think you and I have both talked in length about this, that Logix is one of those players with, like, some of the greatest peaks and valleys I think I've ever seen in Overwatch as a whole. Just, like, can carry a game, but can also be really, really quiet. So they're going to have to rely a little bit on other people to get some stuff done. Ken had a couple of actually pretty good moments, like playing, I think it was some Echo. But yeah, a lot of this is, it's going to be hard to tell, because if they come out and struggle against Spain, that's completely different. They struggled against a team in Great Britain with the loaded roster, to be expected. But Logix, you know, when you play heroes like he plays with, it's just pure aim, like he's either hitting shots or he's not, kind of. So always that potential to carry a match.
Yeah, and we'll see how it pans out. Of course, we're talking about Belgium. Other team on the other side is Spain, and, you know, Hex, you were just talking a little bit about things that impressed you on the Spain roster, where, you know, it's worth noting that this is a roster that's seen a lot of turnover over the years. There's a lot of, like, old legacy Overwatch players that used to make up the Spain roster. Now, you know, it's basically a new set of players, but, you know, it's cool to see Spain still churning out new Overwatch talent.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to stick with us through the old reminiscing. You know, we've been around for 7 or 8 years. So, yeah, gone are the days are Harry Hook and Neptuno on the Spain roster. They are no longer here. So, I mean, I looked at Helv. Helv played pretty well, especially when they can play Rush and the Reinhardt can take off. I also thought Hira had some pretty nice moments. But, yeah, I mean, the Spain roster is not full of all-stars, but it does have some cohesion. A lot of players that have played together for a little bit. And so, yeah, we'll see if they can get something done against a Belgium team that, again, I hate using this, but like on paper should be the better roster overall, but just ended up unfortunately going against Great Britain early on.
Well, one of the great things that we learned yesterday, and a little bit on today, looking at Sweden's performances, what's written down on paper does not always matter, as it turns out, especially in tournaments like this. I mean, look, even if you have players that are incredible in the Overwatch League, they may be out of sync with their team for one reason or another, out of practice, whatever it may be. So, you don't know what's going to happen until the games get played. Next, we're kicking things off here in Nepal. A little bit of a change of pace where, yesterday I think every match we casted was nothing but Lijiang.
Yeah, nothing but Lijiang. I think as we go forward into the next matches, we'll start rotating some controls. Of course, it is a first to 2 or best of 3, kind of depending on how you want to call it. Also, the loser will pick the second match. I've been trying to keep pretty close track of that because I think it's going to play into a lot of these team strategies as they go forward of like, is this team going to be a Kings Row team? Is this team another team? So I believe yesterday when Spain lost their first match against the Netherlands, they ended up picking, well, I guess we'll get there when we get there, but I think they're a Kings Row team, so we'll see how that ends up shaking out as we go throughout the day. But Nepal early on, and what I saw a lot yesterday, especially in the latter half of the day, was most teams running like a Tracer, Sombra, Winston dive. Like that was pretty much the predominant meta, but we'll see. Also, Nepal stage dependent. This stage in particular, tend to see a lot of Mei and Symmetra just because how the point is oriented.
Yeah, I mean, I love how maps can impact hero selection, where it feels like no matter what meta you're in Overwatch, whether it be 6v6, 5v5, is dive strong, rush strong, are you in goats back in the day? It doesn't matter. Teams will still find a way of playing Mei on this map. It just, it's often a mainstay, but doesn't always happen on the same node. And in fact, as you take a look at both teams here, we get done hyping up Mei, and neither team's shown their hand to it here just yet.
Yeah, so it's going to be pretty mirrored out. Ken on the Echo, not surprising, probably one of the better heroes that they played yesterday. Help on the Winston, Skytor, Winston duels, but the backline's a little bit different. Running a Mercy, that's obviously just to help with the Echo, so we'll see how that ends up shaking out.
Meanwhile, we're taking a look at Logic's, of course, story for Belgium. Lauren going to get podded down super early here. As we see Belgium try and equalize, Logic's under a little bit of pressure, goes for the Winston, takes him on out. And a little bit back and forth between both teams. Spain, more presence on the point, should get first control. Question is, Hex, if they're going to be able to keep it.
Yeah, I mean, Belgium did a great job of catching that aggression and just falling back to where they needed to be. Wow, like that is some nice shots coming in, actually, from Canale. Putting some damage on it, and that's going to at least slow it down. And not only does it slow it down, but that backs up Belgium to the point where Spain is now fully reinforced. So there was a small window where Belgium was up a couple players, and that window is closed.
Yeah, Belgium didn't feel good about heading onto the point there, but right now what they're going to be banking on is Logix and the Pulse Bomb. See Logix right now just poking on the outskirts, doesn't want to get too low, wants to find his window of opportunity. 11 HP though, not going to get it! Taken on down by Hira. Skytor though, diving on in, gets rid of the Ana for Spain. However, Hira immediately firing back, it comes at a cost, and Belgium right now, again, Hex, I don't think they have enough meat to get onto the point.
No, I mean, and even if they do, I mean, we've got Laura just waiting in the wings. Not even going to need the EMP, just a double kill from the Sombra of Spain. This is really, really one-sided right now. I mean, Belgium, I guess, is going to be in a different space where they're trying to, like, bank up their Echo ults and maybe get something going off of that. But this has been all Spain.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of it's been the standout play from Lauren here thus far, but, you take a look here. It's Ana looking for the nano boost to start things off, but it's Lauren, EMP immediately. Shaba immediately taken out of the fight. Spain, though, getting pretty low on the other end. Lauren has to back out. Hira looking for any form of healing as Gala goes down, and Belgium, they withstand a lot of the early initiation. However, Hira's still in it. Punishes Skytor again. Helv going to the back to chase down Mr. Logic's Primal Rage. Up and ready to go here for Spain, and again, it makes room, and Belgium just can't find the point.
No, and I actually really like what the Ana player for Spain is doing, Canale. And it seems like that EMP came out before just to like make sure that no one could jump them, which was great. And then even when they did get double jumped, they got the nano off to get some pressure in, and now at 99%, Belgium's just burning through everything because they have to.
Yeah, I mean, Belgium's been sort of slowly saving up for the course of the round, but the round is just about over. The point presence really hasn't been there in Spain. Just gets to do a little bit of casual cleanup here because Belgium had to go in pretty desperate. Logic's trying to do something to turn around, gets an Ana, but that's going to be about it. And you know, this has been a weird round here, Hex, where I feel like there wasn't a lot of hard losing. It was like soft losing from Belgium the whole way through. It's not that you saw like team wipe after team wipe. It's, you know, they'd lose like 1 or 2 people early on. The fight would last a long time, and they'd eventually reinforce, but all the while not getting the point.
Kind of staggers, not able to get initiating kills, I think was a big problem. Like when you went in with your Echo and your Mercy and you're diving in and you lose one of the 2 right away, then you're in a rough spot because your team has to either try to like back up or go help the Mercy with the resurrection, but wasn't dying in the correct spots to get resurrections. Logix was kind of all over the place, but actually getting checked by the opposing Ana, and then Belgium just really didn't have an answer to Lauren's Sombra play. Like it was kind of being able to isolate players. So yeah, really good from Spain.
Also on top of that, I feel like SkyTour was eating a lot of heavy pressure. Like in a good amount of those fights, SkyTour would just be down early, and you know, especially on that point on Nepal, it's so hard to make a legitimate attempt at the point if your tank is down before you know really have had a chance to head to it.
Well, now we do have a Mei Hanzo on the point. Logix, one of his better heroes on the Ashe, also very good on this stage. So very different compositions. Spain looking to super rush this one down.
Yeah, I mean, Spain right now, first round especially, but also in this round, definitely seem to be more comfortable just taking the initiative. Early Mei walking out. Spain looks to wrap around. Belgium able to back out a bit. Kengan pretty low, poked down, but Pavanova taken down super quickly. Held though, traded out. He got booped actually, I think, off the edge.
Yeah.
So Belgium, best opportunity they've had here all map long, but they still got to go to the point. Belgium a little bit allergic to heading to the point early here. Lauren goes down, and right now Belgium finally hopping on over to the point. Logix finds Hera, and you know, again, these are not decisive fights, but it's enough for Belgium to get first control.
Yeah, Chaba really opened that up for his squad with a couple of kills from the Lucio on the other side, and now we just have tanks feed tanks. There's no one else really even helping on these points. Finally, a Lucio comes in.
Help SkyTour, please. He's just getting beaten up in the corner, taken on down. And Spain want to reflip this in a hurry. Definitely more presence on the point. Chaba and SkyTour. Oh, SkyTour's already down, but Chaba got hit on the back end, and this is going to let Hell be more aggressive, just hold this outer door, which, you know, in the ball Hex has always been a little bit troublesome to get through.
Well, I think why Spain is doing well, and this is just theory crafting, is that Helv is definitely the most veteran player on this team, the most experienced and competitive play if you go back and look at the resume, and so having that on your tank player is so important, because even if you saw the initiations on the first stage, and now you're seeing the initiations on the second stage, it's enormous.
Logix was being sneaky, and the sneakiness only got him an arrow to the head. Hera was all over that flank attempt, and that just immediately put the fight in trouble for Belgium. Really? Send a message.
It's about sending a message.
Just so you know, the team doesn't need me, and your team doesn't need you. Go off the ledge.
Well, I mean, you know, if you really want to take a strategy angle to it, Hell should be back a little bit faster. I don't know. They might have Lucio taxied, but yeah, now Spain's in good position. Dragon comes through.
Yeah, Hera opens up the Dragon. It pushes Belgium back a bit. Gets the Immortality field out early at the same time. Now we got Hera here in the back. On the Hanzo, looking for any heads to be found. Logix, meanwhile, Bob's built up. Throws it onto the point. Belgium right now, again, they have to worry about point presence more than anything else, but as I say that, Pavanova and Ken both get picked off. Logix struggling to find someone, gets here on the backside, and, you know, Belgium still has control of the point in what has, again, been a very scrappy, spread-out fight. Spain, though, they have more presence on the point, should be able to recap.
Yeah, not really sure what Chaba was doing there. Probably going for another big playmaker play that he's done a couple of times. Logic's just going to give up the ghost, since the coach gun does not recharge in time to get over that edge. But I mean, with just Logic's just kind of poking away, like, Spain doesn't really care. They can just sustain on the point with that, and then Chaba ends up giving up his life. Now we're down to it. Like, Belgium has to win a fight here. You'd imagine Annihilation at something has to come out, maybe boost forward.
Yeah, I mean, Annihilation has to be done sooner rather than later. Waldo going to be making SkyTour a little bit delayed early on. Here we go, SkyTour taken for a ride. Going to be hard to get into a better spot for Annihilation, but hell, that's what's doing deep for that. Gets punished, but meanwhile, you've got to pay attention to the point. Belgium still has to move all this over to the point. SkyTour anywhere but Logix on the cleanup with Chaba. Belgium does enough to get the flip.
Yeah, and they desperately needed that. I do like what Health did, though. It's just like, okay, I know you're going to try to annihilate. I'm going to give it up, and hopefully my team can win a 4v4. They go in there. But, I mean, it's mostly just been Chaba and Logic's just kind of carrying and end up getting these enormous picks. So 50% for Belgium. They have no ultimates up. Neither does Spain. We're going to have a pretty empty fight here. Maybe a dragon comes out for either side.
Well, here we go. Spain only needing one fight. Belgium needing to be perfect from here on out. Hira now on the Hanzo yet again. Here on the side, just looking for any pick that can be found. Getting poked down in turn. Sky Tour pretty deep. Immortality Field already burned. Might be going down here in a second. Logic's dropping the bomb. Once again, you see Health here out to the side. Going, yeah, I'll get back in there in just a second. Goes for the pin. Now just swinging, taking on down. Logic's finding good damage, and Belgium is starting to pull their way back in as Logic's hit a massive dynamite.
Yeah, I mean, this is the carry potential that Logic's has, especially on the Ashe. And right now, Belgium just really needs to end up focusing on keeping Sky Tour alive. And I think a lot of the resources will, naturally go into Logic's at some point in time, but it doesn't really need them in this stage. So Sky Tour has been taking a lot of entry damage. You saw it in stage 1, but they really need to focus on keeping Sky Tour healthy so we can go head-to-head with Health.
Logic's goes down. Hira stops the threat early this time. The arrow connects. Canale, though, down on the other end. Sven going to be short of healing. Sky Tour still alive on point, walking away. Yeah. Looking to take out his counterpart, and does the 8 of Ken. Belgium holding on strong. It's 99-99, and Belgium has nearly brought this one back. Spain, how long can they delay? Lauren down on the point as Belgium looking very healthy. Time ticks down, and we're going to round 3.
I mean, it's taking down the Baptiste, right? Like, it's just so much healing. When you're running these compositions that have a Lucio in them, Lucio is your utility. It's a lot like when you run a composition with a Zenyatta in it. Zenyatta is your utility. You just don't have the healing to go toe-to-toe with a team that's going to have the splash damage and the burst healing that a Baptiste has. So losing your Bap like that is really brutal, but Belgium will tie it up 1-1 on the back of their support play and Logic's. Also, Sky Tour staying alive a little better there as the fight evolved.
It was a much better round for Sky Tour relative to the first round, where it felt like Sky Tour, was falling first early. Some adjustments were definitely made. Of course, it was a different tank matchup, but hey. Speaking of different matchups, Spain going back to the Sombra here, which should be a little bit worrisome for Belgium, given how well Lauren played it in the first round. The Mei is gone, back to a little bit of stealth action, and we'll see if Belgium makes the adjustments.
Yeah, I like Spain's lineup a little bit better. Mostly just like the sustain on the point. So like, getting the Brig and the Ana is enormous. So Belgium really, again, is banking on this Echo Mercy combination, which in stage 1 did not do a whole lot.
Well, here it's a little bit more wide open. I think this is a little bit better.
It's a better stage for it, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a better stage for the Echo side, if nothing else. But Logic's right now not going for anything too wild, just sitting back, focusing on build.
Hacked.
Sky Tour, but that's the adjustment though. Sky Tour got out this time, didn't fall early. The problem that Belgium has is that Spain got control of the point first, so at some point they need to make a play here. Spain is, meanwhile, willing to just hold back a bit. Both teams feeling each other out. Sky Tour going down low, gets healed back up, and Hira gets Logic's, wins the Tracer v Tracer, and with Logic's down and Spain still healthy, Belgium's gonna have to back out.
Yeah, and pretty much it is a constant harassment from Helv onto Chaba. He's just going after this Mercy. You saw it in stage 1 as well, just chasing Mercy constantly. And Echo doesn't have like this great response to like trying to save your Mercy, especially if a bubble goes down. Like Echo can't do anything, so it's very difficult. And we were seeing kind of history repeat itself from stage 1. And I love the lurking pulse bomb. We'll see if Hira can get anything going.
Oh, they might be hanging by it too. You look at where Hira just was. You look at where Belgium is going. Here it comes. Goes on in. Gets the stick. Takes down the Ana. And just like that, you've destroyed Belgium's momentum for this push. You buy yourself, a lot of time. But even with the res coming in, you're not going to have it for this. Like, you cannot play anywhere near as aggressively as you want to. And Hira now, a little bit further back, Sky Tour going in. Ball spot from Logic's. Is this going to connect? No! Meanwhile, Lauren gets that back, pushes the Ana. Won't be a res this time. As Ken, you have the duplicate. You still have one more push. You probably don't want to use it now, but,
yeah.
You kind of mentioned before, Belgium is in the same spot that they found themselves back on round 1.
Yeah, they're going to have to get some value out of duplicate. Hopefully, maybe you duplicate a Winston, but I think Spain, if I'm Spain right now, I'm Lauren, I'm trying to set up an entry kill. Spain's been so good at getting the first kills in these fights, and I think the Sombra with EMP, you can end this round right now.
Here we go. Lauren drops the EMP, and right now it's all on
Just
Skytor. Yeah, that's the only person hit, and Skytor is able to get away. Meanwhile, Helv sleeping on the job, still has Primal Reserve, will be able to pop it. Even if Focus Fire does go into it. Spain looking very healthy. Skytor still under pressure as Primal is long gone. The stick from Hera connects! And Spain just about have this one done. 3 down for Belgium. No way that they keep this delayed, and that's going to be Spain taking map 1.
Impressive play from Spain, and I mean, I think we've seen it a couple of times so far in the tournament. Granted, the tournament is very young. There is something to be said about coordination, team play. I mean, it goes without saying in Overwatch, right? But like the teams who look like a cohesive unit, just like that one moment, just Sombra and Tracer connecting together and reinforcing your tank dive. Like Spain looks like a pretty strong team, and they're on the verge of like one map away from going up 2-0 against Belgium and Netherlands. Not like the top tier of the groups or the region, but surprising. It's surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Spain's looked good, and you mentioned part of it is the team coordination, but I'd also say in terms of individual talent, you're just seeing some hero plays come out from multiple members of the Spanish team, and Hera definitely a player that's impressing me as we go on. Also, Helv, very solid tank play so far. I mean, you've seen Skytor just in a world of hurt, and yeah, part of that is that Spain has better focus fire in the tanks, but Helv has also been checking him very reliably the entire time.
Well, also, I mean, it's always that old adage, too, of we didn't really mention the supports for Spain, and that's good. It's usually a good thing. The only time you mention supports is like, oh, didn't want to die there, and like there was one death with Canale dying, it's actually this fight right here that ended up costing them, but for the most part, I mean, I also just question, like, kind of had some moments, I saw the other day for Belgium. But man, this Echo got almost nothing done in stage 1 and stage 3. And not only is like the investment is so high when you're running a vertical composition, whether it be a Pharah or an Echo, that it has to get like twice the value because now you don't have the healing on the ground because you're committing the mercy to it too. So pretty rough start there. We'll see. I have my guesses where Belgium's going to go, but we'll find that out on the other side of things.
Well, Belgium, the good news is that they do get a few minutes to regroup, rethink how they want to fight, but it is 1-2 in Spain on the verge of sending Belgium another L. Will they be able to do it? We'll find out soon. Spain coming out strong against Belgium in a match that shows that Spain really putting it together, and Belgium, Hex, still having some weak points that they might need to figure out soon.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I don't know, we harped on it a little bit, but we were even just talking about over the break, like, if you're going to run the Echo Mercy, you got to get value out of it. Like, it has to happen. If you're going to run Echo Pharaoh, you have to get value out of it, like, or Pharaoh Mercy, you have to get value out of it. That'd be a comp, huh?
Yeah.
So it wasn't there, and I think there was just a lot of good plays from Spain, too. I wanted to value what they ran, so... yeah, it's not ultra surprising, but I mean, I guess the surprising thing is if you told me after 2 matches Spain was going to be up 2-0, I'd be stunned. They still have another map to go. Of course, the format, I'll remind everyone, is that the loser gets to pick their second map. Previously, when Belgium lost to Great Britain, they went to Circuit Royale, which I was watching, and I was like, well, that makes sense. Logix wants to play the Widowmaker, and we're going to go to Circuit Royale again.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say here, the prop-up Hex, he called this beforehand, and he's just methodically looking at every team and what they pick, just to, build up the knowledge base, build the narrative and lore here. And so far, Belgium, they do like their Circuit Royale.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows how little people expect from me when people are proud that I keep a spreadsheet. But I do keep a spreadsheet, and yeah, Belgium going to Circuit Royale makes a ton of sense. They double Widow, or double Sniper rather, and they can run that. Then they might make some substitutions to bring in someone to maybe... I think they brought in a substitution to play Sigma. I don't have a spreadsheet on that, unfortunately, but I think you'll see Sigma and Hanzo Widow would be my guess for Belgium here, especially on the defense. Circuit Royale is that map that you can still run Widowmaker on, despite any potential nerfs, because the sightlines aren't too brutal, they're not too far, So, yeah, that's what I would expect to see. And if Spain is doing even a modicum of research, they should have expected Circuit Royale as well.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Spain going in here, obviously if you know you're going up against a good Widow player, you can always counter Widow and just be like, well, I'll play it better than you. Or, especially in light of the recent changes and the fact that, you're not as vulnerable from longer range, you can just play something that's really aggressive and in your face. And given how Spain was playing and the fact that they had really good Sombra play, if I'm Spain, I just continue to play their game that they did on rounds, 1 and 3 there, right? Where they were really good, with Lauren on the Sombra. I don't think you deviate from that. I think you still run it here and, make Belgium prove that they can beat it.
Absolutely. I would 100% agree with you that, I mean, I would probably end up diving the Widow and being like, hey, figure out if you can either hit your shots or not. So, yeah, well, it's a completely viable strategy. We'll see, as Belgium's going to be on the defense first. So it is going to be Widow, Hanzo. Yeah, and they do sub in a tank player to play the Sigma, and that's going to be Shira. And those are the changes here. Spain, you never know. You never know what they're going to run coming out, but I think if I'm Spain, I go full-on dive here and just try to jump the heck out of the backline.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when you're dealing with a Widow Hanzo defense, right, what they want is time. What you want to do on the offense, remove that time. Get in their face, make it so if they don't hit their shot the first time, there won't be a second time.
Yeah, so, I mean, I like the Genji here. Genji can be good. I mean, Widow would work fine as well, but Genji can be really good to get the reflex on and get dashes and the resets, so I like that pick. And then, Helv on the Winston makes a world of sense as well. So right now, Belgium is kind of getting pushed back. Odd that they're not taking this corner with the Sigma, but they're just giving up a ton of space.
Oh,
but it's a good shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's a win condition for Belgium. Have Mr. Logix hit his shots. And opening up with the pick on the Ana, one of the best things you can have happen. It's going to let the rest of Belgium push a little bit forward, push Spain back at the same time. And, also, in this brief period of time, Logix has more room to find another pick. So
I forgot about that meme. Thank you, Mr. Logix. Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's an old one. It checks out, though. That is an old one, though.
I don't think Logix can play the game without people just saying, thank Mr. Logix. That it will be with him forever.
I don't even know where to ride from, but like most memes, its origin is of murky quality. But, yeah, it's a good one.
But yeah, I mean, right now, this is the interplay, right? Is that you see Spain getting more payload progress. Belgium is on a clock to can Logix or Ken get a pick off, and right now, aside from one Ana pick, it's been a little bit slow going. Spain has been doing a really good job of avoiding the Widow, putting Logix under pressure, and while Logix is going here and moving, the pressure on the front line continues. Lauren takes out the Sigma, and Spain just keeps the payload moving forward.
I mean, the pressure is just awesome. And I think Lauren is doing a great job. I was going to say, like, Lauren doesn't even have to get kills, just be annoying and be alive. That's, like, the whole job of being the Sombra here. And then Lauren ends up just killing the opposing tank. And then, you know, Canale's going to get a couple of pickoffs here on the end. Spain's going to grab this first point, and they don't even have to use anything. They're going to have a full-on bank here, and they're in a great position. And what I really like is that Helva is not necessarily diving these snipers. He's kind of just playing frontline. He's kind of bunny hops, getting protection for his backline, and just really letting Lauren and Hira freelance and do whatever.
Yeah, and I mean, we already have swaps out from Belgium here. You see Lodges on the cast. Oh, that EMP is so big! Lauren on his own follow-through. But that was a devastating dive, and the cast swap not going to do much for that because, you know, as you mentioned, Spain was just saving ults. They didn't have to spend anything to get through, and they decided to spend some there.
Yeah, I mean, that's... I don't know what else to say. What I've been really impressed with, actually, a small thing, is Lauren being able to follow up most of his own EMPs and hacks. Like, not only is it enough to have the assist for the Sombra, but just kind of lighting up the kill feed, so really good tracking.
Here comes the blade. Hira moving on in. Forces out the Transcendence immediately and dies. But, well, got the Transcendence. That would have been better if it would have helped. Meanwhile, punishes the Zed as soon as the Transcendence is gone. Ken firing back, but... Again, Lauren getting into it, picks up another 2, and Lauren just continues to be a menace on this Sombra.
Yeah, this is absolutely terrifying Sombra play, and I mentioned it a little bit yesterday where, I mean, there's like 1 or 2 good Sombras in like all of Overwatch right now that I've seen, and everyone else is just like fine, they're okay. Lauren's playing a really good Sombra. Like, this is an absolute effect. It's not just a psychological, could we get hacked, let's cycle EMPs. Like, these are hacks and kills and playing really, really strong.
Yeah, and you look at the time bank here, it is unreal. Spain with 4 minutes, 15 seconds. Belgium just desperately looking for an answer. I mean, you stop and think of that. I think they've gotten like 3 eliminations total here so far. One of them was just the Logic's pick off at the very beginning. I mean, Spain has effectively done whatever they want.
Nice nade. 3 anti, just going to push Belgium back a little bit.
Logic's looking to make something happen here on the top. Break, just holding up the shield. Deadeye coming up. Anything going to be involved? Looking. Just looking for any happy little skull, and no. It does force Spain back a little bit. That's about it.
And zoning ults, it's almost as you can expect out of a Deadeye.
The follow-through off the Nano Winston is there. Hero was just cleaning up. One dash after another, and yeah, does Belgium even get back out here and touch? It's going to be...
Well, they're going to go Doom, so maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, they get the touch, but it's not going to be a high-quality touch. You lose your tank immediately. Hera's there in the cleanup, and that was probably one of the most uncontested rounds we've seen so far in this Overwatch World Cup. That was brutal.
That was about as one-sided as it gets. I mean, especially for Circuit Royale, which, you know, defender's advantage can be pretty strong, especially that second point where you have like the already good high ground, and that's a little surprising. Belgium might be a little bit on tilt right now, and you know, maybe part of that is like when a Sombra's just dominating you, it's hard to really figure out like whose fault it is, and then like it kind of creates internal strife, you know?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be honest. If you get rolled as hard as Belgium just did there, it's full team failure. Like, that is all like critical failure across the board because there just was not a lot of bright spots to look at. And I mean, part of it too is that Spain was also playing really well, right? Like, you think about Logic's on the Widow. How many open shots did Logic's even have to take there? Spain was playing their positioning well, pressuring Logic's well, and you know, unless Logic's was going to hit every shot, you know, the setup Belgium ran on their defense, you know, kind of got outplayed.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I think the composition was just a little bit stronger. Yeah, and there was a great moment. Like, Logic's had like the one shot, but like once they had to go back to second point, and he's just in that Widow perch, right? He's getting harassed by the Sombra. They deal with the Sombra, and it comes back, and there's a blind dart waiting for him because they know that that's where that Widow's going to be. And ever since that moment, like, Belgium just had no life left in them. And Spain's going to take the stronghold here, right up front.
Yeah, I mean, one way of lessening any sort of range advantage, just hug the spawn door. It's like, yeah, try and snipe us down. There you Logic's was showing Widow at the beginning, now went over the Sojourn. but this is just full in-your-face aggression from the Spanish team, and Belgium, they gotta find an answer because they're not gonna get the range here. Because Logic's really gets picked off early.
And somehow they're able to get out all alive with this too. Like, that's what's impressive. The teleporter getting half of the team out, the ice wall to make sure that the Symmetra gets out, and already a window up.
Yeah, Flux is out early from Belgium, though, but the problem is Shira uses it as 2 people are already down, and yeah, they're able to kill Hira from it, but it's not going to have anywhere near the impact if it was used just a little bit earlier in the fight. Spain did not give them the opportunity. Oh, no, disrespect. He's like, I got you. You're going to watch me crouch twice, and then you're going back to spawn.
I like it. Helm's a favorite of mine thus far. You know, it's something with these tanks and these Reinhardts. There's a certain swagger about them, but
yeah,
from the early charge on map 1 to that, I'm a fan.
Yeah, and you look at what Spain gained there, where yeah, Belgium is about to round the corner, but 1.5 minutes is gone. Spain not in a bad spot ult-wise. We'll see if they can bring the pressure here once again. Belgium.
No, let's get a telly shatter. I want a telly shatter now.
I think we're going to see it. Like, I do think that is the game plan. He helps at 90%, now full. Now look at the teleport. There's the teleport. There's the shatter. And it's Bap and Zen potentially about to fall. Zen out of it. Now, Symmetra does give her life for it, so it's not ultra devastating. But, you know, again, sends a message to a degree. Health getting really, really low here. Immortality Field forced out. Window is out, and yeah, Immortality Field not going to save that one. Belgium punishing the play from Spain, and all in all, not the worst reaction from Belgium.
No, I don't care if it works or not. I just like seeing it. So it was a decent attempt, a medium-sized shatter, but you know the problem with a telly shatter like that is, can anyone be back there to help you follow it up? And also, like, if I'm seeing it like as telegraphed as that, then I'm sure that Spain, or I'm sure that Belgium was ready for it as well. Belgium in a good spot right now, though. Actually, both of their DPS ults are up, and they're going to have a Flux ready too. So.
Yeah, I mean, Spain is one from there, but I am ready for a Logic's moment, potentially. Overclock, definitely an ultimate that could do just that. Dragon comes out early. Logic's immediately got Hira to kick off the fight. Ken's Dragon eats up another. And Belgium, they could probably save the Overclock here if they play this right. Right now, up 4-3. A little bit of damage going into Health. Health goes down, but as I say that, maybe Belgium should have burned a little bit more. Spain really starts clawing the fight back. And now your Logic's is like, oh, it's 2-on-2 here. Do you want to use it? Probably not. And Belgium, they're going to keep the momentum going forward, but it's not as decisive as they would have liked.
No, and also another late pick takes down Logic. So with the respawn, Spain is going to take this back. They're going to absolutely take this point back. They're going to take the space away at the very least. And yeah, I mean, Belgium has to back up.
Yeah, I just think that's a case where Belgium thought they could win without the overclock, and Spain still made something out of nothing, despite how poorly that fight began for them. Now Belgium gonna wait till they're at full 5, and it does come down to, all right, what's the overclock gonna do?
Yeah, we'll see. The window's gonna push
back even more. Ooh. Window fire strike and gone. The upside, I guess, overclock wasn't burned. Still has it in the can, but that was well executed between Helm and Canale.
There's some of these combos, like even the last couple maps, and just like watching sleep darts into dives and everything. Spain's comms, like, you can almost infer they're really solid. Like, window fire strike was instant. It happened. The teleporter shatter, the hack into pulse bomb. Like, these are some really cool combos that Spain is making look easy.
Yeah, and with the that's a huge early pick. Ken gets Hira out of it, and yeah, you look at Belgium. There's like, okay, slide forward, go forward. It's time to go. And this is where you're more than happy to just use the overclock for cleanup here. 5v4 doesn't matter. Window coming on down from Belgium as they push the issue. Logic still hanging on to the overclock. Spain gonna get back up to a full 5 before this point is done.
Yeah, there is a shatter. It was a nice wall to retreat there because it was like the window went up and then the wall behind it. The little John reference.
Shatter goes down to hit 2. Sigma in a little bit of danger here. Logix uses the overclock. The counter dive from Spain, though, pretty darn good. Logix is going to get any hit here. Still winnable for Belgium. So they get a few counters in turn. Logix looking. Spain, though, this is really good delay. Hector just buying time for the respawn to come back in. I love what Spain is doing. And Belgium, they haven't been able to finish this out yet. Canale comes back in, deals with the counterpart back. They lose May finally, but Lauren bought so much time that Canale is going wild on the BAP.
Yeah, Lauren has been super annoying. That is a nice flux, and Ken's going to clean up the ground, so this should be finally Belgium pulling it through. But yeah, Lauren has been fantastic on the Sombra and the May. I would hate playing against them, but Lauren staying alive that long was super impressive.
Yeah,
And
I
also
mean,
the walls have been just blocking anything that Belgium wants to get done, like every single time. Like a window will come up and then wall. Like just every time they have some sort of value, the wall comes up and shuts it down.
yeah, I mean, if Ken just didn't have a series of very good eliminations there, Spain came really close to pulling off what was a difficult delay. And speaking of Ken, now onto the Hanzo here for final point. You look at this, I look towards Lauren and the Blizzard there, right? Where wall comes in, Helm gets Shira immediately off the wall and the charge, and already you're up a tank, fight's over.
Yeah. It's just another great wall. Like, just May is so valuable to be able to edit the terrain like that. And, I mean, it's honestly something that, like, Belgium should have seen coming. They saw Spain rotating up and boosting through. Like, you can't have your tank out there all alone like that, unable to save Shira. And now, with 90 seconds left, Belgium has to win every fight remaining for the most part. They have a long way to go still.
Dragon opening things up here. Shatter came down from health, didn't really do a whole lot. Immortality Field, though, was forced out from Belgium early. Window about to fade. So Belgium is about as drained as you can get ult-wise. They get Gala, though. And Helm gets caught. Choppa landed some orbs from the back. And that keeps Belgium alive, at least for now. 1 minute to go, Hex, but still quite a ways to go. 1 minute is not much with this much left on point C.
Yeah, I think Spain was going for the jugular there, though, because they did invest the Shatter early on and got nothing out of it. Then they invested the Blizzard late in the fight and got nothing out of it. If either of those lands and gets some sort of value, they probably win this map. But because both didn't land, Spain is on the back foot right now. They're going to run a Widow of their own. Logix and Ken both have ultimates ready for the Belgium offense. And Spain might just be in the situation of, like, can we get them to overtime?
Oh, what?
What?
Helv caught Logix. I don't know how that happened, but presumably involved a hammer, but there won't be an overclock. And you look at the time, it's 25 seconds left. Belgium does not have a ton of time to reset. They have a little bit of time, but it's going to be tortured.
Now, Hero picks up 2. As Ken was trying to make the hero play in the back line, 16 seconds. And again, it's there. You know, it's not going to be a good touch. It's going to be the opposite of that.
Well, overclock popped pretty early here from Logix. No choice. Goes down. Only got 1. And Belgium, they are scattered. They are broken. And if they're able to somehow keep this alive, it's going to be a miracle. Overtime in progress.
Part 1
goes down. Yeah, I mean, that is part 1. You get rid of the BAP. You're on the ball. Ken in on the Tracer. What can Ken do? Shira rolls over Lauren. It's not over quite yet. Belgium desperately trying to stay alive here, not wanting the series to go to the wayside just yet. Kira goes down. Shira catches him. Help, though. Beam on the point. The point incredibly important. Belgium cannot lead for a second, but Belgium somehow, some way, holding things out. The Lifeweaver out of nowhere from Spain, not doing much. Could this be the overtime push to keep something alive here?
They should be able to finish it out now.
Yeah.
Will be able to finish it out. Like, I think, you know, these last couple of fights weren't the ones that Spain was going for. They really were trying to win this map in that archway. And it was a good job by Belgium to deflect those very important ults, like the fight-winning ults, the Shatters and the Blizzards, get those done. A little bit of maybe trolling there at the end from Belgium with the Lifeweaver. But, I mean, it could be a good stall hero. Get up, get down, but, interesting.
Yeah. I mean, that's the upside for Belgium, is that it's not over yet. Like, that is truly a distinct upside. The downside is you take a glance at the time bank, and now Belgium has to massively outplay Spain to bring themselves back into it, where the only upside really also is that it is a map where you can have a really long overtime push. You know, overtime spawns can just be catastrophic to the defense, but it's going to mean that Belgium on this attack here, Hex, everything has to go right. They need good early pickoffs, and also, you know, if Spain goes directly to spawn doors again, they have to deal with that a lot quicker this time.
Yeah, I don't think they will because they don't have the Symmetra this time. That's kind of the telltale sign of, like, spawn camping, so at least you can get out. I don't mind this. Maybe you can bait somebody into this room, or maybe you can go for a rush afterwards. But are they actually okay, never mind. I have no idea what I'm talking about, apparently.
Spain doesn't care about your rules, Hex. They're going to do whatever they want to do.
The sim makes sense so that you could live after a fight, but I guess that's not on the table anymore.
No. Reinhardt sees a spawn door. He's going next to it, and at least in Helv's world. So, again, focus on the clock here. How long is it going to take to break out of this? Shaba gets caught by Canale early. And you look at Belgium, still stuck in spawn. 34 seconds left to go. This is precious time being burned, and we got a Pharah sighting of all things. You know, try what you gotta try.
It's actually one of the best heroes to break out of a spawn. You see it on Havana happen a lot of the times.
Shira goes down.
Actually, Portugal had to do it the other day. Like they had to get out of spawn, or in our wildcard match. So you have to get out of spawn. You need burst damage. You like have to get out the door, then have a different angle. So it makes a ton of sense. But
they're going for the 0 meters on the payload right now.
Yeah.
And that's what Spain's going for, is like, don't let them touch. Shira, though, runs over Hira, where Shira on the ball, the X factor. It was descended into overtime, and it is now the touch of payload, not 0 meters anymore, as Belgium is starting to get out of spawn. And you know, you have to wonder, did Spain play themselves a little bit here? Because now they're going to have to deal with overtime spawns, and Belgium's going to get a lot of room as Logix comes alive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to think about it a little bit. I don't know if that was... I kind of really like the spawn hold right there, and they were so close to just having a full-on spawn hold, because what else are you going to do? You're going to hold this corner, right? Which is where you're going to fight to next anyway. It's like not that big of a deal. It's kind of like... It's similar to Havana, where you will be willing to give up that first fight at spawn, because if you all die, you respawn where you're going to fight next anyway. So it's not the biggest deal. Ken is still on the Pharah.
Yeah, I mean, at this point for Belgium, it's like, well, we got out there, let's let it roll, see what happens. Quite literally, with the ball. Hira, though, grounds Ken immediately. The Pharah threat is gone. Shira on the ball gets hacked, taken out immediately. And just like that, Spain putting an end to this offense potentially. Logix, though, has something to say about it. Here, on the overclock, Orion in his face, and no, Belgium cannot stay on the cart. And I gotta tell you, Spain has 4 Minitechs and not a long way to go.
No, probably win 1 or 2 fights, and I just wonder if Belgium's going to try to match that spawn camp, because if you're Belgium and you're trying to play this like double widow comp, you're going to be set up like essentially where, or double sniper comp, sorry, you're going to be set up essentially where the cart needs to push to anyway, which means you have to be perfect, like absolutely perfect the whole time. So, really interesting play. Regardless of what happens this map, I really like the Spain team. I think you're seeing a lot of personality out of this team, and they've been fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, you see that in a lot of ways, not just Helv dropping a few crouches while, you know, looking Shira in the eyes and saying, like, yeah, you're about to go back to spawn. But yeah, I mean, you talk about what Belgium has to run here in the defense. They definitely, I don't think they can run the widow, right? Like, it does not leave them with enough time. I don't know if they're comfortable enough to be right at the spawn door, but they have to be aggro enough to try and give themselves 2 fights here on the defense at a minimum. Even then, it is a long time to defend.
Yeah. I'm not certain on this one, though. I mean, yeah, it's not the Widow. Like, obviously, there's going to be more utility from the Ashe from Logix, but it's still kind of a rough spot. And Spain's going to switch over to their patented dive comp. I wouldn't be surprised if Hira goes to the Tracer after.
Oh!
God.
Okay, well, that's about as poorly as anything can go for Belgium, as Hira just explodes.
Yeah,
removes Logix, removes the res attempt. Chava says enough, goes over to the Lucio. Oh, boy.
I was thinking, you know, Hira's like going to take a couple shots as Widow, probably goes to Tracer after this, but I wasn't expecting 3 headshots in a row.
You know, even if Hira was, maybe go swap over. Not after.
Not now, no.
Not anymore. You ride the hot hand, and the cart nearly to the box of victory. Just a little bit left to go. Held under a bit of pressure. Shira's immediately gone, and now Belgium, everyone has to try and stay on the payload. Logix and Scala, but man, Belgium needs more, and they need it soon. Helm's getting healed back up.
You called an early GG, man. You don't want that to be your legacy.
It might just be.
There's gotcha.
Spain just pushes it on through. Oh, man. Spain looking good. Belgium having their moments to at least force extra rounds, but a clear difference between both teams. And you know, you said it best here, X. This Spanish team has a whole lot of personality.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think, you know, first of all, let's talk about Belgium. Like, we were giving them benefit of the doubt because they had to play Great Britain previously. But I think maybe just their composition and how the team is put together, maybe not the correct meta for them right now. I mean, when you go to Circuit Royale twice with like your best Widow, like double snipers, and you still get bodied twice, not great. But yeah, Spain, a lot of really good personality. I think Hero put a lot of people on notice. Lauren being the most, like being great at two super annoying heroes is awesome. Like being Sombra May and just crushing. And then again, like we didn't give them enough credit at the time necessarily, but the supports for Spain didn't say their name. That's important. Like Gala and Canale played great.
Yeah, I mean, Spain across the board, there wasn't a whole lot of weakness here, and if there was, they did a really good job of covering it, and Belgium didn't do a very good job of punishing it. And, you know, again, across the board, it was just kind of a difference in just about every role and position. And, you know, look, we know Logix is a great player and has moments, but Logix also struggled to get anything done throughout most of the series because of just how well Spain was playing and pressuring him.
Yeah, I mean, Overwatch is essentially that team game at times, and I think, like, you know, Logix had a few moments that were fine. I think, you know, Ken finally had a decent map here at the end, but I think map 1 was pretty rough for him. And then it was just essentially, like, I just think there's a lot of times where when teams aren't that far apart talent-wise, which I don't think there's a giant gulf between these squads, then the compositions and the coordination matters. And Spain just looked really coordinated in a lot of different situations. And then just these individual plays where, I mean, you don't need coordination to hit shots.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of things like, you know, team play is great, but how about a little bit of individual play going on where, yeah, I mean, you cannot ask for more than that. But, you know, Hex, taking a look at everything here, this is just the beginning for us. We still got 3 matches left to go here today, and, you know, coming up next, it's going to be France taking on Portugal. That's going to be a good one.
Spain, and by extension here, making Widowmaker look good in that last match versus Belgium. Spain taking it 2-0. Welcome back to day 2 of the Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for EMEC. It's 2023. I'm Jim Basco. It's CP and Hex. It's like 2016 all over again. But here we are. We've got France versus Portugal right around the corner for y'all. Of course, let's take a moment to just quickly chat about what just happened. We saw Spain put on a masterclass against Belgium. There's no better way to put it, Hex. What were your thoughts on that matchup?
I mean, I mentioned a little bit, but there's times when you watch Overwatch that you can tell, like, comms are good. And it just really, it did feel like they were putting together some really good combinations. And they're not, like, enormous things, right? But it's like a nice amplification matrix and a fire strike right away. And they come 1-2, so that team can't back off. Or a teleporter or shatter, and they come 1-2, so another team can't back off. And so it just seemed like Spain overall was the more cohesive team, hitting hacks and the pulse bombs, and there were some compositional picks from Belgium that I think they were expecting more value out of, and when you don't get the value out of those comps, you're putting yourself behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, ZP, I feel a lot of the same way, you know, and seeing their performance 2 days in a row, Spain is proving themselves to be sort of a dark horse, you know what I mean? They're way stronger than we would have anticipated. Talk to us about that, and you mentioned this in the break, right? A sort of changing of the guard going on between these squads.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, you love going in, you hype up, it's like, Logic's the legacy he has, and, you know, Hero just comes in and, you know, in a way almost very disrespectful. It's like, yeah, I don't care about you or your legacy. You look at what happened in that overtime round, just, not only am I going to take you out, I'm going to take out your Mercy and your tank, 3 shots. You thought you wouldn't have any hope in overtime? Nah, I'm taking it away. I mean, this is a Spanish team that not only has shown a whole lot of talent, but also, you know, for lack of a better term, swagger right now. I'm very excited to see how they continue doing going forward. And it's, again, one of those stories where Overwatch World Cup is making very cool stories that you might not have expected coming in.
Making waves, that's the name of the game here. Overwatch World Cup Day 2, the action is nonstop. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule real quick and look at what matches we've got coming up. Of course, we just mentioned France versus Portugal. Portugal, we haven't seen them play once yet. So in Day 2, they'll get their debut. Of course, I'll leave ZP and Hex to talk about that. But Italy and Netherlands shortly after, and we'll round out the day with Great Britain and Denmark. ZP and Hex, I leave it to y'all. France and Portugal just around the corner.
Yeah, and as we end the France v Portugal, Hex, so you talk about, again, the idea of, you know, teams having pedigree, teams having history. You take one look at this roster here for France. I mean, it is a country that has put out a whole lot of talent in the Overwatch scene over time. And, yeah, I mean, this team for France might be a little bit different than, you know, the old school French teams, but, you know, a lot of familiar faces when you look at the roster.
Yeah, and, you know, there's just Overwatch League talent and just high-level, you know, talent all throughout the French roster. So, I mean, Portugal's going to have a very difficult time. So, I mean, look, the roster stacks. It's just absolutely stacked. You've got FD God on the squad, although just released from Washington, and now he's got to still work with some people who are on Washington. So maybe you can put some. It would be awkward for me as I'm going to say that. But then, you know, you've got Poco, of course, and now that they do probably the best tank lineup in the entire World Cup, because Ben Best can come in and play the Reinhardt, of course, and be that. But then Poco, we saw come in and he'll play like the Diva and things like that. So also another Overwatch League level. I do want to give a shout out to Nico, though. You know, Jim just mentioned we've been at this since 2016. We've been at this since 2015, and I remember casting Nico on a team called Melty Esports way back in the day. So Nico has been playing Overwatch since 2015. Nico GDH, the God Hand. So yeah, Nico obviously probably more experienced than almost any other player on the planet.
Well, let's go a step further. He was literally in the first game of Overwatch we ever casted, not on stream, in a trial run of going, hey, can these guys cast Overwatch for our weekly tournaments? And Nico was there on Reaper. It was Reaper on King's Row. Yep,
on the
seared
roof,
into my memory. Yeah, but yeah, Nico's been here since the beginning. It's always good to see names sticking around, and, you know, again, that's one of the cool things about Overwatch World Cup too, is that, like, some players that, you know, maybe if they've aged out of competitiveness for the Overwatch League, they still might be good enough to play, you know, for their country, for pride, and a little bit more.
Yeah, so obviously this roster is just straight up stacked. Let's take a look at Portugal. Not a lot of names that you're going to recognize, not a whole lot of competitive experience from this team. Now, Portugal just barely made it out of the wild card qualifiers where they were getting spawn camped, I remember, I think by Denmark on Havana. They had to bust out the Pharaoh just to get out of that. So, you know, Portugal has gone through their paces. They ended up eliminating, I believe, Ireland in that tournament. So right now, for Portugal, the one benefit you have as a team is you're kind of playing with house money. Like, you didn't necessarily expect to get here. Maybe you can pull it off an upset. And also, like, literally no one expects Portugal to beat France. Like, sorry, they just don't. So any small victory that you can pull off is going to be nice. And maybe they can play fast, play loose, play off meta, and see what happens. But I'm always excited for a new storyline. Look, I didn't expect Spain to do what they did. So who knows what Portugal can pull off.
Yeah, you know, you think about Portugal historically, there were times in Overwatch history where they did have, you know, very promising up-and-coming players that have now since retired. But I think back to the days of, I think it was Gray and Mozasa. Mozasa was a tank, you know, one of the best tanks around at the time, and Gray was a very, very aggressive support. Like, you talk about someone that was, you know, at a time, like, people are thinking, like, man, this guy's, like, kind of similar to Jonak and just how many eliminations he's putting down. But, of course, times have changed. They're no longer in the team. But, you know, it's always good to think back to, like, what did this team used to be? And that was a centerpiece back in the day.
Yeah, the old Laser Kittens duo right there, Mazasa and Gray. So yeah, but you know, like you said, changing of the guard. You know, Spain used to have some Overwatch League talent players on there, but now they've got new players, and new players are surprising us. So we'll see if they can pull off anything against France. Like I said, I don't want to count them out because it's just not the nature of competition, but France has one of the more stacked rosters. They're a favorite to get out of group. So we'll see if Portugal can put up a fight.
You know, last time we hyped up a team this much, Sweden lost.
Sweden is 0-2, by the way.
Yeah, I know. It's just absolute tragedy for fans of Swedish Overwatch, where, especially with how well they came in, it's like, this is our year. It's like, this is not our year. Yeah. But regardless, that was then. This is now. And we'll get to see if Portugal has any surprises in store for this French team.
Well, France is already 1-0. They did beat Italy yesterday in rather quick fashion. So Ben Best played the first control map. Of course, they're kind of their ground tank, and then Italy chose to go to Gibraltar. So Poco came in and just played Diva. You know, so like I said, France has this greatly versatile tank line. So we'll see if that ends up coming into play today. But Portugal, like I said, I think they're kind of playing with house money. I would love to see them actually come out on this Roadhog.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting too to see. Okay, Nico's getting the man. That makes a little bit more sense. I mean, Nico has dabbled in hit scan from time to time over the years, but you know, in my head, it's always ingrained to me his you know, era of playing Genji and nothing but you know, with Rogue once upon a time. But hey,
fair as well. I mean, he plays more projectile.
France right now not wasting any time. Off to the side of the point, Portugal deciding, you know, we're gonna rotate around. And this is the dance you always see here on this map, Hex, where teams will feel each other out until the point unlocks, and then they'll make the move.
Yeah, just seeing. I mean, you don't really want to be messing around against either of these teams with the Lucios as they are. It's funny, we have FD God and Rod FD Rod.
Yeah, now that you've mentioned that, I will not be able to unsee it. But the teleport coming out here for France. France getting really, really low. HK3 takes down Pack immediately, and uh-oh. The hype curse could be real as Cohen finds FD God right after. Gets punished by Benbest, but a really nice start from Portugal here so far. Well on their way to winning the fight. Nico under pressure here to the side. And Winston right on top of him. Nico, though, just continuing to live. Also taking the fight to HK3. Takes him out. Just goes, I'm going to keep chucking these icicles. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. Karaba moves Benbest, who got back over. But it is Portugal with the first control of the point. Again, taking the fight to the French.
Yeah, and it has been as scrappy as could possibly be. Pack does come back onto... Well, that's not great.
Was that unforced? I didn't even see if there was a boop involved, honestly.
We've all been there. But, I mean, because it's so scrappy, this is benefiting Portugal greatly. Because they've been in control of this point for, 30 seconds now. And still, there's still not full forces back from France. They will finally put some pressure on the point and take it back over. But... from Portugal, like I said, celebrate small victories, maybe ride some momentum.
I mean, one thing that's worth knowing here for France is that they did change up tank-wise, right? Benbest didn't like Portugal's running, decides to go to Winston, so there's going to be a change in tempo here from France. Nico Very, very close to Blizzard. A little bit of Tracer back and forth here as Karama gets caught by Benbest. Doesn't let him get away. And here we go. Blizzard out from Nico. What's it going to do? It's still very scrappy. In fact, Blizzard or no, Benbest and Pak get caught. France still in control of the point, but Portugal, they go to make their move. Bob comes down. Bob going to be putting his mark on the point as Gohan just looks for the BAP on the other side. Dynamite over for a little bit extra poke. And it's going to be Portugal getting control of the point again.
Get back in control. They're going to have Primal too, so if they want to invest, like, Primal should be enough to at least keep you on the point in that pressure. But you have to keep HK3 alive. That happened.
HK3 has to use Primal. Oh, no, he's going to get back up.
Fine.
Just barely. FD God really wanted him back over into the pit, but he ends up going down anyways. A very harassed HK3 goes down. Portugal, though, still in control of the point. France now moving on out. FT God establishing supremacy over Karaba there. That's going to be France taking control of the point again as Benbest is off sleeping somewhere.
Yeah, FT God, I mean, it's not too long ago where people were talking about it was the best Lucio in the world. Like, it's, maybe a couple years removed, but...
The thing about FT God is that he's a player that is a playmaker, but you love it when he makes the plays. You don't love it when those play-making abilities just get him killed. Like, he's not the player you go to if you want your support to stay alive the entire time, generally speaking.
He's not a support player that you're not going to mention their name. You will say FD God, either good or bad, sometime in a match.
Yeah, very true. Karama's Pulse Bomb just gets the Immortality Field out now. Going to be going off to the flank. France still in control of the point. FD God hanging on to the beat right now on the prowl. Portugal being a little bit sluggish in this attack here next, really taking their time on how to recontest. FD God, a little bit of pressure, holds on to the beat, drops the beat successfully. HK3 down, and Portugal is kind of getting bled out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the one issue is, and it does look like, France is going to be able to hold on to this probably throughout the rest of it as they get the cleanup. The one issue is HK3 is going in, and it's not like the mechanics are bad or anything, but kind of the position of where he's going in is not great. It doesn't allow the rest of his team to help out. So it does feel like whenever HK3 commits, France is turning around and like just popping an ult or doing something on him, and then without a tank, you can't get anything done. So I go back to that Primal, which... it was just a weird place to try to commit without the rest of his team there. And even if his team was there, you're jumping into the corner against a team that's completely expecting it. So we'll see if that ends up being a pattern going forward of the commitment of the dive and if the rest of Portugal can go with HK3.
I'm thinking on now, how many times have we seen Nico play Mei on this map over the years? I feel like it has to be, I don't know if it's at 100, but I feel like it's got to be over 30, over 50 for games we've just casted alone. We have seen Nico on this map so many times on Mei, so...
You may have invented it. You may have invented the Mei on this particular stage. In Portugal, I like this. Switch things up, do something a little bit different. Barrow can be decent here because generally, with the composition France is running, they're going to shelter indoors here. They're going to shelter in the point generally, and you can get a lot of poke damage done.
Yeah, this is also an iconic, matchup. The idea of, well, one team runs Mei, gets onto a point, and then you just shelter away from the rockets. You use the terrain to knock it hidden. Oh, Nico gets caught! Getting the Mei is huge. The backbone of the French strategy here. Portugal really gives himself an opportunity. Cohen right now. Just looking for a little bit of poke here to the side. HK3, a little bit low. France still gets first control of the point, by the way, despite Nico dying. And Nico swapped to the Sombra. Cohen gets one, but France is doing just a fantastic job of making this work. Even down one, they get the cleanup, and Portugal just couldn't finish their plate.
No, and that kill right there to take down the Far was probably the nail that really did it all. Yes, the Mercy comes back. I think Benbest going to switch.
Yeah, he has to be going to swap.
Yeah. Either that or he's just hanging out.
I was just like, that's not the direction of the other team. Where are you charging to? But yeah, so Benbest
Fran's going to go full on dive right now with the Sombra Tracer Winston. Try to get something going on in the back line.
Early pick on Nico, answered though with Dizzle going down super early. And overall, I think you like that trade if you're France. Portugal without a lot of healing for a while. It also delays the nano coming in.
Yeah, you can't dive in if you're HK3 with that. Nice kill.
Yeah, that's big for Portugal. If Karama can stay alive here, they're going to have an edge once more. quick little hack on the HK3, focus fire on the HK3 at the same time. But Portugal, they're getting poked a bit as they head in, but they have the 5v4. They just need to bring it to the point as France is at 70% to 0. This is all well and good, but objective. Bob comes out, just runs over Pack. Cohen making a name for himself here, makes it 3 before it's all said and done. Bob, of course, doing the heavy lifting, and that's enough to get Portugal on the board.
Yeah, very well played. The one thing that Portugal really has to worry about, though, is this EMP coming up from Nico. So they kind of have to spread out a little bit. Really, Nico's been on the Sombra long enough that they should know this is coming, and there it is.
Oh.
It's 3.
Yeah, I think it might have been 4. Just one person just died super quickly after. Yeah, that's a textbook EMP. Can't ask for better than that.
We're going to try to stall it out just a little bit, but not going to be long for it. Now with 82% counting up, Portugal is down to their last fight, so you have to, rally early on to give Winston a little bit of help and maybe go for the dive. The primal should be there, but really the pulse bomb is going to either win it or lose it.
Well, pulse bomb's out there, or Francis won early, which is a big thing. FD God already invested the beat. Eco takes down Cohen. Even if the Portugal can still make something happen here, but Dizzle gets caught. FD God went bloodthirsty once more. And now for Portugal, the question is, can they make the miracle happen, or is this going to be over in 2 rounds? FD God just running around on unsated bloodthirst while this delay happens. Pack, though, the final 2, and that's going to be France, 2 rounds to 0 over Portugal.
Yeah, kind of what we expected there. It was not as one-sided as actually I thought it was going to be. There were some moments for a couple of players on Portugal, and I actually like that they tried to mix it up. Like, the last thing you want to do with a roster that is essentially like more experienced and probably more talented than you is just try to go mirror. So I like that they mix things up a little bit, but I also do want to give France credit, like the responses they had to some of those things too, of like, oh, well, this isn't working, then Benbez goes to Winston. And you'd think that Benbez would almost prefer to always play Ryan, but can't always play Ryan. So yeah, the result was as we expected. Portugal putting up a good showing, some bright spots, but France, absolutely stacked roster. Portugal will have map pick next though.
Yeah, one of the things that really stands out to me, Hex, is that the brightest spot of an Overwatch team, where an Overwatch team is playing well and has a good matchup, is when they're going to be winning fights, even when they lose one person to begin with. And France did that several times on both rounds, where you look to the opening of round 2, right? Nico goes down immediately. France still gets control of the point and still wins the fight. You can't do that unless you're playing really good Overwatch.
Yeah, absolutely. And even the prior stage to that as well. It was really scrappy early on, and then France just found themselves in a composition that didn't exactly work, so they just switch it up, and then they just let individual talents take over. There were some moments Cohen played pretty well. It's a big moment from Ash, got some things done. HK3, especially in the first stage, had a couple of moments, but the dive is not as coordinated as it needs to be. And then some of these early kills, when you take down the Ana of the other team, you just can't dive in after that. You can't dive in against an Ana without an Ana of your own. You're just going to get antied and things like that. So losing some of those players early hurt, but not a terrible showing from Portugal. We'll see. Maybe they have a pocket pick for a map next and a strategy that they really like.
Well, that's the upside here. It is first to 2. It is not just decided by one control map. So, again, we'll see if Portugal can learn from their mistakes and find a weakness in this French team. It's going to be difficult, but not impossible. We'll see if they can do it right after the break. France looking very strong against Portugal, bringing out some of the old and some of the new. Hex, about as expected coming in, but Portugal did have their moments.
Yeah, they have their moments. I really think that, we've talked about this too, before the tournament started, that if you think that maybe you're just outgunned, which happens sometimes, like especially in World Cup tournaments, like there's just, there's teams that are really, really good, then maybe you have a strategy for a specific map that will blow someone away, right? That like a bastion strat somewhere, right? That's always kind of the old standby, or just something, completely different that throws a team off that maybe you can cheese a map on, and then hopefully you can get something else going. So I think that maybe something we could see out of Portugal. I think like trying to run a mirror matchup against somebody as talented as this French team is going to be very difficult, but there were moments, but there just weren't enough moments strung together for Portugal to really make an impact.
Yeah, and one thing I gotta give, deference to, as we were talking on the break, but it is always impressive to me. I just looked real quick and they're like, is everything going well on the stream? And I just see nothing but support for the French team in chat. French fans in Overwatch are really some of the very best, like some of the most passionate fans around. I still remember the Overwatch World Cup stop. I think it was back in 2018 when we were in Paris, and I mean, that building was electric. Truly some of the best fans in the world, and really cool to see them turn out to support the French team here today, and likely throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, you got to raise your baguettes. When there was when there was a team in Paris, they got a ton of support as well from these teams, or from these fans. So keep it up in chat. We're going to go to Blizzard World, which is going to be Portugal's map pick. Not necessarily a map that I can think of a really good cheese strategy on, just because like how long it is to get to first point. But maybe it ends up being some of the strats we've seen from a couple teams of an Echo or a Pharah, and that can throw some teams for a loop. So we'll see what Portugal wants to run, but they choose Blizzard World. The only thing I was certain of is that Portugal wasn't going to choose Havana. They kind of got bodied on Havana in the wildcard tournament, so probably left a bad taste in them.
Yeah, it's one of those things like, maybe not that map. Maybe not that map anymore if we have any say in it. I mean, I guess the upside about Blizzard World 2 is that it is a little bit more wide open, and I could see France as a team like still liking to run things like Rush, depending if it was a more closed-in map. So, if you're Portugal and you want to keep things more wide open, Blizzard World, not a bad choice on the whole, but I don't know if it necessarily gives them any real distinct advantage over this French team either. But also, France is pretty well-rounded. I don't know if any map would have done that.
No, and like I said, I think like when you're thinking about France and thinking about like maps to pick, it's not like you can choose a map that's like, oh well, they only have a Reinhardt Winston specialist. We can't no, because as you can see, like France is bringing in a couple of different players now. So Poco's going to come in for Ben Best, and Avo's going to come in for Pac. So France, like, as good as just any part of their roster is, like, there's depth on this squad that makes them. Well, it's one of the reasons it makes them one of the favorites of the group.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of power behind the squad, but hey, we saw some cool stuff from Portugal in the last round, and it does look like there's a substitution here also. We got Flamenzo coming on in.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So Flamenzo's going to come in and very likely to play this Sombra, so it looks like Portugal wants to go straight up dive.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, even though I thought Cohen was, like, really one of their best bright spots in the last round. We'll see if the pure dive from Portugal works out in their favor. 3 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. France on the defense here first.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're going to run the D.Va here, obviously, to be able to swoop up high grounds, to deny high grounds as on either side. You can run a Winston here as well, but Poco, I think Poco, when you think of Poco, you think of D.Va. Like, Poco bombs,
Poco probably has some of the most hours on D.Va ever by any player, at least in competitive play. Portugal right now, again, it's even for a dive comp, it's a little bit slow going. A lot of pressure on the ego. Forces them back, and for Portugal, the upside is no one's really gotten picked off or anything yet. The downside is that France is just playing very, very tight right now. They're not giving up any opportunity, and FD God punishes Flamenzo early. And suddenly, it just breaks. France just rushes over Portugal, and they've burned a lot of time off the clock.
Shot. Yeah, and I mean, the D.Va against the Winston is just a really brutal matchup, too, because you can't use the mobility as the Winston to try to, get anything done. I mean, sure, you can tickle damage, but the D.Va damage is just so much more consistent, and, yeah, it's tough. I don't think we're going to see Portugal switch it up. I think like they're going to ride or die with this comp. I feel like they kind of have to. So we're getting to the point where ultimates are going to come online. Actually, Flamenzo dying to FD God like early last fight really hurts because that EMP is way behind where you want it to be.
Yeah, you go from potentially a quick EMP to a very slow EMP, and you talk about time. Only 2 minutes left for Portugal. You wouldn't think so because it's been one soft fight. Nico, though, connects, takes down Dizzle in the back. Poco immediately rolls in and goes, that Winston's not going to get any healing. Big plays from Nico, and time is quickly getting away from Portugal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we've just given them like the worst backhanded compliments 2 fights in a row. You're like, well, they didn't lose anyone yet, and it's like, I guess the good thing is they died fast here. It's looking bad for Portugal right now, and you can't lose Kurama there. Like, if you're going to reset, you're going to have to full reset. So, I guess as Tracer, they'll be back quick enough. But I think right now, if I'm Portugal, I'm waiting on Flamenzo. Just waiting on Flamenzo. Maybe you open with like a Nano Winston to try to get some space or something like that, or I mean, ideally, if you're Portugal, you're going to have to spend more ultimates than the other team to win fights. So Nano Winston EMP would be what you really want to go for. Avo shouldn't live there.
Yeah, Avo did live there. That's a problem for Portugal. Flamenzo finally has EMP. Took nearly 3 minutes. A very slow build because of how France has been denying the pressure. And Avo here, France right now doing a little bit cleaning of the back line. Says, no, we're not going to be harassed by a Sombra back here. And Nano goes on to Ego 1. This is rough, because I think France can just disengage the worst of it. The Nano is gone. And Portugal, under a minute left to go here, Hex. And again, it feels like there hasn't really been a real fight.
No, and not like nothing to speak of, really. There's EMP, gets 2. Poco's down.
Gets 2. Nico was out of the fight early. Poco drops the bomb. Is he going to be able to remech? Is he going to get punished here? No, he doesn't get punished. Poco gets the remech. Opportunity lost here from Portugal. Ego, the backline, got the Primals coming out here soon. Primal on the way, trying to knock anyone into the salty waters. Don't know if that's going to happen, but instead, I'm just going to knock you out in a corner. Goes for the Ana, doesn't quite finish it, gets hit with the Bionade on the way back over. France still contesting all the way through. Rod, though, picks up 2 on the Brigida as it turns to a very scrappy fight. And oh! Ego just explodes into the air. Nico lands the pulse bomb, and France reconsolidates on the point. 2 seconds left to go, and that might be it.
That's going to be it, but there is some progress at the very least from Portugal. I mean, that last fight went about as good as they could have expected. Some very small things happened for against Portugal that are really brutal, and it's kind of just like unlucky in a lot of situations. Like Avo going down to 7 HP after that pulse bomb and living. Like that's just rough. It's like 1 tracer bullet like that didn't connect. And then there was a really nice hack onto Poco as Poco was trying to fly up to the high ground and got hacked during it, but still had the momentum in the mech to get to high ground and like contest the dive. Just like a lot of these really small things just went France's way, and that's not fair when the team already like has a better roster and then they're getting breaks like that too. Also, Portugal has to worry about like, some of this positioning has been weird. They got their Sombra Tracer like caught in the back line in the mega room, which ended up putting them in a weird position, and they had to burn Nano. So, some unforced errors. Portugal needs pretty much the full hold here, otherwise they're going down in their first match against France.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible to pull this one off, but it's gonna be hard. It is not the easiest to full hold here on Blizzard World. I mean, clearly we just saw that happen, but still, it's not the norm, right? Like, usually if a team opens with a hold that good, they usually win in the next round unless you just have an unbelievable fuller hold come out. And for that to happen here, I mean, it's going to take a combination of Portugal playing a lot better than what we've seen so far, and France is going to have to stumble a bit. France is going to need a few moments where, supports get picked off early, where the DPS underperforms, misses a pulse bomb. It's possible, but everything has to go right for Portugal.
Yeah, but maybe they're due some luck after a few small bad breaks in the last one. Yeah, so Portugal, like I said, they're gonna just ride or die with this composition. France is gonna switch over to a Hanzo here. Can be very good in taking over that high ground in the top right side. Probably go up there with Poco, and then you just start launching logs over to the secondary high ground.
Portugal right now bending back a little bit. Nico mostly staying with the team, not going for anything too wild into the back line just yet. France wanting to take slow progress here. Heavy damage on the Flamenzo. Poco got the credit, but that was mostly Nico just annihilated him to the back of the head. 5v4 now for France. Ego 1 caught. And Hex, this might be over before you can blink. France with the 5v3. Presence on the point. Portugal, you know, they swapped to the Doom for the contest, but they're not going to come close to getting back on. France, a dominant 2-0 victory over Portugal.
Yeah, I mean, I think Portugal was expecting that. A couple of moments that looked okay, but, you know, it's their first match of the qualifiers so far, like, just getting in. They were able to, like, you know, like I said, I think they're playing with house money. They did qualify for these qualifiers at the very least, so they maybe can play spoiler and play upsets. Also, like, France might be the favorite for the entire region, so, like, there's no shame in losing to France, and, you know, Control was closer-ish. Like, I've seen teams lose worse. I know
Yeah.
the way we're talking about Portugal seems like all these backhanded compliments, but, like, it's kind of what you have to do. But, like, yeah, I've seen teams absolutely lose worse than I just saw Portugal lose to France. So not that bad, and there's some things to build on. I think that composition is probably going to be the one that works best for them, the Sombra Tracer Winston, and maybe just work on refining that.
Yeah, I mean, clearly they had a preference for it, even to the degree of, you know, swapping out Cohen for Flamenzo. Didn't quite work out, but, you know, part of it is just, you know, Team France, they didn't really give a lot of opportunities, you know, for mistakes and capitalization. And that was a short replay reel. That was, not
Well, you know what? They did their best. I will not begrudge our replay producer at all for that. Like, that just happens. It was a very, very short match. But, you know, we got plenty more Overwatch left today. But yeah, I mean, look, I found Portugal, I'm not even that upset. It's like, yeah, it was France. France is really good. We played all right. It's moments, like, no one played terribly. No one fed, you know, it was fine.
Yeah. Well, we still got a lot of action left to go here today. Stay tuned. 2 more matches left on the docket.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for EMEC. The year is 2023. I'm both CP and Hex, and of course we just watched Portugal go up against France. France, an insanely stacked squad, and of course the match going how we expected. But you got to give it to Portugal. They put up a fight as much as they could. But coming up next, more importantly here, Italy versus the Netherlands. ZP, let's start with you. What's your hot eye in the sky observations about this match before we head into it?
Eye in the sky observations. Obviously, you know, between the two teams, it's not quite as stacked to say the French team was. I do kind of look at Italy and get a little bit wistful because I think back to the era where Dragon Eddie was like super noble on the team. He's no longer on Team Italy, you know, and the rest of Team Italy kind of out to prove themselves. Meanwhile, you take a look at the Netherlands roster, right? There are a few names there where there was a point where Don was seen as one of the most prolific players around. You know, his career had some ups and downs, but always good to see him back there. And A10, if you followed contenders, especially you know, many years back, was the point where his star was rising as well. So it's like, you know, for Netherlands, there's definitely some players I'm ready to watch and, you know, see how they do.
Absolutely, Hex. And, you know, coming into this one, of course, we've got Italy and the Netherlands. Let's take a look at the schedule so we can see the other match of the day. We are on number 6 already, believe it or not. We've got one more after this Italy and Netherlands match, and that's going to be Great Britain versus Denmark. Denmark, we have yet to see play just yet, but of course, a lot of hype around that Great Britain team. Looking at results, though, France 2-0 over Portugal, Spain 2-0 over Belgium, Saudi Arabia clean over Iceland, Norway the same over Germany, and Finland over Sweden. It's been a day of 2-0s. Italy versus Netherlands, though. Hex, thoughts on this matchup before we head in? You know, ZP brought up a couple of great points, but do you think Italy has what it takes to potentially move past the veterancy of some of the players on the Netherlands squad?
Well, I'm going to go ahead and ignore that question. The Netherlands needs to bounce back because, I mean, they did end up losing yesterday, I believe, to Spain, and Netherlands doesn't want to go down 0-2. So Italy, I think, is very much the same when we talk about, like, Portugal. It's you're kind of playing with house money. You don't have a ton to lose here. Italy, I believe, got beaten pretty badly by France yesterday, but that's France. I think France is going to beat most teams pretty badly. Italy's got a couple of players. I do think one thing we will see from Italy, what I noticed in their matchup is that, like, they will switch up their tanks to some weird stuff a lot. Like, Andrew played a lot of ball that we haven't seen a ton of ball except for, like, stalling and, like, getting you know, to the point. So maybe that could throw a team off a little bit. And then, like, some Orissa's been kind of a niche pick, but I think that could throw teams off. It could be a bully. So I think Italy is in position to maybe do something weird. They did just sign a new player, I believe, like Mikan, who's a dual citizenship, USA versus USA and Italy. And he's played some collegiate Overwatch, so there's some structure there. Other than that, a lot of the players on Italy don't really have, like, wiki pages to look about. Like, there's not a lot of experience. So if you look experience-wise, Netherlands has that experience over Italy, but you know, I give Italy a puncher's chance as always, and I just hope to see a team like maybe try something weird. Maybe they throw a ball comp. Ball comps can blow people off.
Yeah, man, and ZP, you brought it up before, right? Some of these teams just have so much new talent that it's hard to say where it's going to go, and maybe we'll see a transferring of that transfer of the old guard, right? Logix, we saw that on display with Belgium and Spain. Spain just absolutely crushing in that match. Props to them, and of course the energy is high for that squad. But Netherlands and Italy just around the corner. I leave it to y'all. Best of luck with the match, and I'll see you guys afterwards.
All right, and now we get to see what Italy has in the tank here, Hex, and, you know, it's probably going to be an uphill battle because, you know, again, you can't look at the Netherlands roster and go, oh, this is just stacked with, you know, players that have done, you know, all these different things Overwatch in the way that, like, a team like France is, right? But there are known quantities on this Netherlands team that have been good in the past, whereas, you know, Italy is kind of the unproven, will they, won't they zone, and, you know, Italy overall in Overwatch World Cup history, you know, has had a tough time in the tournament, but it would be great to see them, you know, surprise here today. I don't know if it'll happen, but hey, I'm here for the story.
Yeah, I mean, I always love, like, you know, house money. Maybe a player goes off, maybe they play something different. I do want to talk a little bit about, like, this Netherlands team too, because, like, yeah, it's not like that highest end, but there's a ton of experience on this team. Like, you talked about Don, but, like, also there's a player, I know I'm going to try to butcher his name, but, like, it's like Grondope. It's the only time I'm going to say it like that. Otherwise, I'm going to lay my Midwestern on it, and it's going to be Crandop the rest of this time. But has played, I think it's on Team Peps right now, has played for Twisted Minds, Ex Oblivione. Like, those are big names in the European contenders team. So it's like, it is that higher end of Tier 2. And here's the rest of the Netherlands rosters.
Yeah, and again, the player that I remember here is Dawn, where there was a point in time where, Dawn was one of the rising stars in the Overwatch scene, and yeah, I mean, I think, especially now in the, shift, of course, from Overwatch Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, who you have in main tank slot is even more important in terms of impact on the team, and, when it comes to Netherlands, they're in good hands, so we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Don has made it to the very top. He's in the Paris Eternal. I mean, I think it was like Don and Khan we're rolling with them together. And, again, has played, for Shoes Money Crews, played at some of the higher levels of the contenders teams. So there's definitely talent here. And, maybe it's a small enough scene that like they've all played together and there's coordination. I think we'll be able to perhaps see that as we go forward. But Netherlands, again, they are 0-1 right now, losing a little bit surprisingly to Spain yesterday. So don't want to go down 0-2.
On the same note, Spain also looking really good. So, I feel like I wonder how much of that was Netherlands was underperforming versus how much, Spain overperforming. I like to think the latter. But of course, we look here at Italy, and again, it is a little bit weird when I think back to, teams Italy's played in the past. Just no Dragon Eddie. I think what probably makes Dragon Eddie the most notable back in the past was just he was a player that was always like super eager to like, let me do interviews, let me do this. And, when a player is willing to do that, you just get more broadcast time. But, that era has ended, and now a brand new era of Italian Overwatch.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be interesting. Like I said, Andrew on the ball could be just this wrinkle that they throw in there. Also, Yukino played a lot of Sojourn in situations against France where like it wasn't necessarily ideal. Also, there's the question of Maiken just getting added to the team yesterday. You wonder if there's been any practice time or what went on with that situation. So adding a support that's maybe you've not played before, especially for your other support, can be tricky. But yeah, I think Italy has a chance to maybe throw curveballs and see if they can maybe upset the Netherlands. And Netherlands, they've got to be careful. Like, if the Netherlands come into this tournament and lose to Spain and Italy back to back, that's got to just be devastating.
Yeah, I mean, not just devastating, but also probably out of the tournament, if not mathematically, then effectively, right? I mean, that's something to bear in mind, too, is like, anytime a team has racked up one loss, effectively, you're almost in an elimination match. Not exactly by the numbers, but for all intents and purposes, very likely. And, with both of these teams having lost, well, they're playing for their very lives here, and it's first to two, so, it can be pretty short and sweet.
Yeah, we're going to, of course, kick it off on Nepal as our control map. So, yeah, I mean, we'll get to map choices when they get there. Both of these teams obviously have already lost a map 1, so both have their preferences when going to map 2. So we'll see if those preferences hold water as we get there. But I think Nepal, I mean, look, I don't want to hype this up too much, but like, to be dead honest, I don't have a ton else to talk about for Italy, but I just wonder, like, there are situations, especially on Nepal, where running a wrecking ball is really good. So if that ends up being the case, like if they do want to throw that wrinkle, and like you saw on the rosters, it is Andrew's favorite hero. That's usually what their hero is on their rosters. I think it could work. I think there's definitely a spot for it on Nepal. I mean, Nepal it's just a good map for ball.
Yeah, I mean, also, it's funny you bring up ball just because historically in the Overwatch League and beyond, it is just one of those heroes that, it's not always meta. Oftentimes it's not. But you always have those weird situations where a team says, we're going to run it. We're just going to run it. Yeah. And because it's unconventional, it can give teams fits. Obviously, that was just literally the Chengdu script for years with players like Among just going like, yep, I'm just going to go in, run the ball, good luck, and everything that spawned from that. But the reality is that there are heroes in the game that even if you can argue they're not always the best, sometimes the amount of disruption and mental damage they can cause by just causing a team to play differently can be all the chaos you need to sneak a win.
Well, and also maybe your other team has to switch comps now too. It's like someone has to go somber now to deal with ball, and now you're not running your ideal composition. But also, like, you know, we're gonna like sit there. We're waiting for one of the teams to get finished in the lobby right now, which is why you're looking at our lovely faces. Wrong word to use there. But the ball players are just different. Like I watched some clip on Reddit the other day of a Korean just ball one trick. I think the name was something like Ball Awesome or something, and it was like 6 minutes, and it was just all tech all the time, and you're just wondering like how many hours are they putting in on each map to know specific grapples, specific techs, and it's just like the consensus was in the comments of like, yeah, ball players are just a different breed. They're just nuts. It's like, you know, closers in baseball are just weird people.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, some people in their free time, you know, they might come home and go, I just want to relax for a little bit, you know, play some Overwatch, or, you know, more recently play some Diablo 4, you know, grind it out. Or there's other people that come home and is just like, I need the practice ball tech, and then they just do nothing but play ball, regardless of what their team wants and ranked, what anyone else says, they're locking in the ball no matter what. And because it's one tank nowadays, no one can steal the ball and be like, you're not playing it.
Yeah.
You get in his tank, you can play the ball.
And because we've talked about wrecking ball for about 5 minutes straight, means we won't see any of it this match. Sorry, guys,
Yes.
we jinxed it. But yeah, Italy, Netherlands, let's get into it.
Alrighty, so we'll see what's on the menu. Yeah, I think you are right in that talking about that much probably is a curse that we're not going to see it. But hey, maybe we will. Do you see the rosters here? And no, right now for Italy, that's looking a lot more like an Orisa X as opposed to that. And for Netherlands, yeah, Dawn on Ryan. That makes sense.
That's fine. I did mention that Andrew plays Orisa and ball, so a little bit right. I also mentioned that Yukino will opt to play that Sojourn as well. Maybe that ends up being the case. Of course, going to roll out with this Symmetra teleporter, but Orisa versus Ryan can be okay. It's, you know, Orisa can be a super bad bully. Like, just she definitely with the right matchup, Orisa it can be a super strong hero.
Yeah, there's absolutely no doubt about that. As Netherlands take the TP immediately, you got it right on point. Sometimes teams will go out of their way and, you know, position on the outskirts. Not Netherlands. They just say, we're gonna fight in here. We're gonna set up sim turrets in here. Fight Dawn if you dare. And you look at the poke side. Tap already taps Yukino, gets them out of the fight, and rough start for Italy.
Yeah, just a little tappy. And, I mean, that's a lot of the huge consistent damage coming out for Italy now eliminated. Getting your Sojourn out really hurts your pick potential as well. And now it's going to be tough for Italy to, like, get into this point, because once a team is set up in here with the sim turrets, like, the slow on them is brutal, and it's just really hard to figure it out. And then, oh my god, is that twice?
Yeah, that's twice. That's not the same one just lingering the screen.
Yeah, I was
literally, that's like, it's just like, did you go back in time? No, Tap is just crushing everyone. That's 4 kills as May.
5
the
total.
Icicle machine gun. Oh man, winter has come.
Yeah. Just gonna sit here a second and let my thoughts about May get out of my head. Tap played no, I mean that's good. Good play from Tap. Like that's gotta really hurt Yukino. So Yukino is actually gonna run teleporter of their own, and they're gonna try to get in position here.
Blizzard's ready already, and also look at this positioning. Tap doesn't go for it there. It could have been a big deal.
Yeah,
a wall comes out. They're like, get rid of the threat. Deal with him. But Tap will just elevator right up and over. And now, holding on to Blizzard, gonna drop it on down, and not gonna be an easy entry for Italy as it gets awfully frosty real fast. And so far, you know, with both real walls and metaphorical walls, Tap has not let Italy cross easily.
Italy gets their first kill by their brand new pickup, so Lucio's gonna take down the sim on the other side.
Shatter from Dawn. Puts Andrew on the ground, although Dawn is kind of left alone right now. Immortality Field comes down. Maybe that'll be enough to keep Dawn alive, but yeah, that was a rough positioning, and Netherlands, they let Dawn die and end up getting forced back a bit.
Yeah, and
86% to 0. Still tough.
Yeah, but I mean, Don just maybe a little too big for his britches. I think it's going to be a trap we see a lot of teams fall into when they're playing teams that they think they should beat. I mean, I think we've already seen it a couple times in this tournament of just overextending or just not playing correctly. But Italy now, like, yes, it's their first capture of the point, but because of the composition they're running, it's still decent for them because they're going to have a setup.
Right now, Andrew decides to go in aggressively with the Orisa ultimate. I think I come in. Netherlands gets really low. Chimera down immediately. Italy, though, trading out a lot more effectively between the two teams. Not a bad engage. You see Aquino diving to the back. A little bit of pressure from the Sim. Charging up. Teleports right back. And, Italy, not a bad job of stabilizing here.
No, I mean, the big difference, though, that you have to look at is...
Tap it again.
Yeah. Tap is lapping Chimera when it comes to Blizzards, so... the May value is just completely one-sided, and that's not even Chimera's fault. That's kind of just Tap just doing Tap stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Tap opened it up again with another pickoff. Netherlands gets back onto the fight or point nearly for free as a result. And now Italy, time is not on their side. May's going to be a little bit slow to fight, but they just got to go, and they have to run through the Blizzard.
Yeah, you would think the Blizzard's going to come out. Well, I mean, the teleporter's going to get them behind it.
How long? Oh, they freeze out Andrew. Italy already down 2. This one's in the can. It's going to be Netherlands getting round 1 here, and they do it very decisively.
Very decisively. The only fight that they lost is kind of their own fault, kind of an unforced error, as, Don just went in and thought he was going to 1v5. Almost did. Didn't quite happen, but I think the story of that one was Tap's May just was absolutely dominant. The first 6 kills that Netherlands had, Tap had 5 of them. So
yeah, and I mean 2 of them were on the same person in Yukino, where Yukino rolled up, got shot down by Tap, came back in, got shot down by Tap again, to the point that I was just wondering, have I gone back in time? What has happened?
Yeah, I thought my screen wasn't refreshing or something, but like when that happens to you as a player and you get May single tapped twice, like back to back, it feels like an uninstall moment. Obviously, you just take a moment and think about it, but like those are brutal mentally.
Also, fitting player name for the performance here so far.
Just a little tappy, little taparoo.
Yeah, well. Nothing. There's no love in these taps, is what I'm going to say. It's just nothing but malice towards Italy, and yeah, this both teams setting up here again. Netherlands a little bit healthier as you look at the poke war taking place between the two teams, but that can change in an instant. Chimera right now looking to do his best tap impression on the other side. Right now, not hitting a whole lot. Netherlands contesting on the point. Italy, a little bit more progress here so far as you see the Sigma via Orisa battle taking place. Anj, though, is able to boop Chimera into the pit, and just like that, Netherlands secures an advantage, healthier across the board, and you might be seeing more dividends from that soon as Pastor lands a few arrows on the Yukino.
Yeah, just kind of bullied into the corner, and that's not where you want to be against a Ramatra. Maybe they try to chase this. No, not quite. Yeah, so going to be rough. I mean, the Orisa is really good against Reiner. I like it a little less against the Ramatra. Can still work out. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, like, if you're just looking at the maze, Chimera has been not getting the value that Tap has, and that's almost just been the whole story. Yukino has been almost a non-factor, whether it's on Sojourn or Ashe, whereas Pastor has been cleaning up, so yeah.
Speaking of establishing dominance, May versus May, Tap takes down Chimera. And now Italy just trying to hold on. Being down the May early is rough, and it's going to get colder here, Hex. Blizzard ready to go. And this is something where I would not be surprised to see Netherlands take this a little bit more aggressively. They don't even have to at 52%, but if they do and they win, the round and map will be just about over.
I mean, you got check marks across the board, 5 checks right there.
Well, the window's going to be how they start out. Tap under a little bit of pressure early on. Beat going to be dropped here from Ajahn. Into the pit he goes! Gets caught by the Lucio, but the rest of it still going way in favor of the Netherlands. Blizzard not even required, and might be a finishing Blizzard at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the new addition, Maiken, has been okay. It's gotten a couple kills. Has been kind of accounted for some of Italy's only big plays, but it's just not enough. When, the Netherlands burned 3 ultimates there, and they're still ahead in the alt bank, still holding on to Blizzard. So Italy going to have to get in here, get some damage on some sustain so that they can catch it up. Blizzard v. Blizzard, though, we'll see. It's been kind of a battle of the maze so far, so fitting it comes down to this.
Yeah, Netherlands didn't want to hold that aggressively this side. We're going to hold back, play it safe, see what Italy can do to engage inside. Tap, meanwhile, just going for the 1v1 in the back here. Going a little bit of pressure onto Yukino. While it's going on, Pastor on the main point deals with the BAP. The healing crushed for Italy as Tap takes down Yukino. I'm just going to sit back here and be like, yeah, heal me up a little bit. I'll wait. Italy was able to get the capture as that went on, but the recontest for the Netherlands is going to be pretty easy for X.
Yeah, you would think. I mean, the wall's going to be able to segment off this Orisa. Orisa's going to bully into the corner, but May is actually okay with dealing with this.
Tap, quick ice block. Blizzard, of course, gone. Kino is able to get Don, and that's not bad. Don out of the fight early. Italy is making something of this where, again, it seems like Netherlands wants to put off the gas a little bit at the very end. Yukino finds Tap, and just like that, Italy not quite out of this yet.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering why Tap went so aggressive against Yukino in the previous few fights, but it's, if you leave a long-range hit scan alone, that's the kind of damage they can do, so that's why Tap went all in on that, and Netherlands, I think a lot of it is just going to be hubris again. They were on that Doomfist for a little bit to try to come back, that's obviously not the play.
Yeah, but a quick Hanzo pick like that sets the tone. Oh, both
5v3.
DPS taking out their counterparts. Italy, no DPS left to deal with. Like, BAP drops window, it's like, well, you have to be your own DPS follow through at this point because everyone else behind you is dead. Ange finishes it off. And the Netherlands, they're going to run away with round 2 and the map here, Hex.
Yep, that will be mapped pretty quickly. No big surprises there. I guess the big, not surprise, but the person making the biggest splash for the Netherlands was obviously the May player in Tap. And then they kind of just, the fights that they end up losing, I want to say were mostly their own fault, rather than Italy forcing errors, right? So, Italy, couple moments. New addition looked good on Lucio. There were a couple of boop kills that were nice. Yukino, when not pressured, obviously can hit some shots, so that's something to build on. But Netherlands looking to not go down 0-2, avenge their loss yesterday to Spain again by beating Italy here. Now Italy will have map choice going forward. Maybe they, go to, I think they went to Gibraltar against France and tried to play some kind of high ground stuff. So maybe that'll be an option.
I do hope we go to Gibraltar just because I like Gibraltar. It's been out of the map pool
it's been reworked
more than
too.
It's been in it.
Yeah, it's been reworked so that spawns aren't as brutal. Gibraltar used to just eat people alive, but that's neither here nor there. This is Don just going...
Look at the kill feed. Look at the May. We're looking at Don, but really the story is what May is doing here. Just icicle after icicle, not missing shots, and yeah, that was the thread this round. I don't know if it's on the replay. There's also a point where Don is just left on his own and just gets beaten up for a few minutes. In the only fight.
Well, then this is just not the smartest positioning to get right in front of that window, and then this was Tap going after Yukino like Yukino owed him money. So that was a very quick map. But yeah, it's the Netherlands team that we think has a lot of talent on it, at least upper end contenders talent, and Italy just does not have that same experience on the roster.
Well, Italy, they had a rough map 1. Do they have it in the bounce back and challenge this Netherlands team and its amazing May play? We'll find out in just a few minutes. The Netherlands coming out strong with some really, really good May play, taking the fight to Italy. And, you know, Hex, that May play was so good, you might have insomnia tonight. It will haunt you.
Yeah, May lives in my head rent-free. I mean, we all know, like, I probably, like, only Tracer all the time, so getting icicled across the map has been a thing for years, and, you know, whatever. I'm not mad about it. I think it's a good hero. Maybe we should buff May more. Anyway, so yeah, it was really good play from Tap. Could not be matched, but May has just been so good in like, so many metas and never really been out of meta. A lot of it is, like, yes, the icicle's good. The slow and the hindered now is really good. Ice block to heal yourself, really good. Blizzard's good ult, but it's always the wall for me. Like the wall, it just changes the dynamics of a fight so instantly that's really the mark of the best May players, is how they're able to utilize the map editing wall capability of May. So yeah, that was a map that happened. Italy is going to have map choice now as we go forward. So that's how the brackets work, or loser picks the next map. Last time when they played France, their map pick was Gibraltar. It didn't work out well for them against France, but who knows if that's France or if that's the map pick. So they're going to choose to go to Havana instead. And I think Italy's doing this because I think we saw moments where Yukamino was hitting shots. And Havana's a map that if you can have long-range hit scan, especially a Widowmaker, hit shots, you can win fights. And that might be the reason why.
Yeah, and I mean, ideally, you know, for something like Havana, you go into it with the idea of, well, you know, if you're good at hitting long-range shots, maybe just stop the map at point A, right? Like Havana, while we have seen it go the distance, if teams are evenly matched or just playing really well, it's not a map known for getting to point C a whole lot. You know, you see a lot of delay and wins on point A, or just you completely stop it on point B. So, you know, you think about scenarios for Italy to bounce back. I like what you've concocted here, where, you know, they play something more long-ranged, they execute it effectively, and I think ideally, you know, stop it on point A.
Yeah. Sorry to Yukino, I called him Yukamino, which is a reference to Lucamino. Sorry, there are too many names of Overwatch in my head. Yukino. So yeah, we'll see what these teams want to end up running here, but I think maybe that's one of the win conditions. Without knowing a great deal about these teams or seeing them play a lot, it's really hard to concoct these type of things. So no surprise that Tap will be playing the May for the Netherlands. Speaking of long-range hit scan, it seems that May has been doing that. Yeah. But it's also really nice. Like May pairs really well with Ramatra. Like it is kind of double shield comp in a way. So
yeah, in case I was clear, that is drippingly thick sarcasm from Hex, where it's like, it's not hit scan, but it might as well feel like it. You're getting sniped across the map. But yeah, we're you know, when you play May that well, why swap? Just stay on it. They didn't have an answer last time. In fact, they're coming out with May of their own, so it's still going to be frosty on both sides as Netherlands just going for this very close hold.
Yeah, you also need a May of your own to be able to get out of the spawn lock as well. See, Yukino takes the 1v1, loses it.
Yeah, that was just storm arrows to the gut. No head required in that equation. Italy going to go for a little bit of a quick swap here. Yukino is going, oh, that Hanzo character seems pretty good. Let me play it myself. As you see the swap over to Rhine as well at the same time. And Pastor gets caught now. The Rhine swap working out okay for Italy here thus far.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't mention, yeah, it's a new tank player for Italy. Andrew's out, and Roshan is in, and they roll through.
Yeah, really good adaptation from Italy. Roshan, bloodthirsty goes, what do you mean you're running from me? It's like, well, if any hero can actually get away to regroup, it's Lucio.
Yeah. We needed the infinite booster rank up there for the Reinhardt there. Would have got him.
All right. Well, Italy, not a bad opening. Got rid of the spawn camp to start things off, but here comes a real test. This is the point on the map where teams will often hold the entire time here on Havana. Early wall used by Tap here. Nothing too much going of it. Pastor on the side and has drawn the ire of Reinhardt and just puts him in the ground. Immediately followed through with the BAP at his side. And not that aggression, not quite working out for Italy. And this is going to let Netherlands stabilize right at this corner, Hex.
Yeah, and that's always the nice thing about winning any of these fights really in Havana, is you pretty much get to reset wherever you want, and it's always this corner hold here. I mean, especially like that's, again, it's one of the reasons why teams will spawn camp on Havana pretty consistently, is because it doesn't lose you the first point, and you get to fight in a pretty advantageous position regardless. Shatter up, though.
Shatter just about there for Rajan, and see where it goes. Dragon Strike in the back here from Yukino. Might be used for a little bit of chaos to set up the Shatter, which still is not built, by the way, and he's going so low. Might not even get the Shatter up before dying. All right, Italy is able to get the Shatter up, but just barely. The Rhine nearly falling in that nick of time. Yukino looking for any pickoff off top, not a bad position. Here we go, Shatter, what's it gonna be? Goes in, drops the Shatter, looks for Dawn. Takes him on a ride right after. The Blizzard, though, comes out at the same time, getting a little bit frosty for Italy. Blizzard v. Blizzard, in fact. And it's a mass melee here that's working out a little bit better for Italy. Chimera's able to get 2, but as I say that, Dawn and Buddy looking to swap it back over, but it's Chimera Hex with 3 overall in a very scrappy fight.
Yeah, the Annihilation does not get everything done, and it is the May on the carry again on the back end. That will be Italy grabbing first point, and that's just a great play for them. Good job. Like the Rhine play wasn't ideal, but it was enough to cause chaos, and their damage dealers were able to clean up the chaos, so well played there. Like, Shatter should be free against Ramatra, and it is, but it's just a matter of where that follow-up charge comes through. The best ones will bring Ramatra away from their team. That one brought him kind of near his team, at least perpendicular.
Quick Dragon Strike right down where Italy was going. Forces out the Immortality Field. Window, though, dropped by Frey. Tap, though, finds Myken early. The Terror of May going to be felt a little bit more in a closed-in area. We'll see if Netherlands can stay alive. They got poked down pretty low, but now they're healed back up. They have a 5v4. You see Italy just in retreat right now going, okay. Maybe we reset just a bit.
Gonna reset. They're gonna have their own Blizzard too, but it can be weird to see where you want to use your Blizzard. As you're seeing on the defense, like, the Netherlands team is all spread out. They're spread out and on different vertical levels too. So it's getting value out of the Blizzard here is going to be a difficult task.
Italy going through the top right side door. Yukino looking for everything. Oh, Dawn able to punish Chimera early. No Blizzard to be had. And immediately, Italy put in a tough situation where, 3v5, Anj dies, but I don't think that's going to be enough. And no, it's full cleanup from the Netherlands. That, you look at the time, Italy quickly going to be running out of it.
Yeah, we've highlighted Tap so much just because of like the ridiculous opening kill feed, but Pastor has done really well on the first map and on this one. I mean, it hasn't been like amazing stuff, but the cleanup kills are there, and those can be so important as far as building your ult and like staggering out seconds and seconds. If you look at the kill feed, Pastor always has like the last 2 or 3.
All right, eyeing down the Netherlands team, drops the Dragon. Rajan drops the Shatter in the middle of it. They're able to get Pastor down at least, but a lot has been invested by Italy, and the damage is just coming from the Netherlands instead. Dawn with a massive annihilation just completely finishes his play.
Yeah, Don just goes for an afternoon stroll and ends up killing 3 people. Good old Annihilation. We'll clean that one up. 1 minute left for Italy to try to get something done, and yeah, I'm not loving the Rhine here in this kind of mirror. It hasn't worked out well for them. It's also very difficult. Like, the defender's advantage on second point. Like, you just look at like they're operating on 3 levels of verticality. They're all spread out. It'd just be very difficult to get anything going for Rhine.
Kino got caught. He couldn't get away. Got poked down early. Anj, though, dies for it, but Pastor and Anj out of the fight super early, so still winnable here for Italy as they get Buddy out of it. Frey, a little BAP v BAP action, and that's enough to get some stability here for Italy. 30 seconds left to go, so probably going to be their last good push, but not a bad position to start it from.
No, not bad. Let's see where they can set up here. Yeah, I like this position to try to hold as the offense comes in. You don't want to be on the low ground, just like giving up the firing ground. You do need someone on the cart pushing it through, though.
Netherlands are going to open with a beat here. You have to think. Dragon start things off. Chimera gets caught early. There's the beat. Both teams beat versus beat, but it's not enough to save Rajan on the point, and this should just be the rest of the cleanup for the Netherlands as Don, more than willing, let the staff fly. Really nice stuff from Don, and yeah, the payload's going to stop right here.
Yep, that's where it will end up. I mean, second point gets really difficult to push through, but I mean, Italy kind of put themselves in a weird spot to never really be able to get in. When they went right side, they got walled off several times. They would try to go middle, but then middle, like I said, the Netherlands defense was they were in the correct position that you're supposed to play on second point of Havana. They had high ground for their Hanzo up top. The Baptiste was playing on another level, and the defender's advantage of the high ground gets so much to overcome that you really need to find a way to get in, and Italy never were able to. Netherlands always was walling them off, or Italy was taking too much damage on the entry. So now Italy's last best hope is to play a really solid defense on Havana. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd go a step further and go, the number one, like, key to the victory here for Italy going in, don't let this go beyond point A. I think if it gets into point B, the way both teams are playing, it's going to be a W for the Netherlands. So for Italy, they looked good on point A on the attack. They need to somehow find it in them to bring that to the very end. It is one of the most common ways to win on this map. I think holding up close early is a good idea from them here. I mean, just do everything possible so you don't go into point B.
Yeah, absolutely. Yukino, okay, so I'm trying to suss out this composition. So they're not going to show their camp just yet, but they will be rushing into spawn. Well, never mind. They're going to show it right away. Last second here, but the spawn camp here. Yukino on the cast. First cast we've seen today.
Yeah, Cass not seen as much as we might have thought coming in with some of the speculation, but we'll see how things develop. Either way, both teams getting into it right at the spawn, and the old era where the offense and defense swap is what we're seeing here. Don, though, just punches Cassie in the face. Yukino gone immediately. Pastor getting rid of the immortality field, and Netherlands looking very, very healthy here. And, you know, look, you expect to die eventually in the spawn camp, but that was a little too fast, Hex.
Yeah, you want to get some trades or some value, and just nothing happening there. And again, I mean, I just think it's kind of just outcomped. Like, the Ram versus the Reinhardt matchup has just been completely one-sided. You can get some value out of the Rhine eventually, but I mean, it's just sad to see the Rhine holding up a shield and getting the punches, like, just getting punched.
Yeah.
It's just not ideal. They're going to need big picks here from Yukino. I think that's probably their best win condition. But so
Already,
far,
though,
yeah, the Ram is just bullying.
Rajan is almost dead. That was really heavy pressure coming from the Netherlands now. Italy going to drop down, come from the back, try and reverse course on the pressure. They have the immortality field so early here. Rajan really, really low, goes back. Immortality field's going to be down. Window about to fade, and, you know, again, you might be fooled here, but is Netherlands on the attack? Italy's on the defense. It's just positions have swapped. Rajan's going to go down, and the Netherlands just out-rotate and punish. And the idea of the point A hold, Hex, it's going away in a hurry.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. And what's worse is that because the Netherlands were so dominant in both of those fights, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ultimates in the bank. They try to find some sort of win condition for Italy. They need to hit a shatter and separate somebody. Like, you can't shatter, then charge someone into the team. That can't happen.
Rajan has to live to get the shatter, though. Immortality field already used. Shatter built up. Is it gonna land? No! Just immediately crunched mid-shatter. The Netherlands continue their unrelenting pressure, and this should be point A. And, you know, I don't mind Italy coming out that aggressively, Hex. I think they need the hold here at point A, and now, like, they can still win, but this path to victory is so much harder now.
Well, the other thing I was going to say, you can shatter, and then you can also blizzard. So now the other second half of that is the last best chance for Italy. But some great positioning from the Netherlands. They've already taken over the defenders' advantage spots up here on the stills. And Pastor.
Right now, they're going for the Reinhardt isolation again. They're going to get it, I think. They do. I mean, A&J went down pretty quickly, but you take that trade. You absolutely trade the Lucio for the Reinhardt in that situation. And look, I respect good Reinhardt aggression as much as anyone, but right now, Italy has to tone it down a bit. It's not working.
Whenever the aggression comes in, I mean, Netherlands are just doing a great job of catching it, right? Here comes the May Wall, here comes the Storm Arrow, here comes everything into it. But by the time Reinhardt swings, the shield's dead and is at half HP.
Chimera got caught! Pastor was on the flank! Rajan, I mean, you're going to get the beat, but the pressure is going to be huge. Yukino could be the X Factor, overclock in progress, but Dawn is annihilating. Literally walking forward, getting the rest of the cleanup. And that is going to be all she wrote. Netherlands about to take this map and they take the series.
Yeah, so Netherlands will go to 1-1 on their tournament so far. Italy, I mean, that's kind of what we expected. Look, not every team is going to be great in this, and you look at their roster and they just don't have a lot of tournament experience. But like, you know how you get tournament experience? Well, you start playing in tournaments like this.
Yeah.
So the strategies, I don't think were refined or perfect enough. Their tank play seems to be strange. Even when Andrew was playing, like they're playing the Orisa, which is not necessarily meta. And then they swapped in a different tank and kind of bullied by the Ramatra there too. And overall, like they just kind of got gapped. The May got gapped because Tap played really, really well. Yukino had a couple of shots here and there, but for the most part, Pastor was playing just better. So yeah, it's just tough when you go against a team that has a ton of competitive experience, so many hours in the game, and just some great talent on the squad. So again, it's kind of like what you said with Portugal, and I don't mean this in a mean way. I've seen teams lose worse, so it wasn't terrible for Italy, and like I think they can if they refine some of the. I think they need to refine compositions and really look at some of their positions and strategies.
Yeah, I mean, the Rhine versus Ram that was going on here, at least with how they were playing the Rhine, definitely was not it. I mean, it just put them at a disadvantage even before you got into some of the mechanical differences we saw between the two teams. But, a really good setup coming out here from the Netherlands. Keeps them alive here in the tournament, to be sure. A good bounce back. Like, anytime you lose the previous day, the best way of getting over it, just win the next day.
Yeah, and to win in such decisive fashion. So the Netherlands, like, they have talent. They have upset potential for some of these teams. So I think losing to Spain really hurt them. But also, like, you never really know how these groups are going to shake down since we've seen some upsets already. So they're still in it. I mean, obviously, it's only day 2. So I want to say everyone's still in it. But yeah, Netherlands in Group A, especially where 3 teams are going to come out of Group A, you would think like Great Britain and France are going to be in that conversation. But now Belgium is 0-2. Italy, they just beat. Like Netherlands, Denmark is kind of up there for that 3rd spot, and then Spain too. So there are 3 teams coming out of Group A. So obviously going 1-1 is not the end of it. Not the end of it at all for the Netherlands.
For me, it might just be, and we'll save a lot of this for the hype into the next run, but for me, I think about Denmark. I have them as one of my absolute dark horses, and they're one of my favorite teams. And yeah, a lot of it goes back to the 2019 Overwatch World Cup, where they took South Korea to the limit. But, Denmark, of any team, definitely not one you want to sleep on. And guess what? If you like Denmark, if you like Great Britain, I got news for you. They're matching up against each other next in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup 2023 EMEC Online Qualifiers. I'm Jim Basco, joined by ZP and Hex. We just watched Netherlands take it over Italy 2-0, and we're on the final map of the day, or rather the final match of the day. We've got Great Britain versus Denmark. Denmark, we have yet to see play Great Britain with tons of hype riding around them. But we want to mention, and we don't want y'all to forget, that the World Cup and home and away skin bundles are now live. You can hurry up and get them before they leave the shop on June 27th. That is in 4 days. There are actually 3 bundles, the EMEC, APAC, and American versions. You can get both the home and away skins for all the heroes in those bundles, and the bundles support the teams directly by contributing to the World Cup prize pool. You can shop now on Battle.net or via the Overwatch 2 in-game shop, and of course you can learn more at overwatchworldcup.com. But with that said, Hex, ZP, Great Britain and Denmark right around the corner. We have yet to see this Danish team play. Thoughts on this matchup? ZP, let's start with you.
I mean, for me, I can't wait to see Denmark play. Don't get me wrong, I love what British Overwatch has been over time, like one of the most exciting teams, but Denmark has a special place in my heart for how they performed in the last Overwatch World Cup. They are filled with a lot of heavy mechanical talent. They play well together as a team, and, for me, I feel like this should be the match of the day. Both teams have so many bright spots that I'm just excited to see things get kicked off.
Yeah, I mean, this is such an important match because, obviously from what we've seen from France, you're worried about them. So neither of these teams wants to go put anything in the loss bracket, right? And it's also we can get into this a little more, but this is the closest thing you have to 2 Overwatch League rosters, just through and through from top to bottom.
Absolutely. Stacked rosters, of course, fielding Overwatch League players on both teams here. Denmark versus Great Britain is bound to be a banger. Let's take a look at the schedule real quick. Of course, like I mentioned earlier, this is the final match of the day, match number 7. Italy versus Netherlands just finished up. We are at Great Britain versus Denmark, and of course, 2 O's across the board for the day. Definitely a day of 2 Overwatch, but that is all okay. Of course, yesterday we had tons of maps go all the way to 3, and maybe with this Great Britain and Denmark match, like you were saying, perhaps the marquee match of the day, we'll get to our 3rd map here. But Hex and ZP, I'm going to leave it to y'all. This is a fantastic match you've got on your hands, and I will see you guys on the flip side.
All right, so Hex, we are getting into it, and the challenge for me here is that you might be wondering. You looked at previous years and you go, wait, didn't they used to be called United Kingdom? There's a reason for it in regards to it. It's international competition stuff, but it is Great Britain. I will try to call them Great Britain the entire day through. I don't know if I'll be successful, but yeah, in case you're wondering, that is the thing.
Yeah, I mean, you've been complaining about that for 2 days. I'm glad you made it public to people so that when you do screw it up, at least they know that it's been on your mind for a while. But yeah, this Great Britain team, I mean, what can you say? There's so much talent all over. Funny Astro, maybe the best Lucio in the world, has been for at least several years. Backbone is such a good player. Kai, Smex, Chikara, it's all great. I even went back to look at it too, and the GM of this squad is Tasmo, he's a championship pedigree Tasmo, and then Christopher is the last year's coach of the year for the Overwatch League, right? So it's just up and down all the way through this Great Britain team. Anything less than getting out of group stage, especially in Group A where 3 people get out, is going to be an extreme disappointment for them. And I mean, even the players that aren't the players that are in the Overwatch League, I mean, Jikaru and it's just they're just talent all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, this roster, what more can you say? It's stacked, and for good reason. And this is also, think about history of Great Britain in the Overwatch World Cup. I mean, this team has done severe mental damage to top competitors, like Team USA if you go far enough back, right? This is, no matter what, when this team plays in person, when you meet they just have energy around them, strong, we're gonna win this energy, and that's the best way I can describe it. Probably one of my favorite teams to watch over the history of the Overwatch World Cup, and I don't think this year will be an exception. But
the lads are always Chads, right? And then they take that beat from Christopher, usually their coach, going through. But man, I don't know. This Denmark squad has a lot of really good
They're
players
so
on
good.
it too. So like Maga might be like one of the best, or Naga might be one of the best like Mei players I've ever seen. Just as a straight up like, if you're only going to solo that, Shockwave has carry potential on pretty much every hero I've ever seen. Kelix, I just respect so much. Been through ups and downs all the way through his out career, but still sticks with it. And then you look at like Kelix and Slay are part of Twisted Minds, which is the best contenders team in EU. Molig's on the bench, but he's a mainstay of European Overwatch with British Hurricane and been on one in Spitfire. Doge was previously on Houston, and then Shax, you don't see on the screen. I mean, he was on the Spitfire a couple years back, but I remember when he was on the Valiant, he was the best part of the Los Angeles Valiant too. I mean, I've done videos on his Tracer, so there is so much talent all the way through on this squad as well. This I'd be surprised if this one doesn't go to 3, or is at least not close, with single fight kind of ending things.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a world where it is a 2-0 where one team just has superiority, but I don't think either team will look bad. I'm expecting clean Overwatch, regardless of what the final score is. This is one of those things where it could be a game where it's 2-0, but you just look at it and go, yeah, but that was good. Both teams looked good. That's what I'm expecting here. And look, it is still the Overwatch World Cup. There's always a possibility a team could come in and just be weaker than expected. We've already seen it here, and we're just on day 2. So, as much as we're hyping it up, you never quite know until the game begins. But, man, I am excited for this one because I think it'll be good.
Yeah, this should be. I mean, this should give us a really good sense of where both of these teams are at going forward, even only in day 2. But yeah, these are teams that, like I said, you would expect them to get out of group. But one loss is going to be tough because I think France up there as well. Group A is tough. That's why we're letting 3 people out of it. I think. I don't know how the rules exactly broke down for that one, but 3 people will qualify out of Group A. But I think there's been a couple teams in Group A that you don't want to face and put a one in the loss column. If I'm in Group A, I don't want to have to play Spain at some point. There's scary teams still out there.
Very much so. Well, again, we're kicking things off here on Nepal. Not been a Lijiang day for us, but it does mean that, as you say, we've seen a whole lot of Mei, and I don't think that's going to change here. I do think we're going to see Mei at the very least on the Village stage. Speaking of, here we are.
Gonna go to the Village. All right. So, yeah, we didn't even mention Kai's name because I think it almost needs no introduction. But their second DPS, Maimon, has also been really solid too. And Great Britain right now showing us the Echo Mercy, which has had interesting results so far in the tournament. As I think of our first match of the day, were bad results, really. Yeah, and both teams gonna teleport out. But I think Denmark's going to teleport to the point, given their composition.
Yeah, you would have to think that'll be the case. And, yep, Naga showing Mei. No surprises there. And Shockwave going to stay on the sim. So, also might have been right back to spawn, getting poked down early. Big Bionade early, hitting from Great Britain. Fall through, though, not going to be there. The wall comes up, and Denmark is hunkering in for the winter right now, Hex. But it's up to see if Maimon and Kai can grab some picks and break them out of the bunker. And just like that, Naga's gone. That gets rid of a huge impediment. And Kai sets Maimon up on the outskirts. The pressure here is unrelenting. They try and teleport out. Shockwave, one of the people who can't take his own teleporter, as Kai just continues his assault.
Yeah, Kai with 3 right there. I mean, Backbone's going to get smushed against the wall, turn himself into abstract art, but it is all for naught. Nice patience there from Great Britain on this Echo and Mercy. And so I think sometimes when we've seen it not go great is the Echo Mercy is not patient around the point or just waiting and playing corners. They're going for these dives and exposing themselves wide open. But when you're in Great Britain, you can just wait for Kai to get picks. Shockwave, Denmark has completely changed their comp.
Conversely, when you're Denmark, you wait for Kai to get picked, and then you go in, is what we're seeing there. Kai got caught out of position, got just hammered from both ends from Naga and Shockwave. And Denmark got control of the point already here, Hex. Even though the fight's still going on, they prioritize the point 20-28. Maimon, though, over nice little beam on the Naga, gets rid of him immediately. Great Britain not willing to give this up without a fight. Kai on the swap the Sojourn immediately finds Kellex, and oh, the deadliness from Kai is unreal.
Yeah, and we're just kind of playing rock, paper, scissors here too, with Kai with the switch, and here goes the balanced beam yet again. As Slay goes down. Slay has spent the last about 3 minutes inside a spawn. It's been a rough go of it for the Ana. Great Britain will take the lead here at 44%. Shockwave EMP ready though, and just switched to the Sombra, so getting a lot of work done.
Yeah, these fights have been quick and decisive, and again, Denmark has been focused on point. Look at this, the fight hasn't even started, and look at the progress. It's keeping Denmark in it, even when they've lost more fights than they've won. EMP from Shockwave, just basically a swap, get rid of the Winston. Not the worst opening. Astro, though, dominance over Kellex. Naga's still around. Here's the interesting thing here, Hex. Great Britain likely is going to win this, but take a look at the progress. Denmark is getting good value out of losing fights.
Yeah,
this
I mean,
fight might not even be lost yet.
And not at all. I mean, it's a really nice play from Doge to come in there, and it buys some time, and got the, I believe he got the Ana on the Baby Diva too, and bought himself space, gets the remix, so a nice individual play. And Denmark, yeah, just kind of scrapping it out. They will take the lead here as well.
Yeah, I really like that from Denmark, and even though the fight was looking against them, even if it didn't go against them, they got value. But now, in the lead here once more, Great Britain coming in from the high ground. Hikaru on to the point. Naga, meanwhile, going on to the pulse bomb, looking for the Ana. Backbone in trouble, goes down. Shockwave and Naga working real well. The stick is so good. Naga with 2 right after, make it 3. The coordination between Naga and Shockwave right now is unreal.
Yeah, I mean, I think about like the DPS lineups we have in the league and like where we expected them to be, and I think Shockwave and Naga got overlooked. I think Shockwave and Naga were overlooked in their times in the Overwatch League as well too. Like, I just don't think they ever got the respect put on their names. Maybe it was given the teams they were on. Kai got plenty of respect, and that's why.
Yeah, you have to respect Kai, or you simply fall. One of the deadliest DPS around. Really good opening here on the Sojourn with the overclock. Gives Great Britain control the point. But Hex, it's all going to come down to really
EMP.
probably 1 fight, but potentially 2. If you're Denmark, almost you want a quick fight and then a re-go, because Great Britain is stacked right now when it comes to ultimates.
They do have ultimates, but Shockwave can make them not use them. So the EMP is pretty much ready to go. Shockwave's done a great job of charging this up and getting the poke in that you need to get done as a Sombra. So Denmark might open with Kitsune and then see the response.
They
and then
need to get Astro before the beat. Don't let Astro beat. Astro got the beat. It hit 3 though. Doesn't hit Maimon or Backbone. Jakaro, though, gets Shockwave early. Both teams down to DPS. Naga on the prowl once more, getting real close to building a pulse bomb. Mid-fight here could be the difference maker, but Kellex falls. Great Britain way healthier on the point. Pulse bomb near lit for Naga, but he has like no HP, and quickly no teammates either. Slay finds Astro. Point gonna get the flip. Denmark got the flip in the middle of that again.
Yeah, which really helps them try to get back in here.
And Naga's bomb does not connect. Great Britain still in a better position overall. Maimon holding on to the pulse bomb. Where's it going to go? Holding here in the back, under a little bit of pressure, 60 HP. Under pressure again, Naga out for blood. Maimon, though, going to stay alive. Both teams poking back and forth. Denmark is back up to full strength. The pulse bomb comes out. Doge in real danger right now. Super low HP, still somehow alive. Doge is staying alive against the odds right now. Does it get finished? Is the beat gonna hit in time? Oh no! Kellex drops the beat. It doesn't hit Doge. Just in the nick of time. Kai, meanwhile, finishing off on the side, makes it 2. And that is Great Britain taking the round, but what a round it was.
I've been really impressed with Doge, actually. Pretty impressed with both the early Diva play into the Winston play there at the end to stay alive, and I think that's just a taste of what we're going to see between these two teams. And yeah, I mean, Naga going absolutely nuts, Naga being the aggressor on the Tracer looked really good. Just both of these squads putting out some really excellent individual plays, and about as good as it can get. I do like that Denmark really, really prioritized getting control of the point. If they didn't get flips there a couple times, like, that match goes completely different.
I mean, you look at Great Britain was winning more than Denmark was, but Denmark made up the difference by just the #1 rule of Overwatch: get on the objective, stupid. And it paid off big time. We'll see if that point presence continues here into the next round. Big difference, though, between what both teams are running here is Denmark, they do go to the May again.
Yeah, I mean, Naga's May is it's excellent, so that's going to be something that they can rely on, but they need to try to get a good rush in here.
All Doge here, punching away, Jakaru in his face, hoping for a little bit of heals, just throws up the arms, blocking, saying, please, get off of me. Both teams, a little bit of poke back and forth, neither team suffering an elimination here just yet, but again, look at the point. Denmark prioritizing it. Great Britain, more so just looking to win the fight. Jakaru goes on the pit, he's in the pit, he's gone! And just like that, Doge with the next one, I don't know.
Was it because of the Ramatra slope?
It might have. No, it might have been the Ramatra slope. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think he like kind of skipped through it and it dropped him like a stone.
Yeah, it looked a little bit weird, but that had to be what went on there. As Denmark, they get first control again.
Huh. Well, that was an interesting interaction. Sorry, I'm a little bit flabbergasted by it.
Yeah. I hear the wheels turning. Doge just punches backbone in the mouth. Denmark keeping control here thus far. Slay, a little bit of pressure from the outside. Kai on the prowl, just snipes out Kelix. Great Britain trying to find their opening. Slay, meanwhile, gets taken down. You can't turn your back to Kai like that. It'll kill you every time. As Great Britain right now off the assassinations of Kai, working their way back onto the point. Denmark, though, still plenty of tools to stall. Naga just gets pinned down. Jakaru doesn't let him get away. So close it's so far to Blizzard, as Great Britain now should be about to get control.
Yeah, 54% though already for Denmark here, but Great Britain has been banking up enormous ultimates. Like this Pulse Bomb needs to find some pay dirt, but also it's going to be very difficult for Denmark to take the point against a Winston with Primal Rage. Ideally, you fight the Winston somewhere that is not over an enormous death pit.
Kai almost nearly picked Naga though. I see Naga's health bar just disappear. That's just, what happens when you try and open in. Well, I'm curious here as the Pulse Bomb set. Maimon going here to the back. On the approach, Shockwave in his sights. The Bob's already been used, and now they turn their attention to Maimon. No Pulse Bomb used here just yet. Gonna go around. Doge under pressure, got hit with the Bionade. Getting pretty low. Kelix also in danger. Jakaru just slaps people around. Annihilation though out, and as I say that, Maimon got to the back. Dealt with the BAP with the Pulse Bomb. Naga, though, fires back in turn. Makes him pay for it, as Denmark is trying to fight their way in. They don't have to worry about the Primal Rage anymore here, Hex and Naga. They're going to go with the Blizzard. They're looking for the isolation. Jakaru throws on the point. Astro drops the beat in response. I think that's a good beat. You just keep people alive. Denmark, though, they drop the later beat. They go for the highly aggressive engage, trying to make anything happen to later beat. They nearly get Jakaru, but it's a good disengage from Great Britain.
Yeah, Denmark always gets the point during some of these duels, so it is a nice disengage. Really good beats by both squads to keep the tanks alive. And now we're back to the neutral, and trades in the neutral.
Well, Kai wins those trades, as it turns out, but Slay punishes Jakaru. Denmark still in control of the point. And
Britain doesn't have their main healer.
Tank that early. Yeah.
Britain doesn't have their main healer or their tank. They got to back up. So Britain has one more fight remaining. Dragon can be fine just to keep some space. So if you're Denmark and you're tracking ults, you don't want to be engaging on the rush right now because Dragon's just going to push you back.
Well, here we go. Great Britain on the way in. A fight they must win for the round. Denmark at 96%. Kai holding down! Gets caught by the BAP as it was mid-Dragon. Denmark 5v4, and that is enough to force a round 3.
Sometimes the wordplay just makes it too obvious that I can't even think of it, but Slay takes down the Dragon. It was really, really well done there. Big play.
Yeah.
Kai says H-Jax, which I think might mean Ajax. Maybe it's
Yeah.
Hacks. I'm not sure.
It had to be. Like,
Yeah.
also, the legacies of some Overwatch players, man, that just became Ajax's legacy, is that we've turned you into a descriptor in the game, even though you haven't played the game in years and years. Like,
Yeah.
it just happens.
Just one of those things that happens in esports. I mean, think about how Cloud9 feels, right?
I mean, at some point, I think Jack probably just saw it as like a free marketing.
Free marketing.
Keeps the brand relevant.
All right, we are 1-1 here on Nepal. Again, different compositions here. Denmark's going to go for a little hybrid of the Rush, and then Shockwave on the Ashe. And Great Britain's going for kind of a strange dive-ish
Kai's
kind of
under
thing.
so much pressure. Already low. Somehow is able to shake it. I think there's a Shockwave and a little bit of pressure from Naga there. but both teams still at a full 5v5. But again, watch the point. Denmark values the point, as we've seen over and over again, and it might be first control, even as this fight is still being contested. Both teams pretty healthy here right now. Maimon just charging ult here on the back. Generic damage coming out for the Tracer, but Denmark first control of the point. Kai, though, first pickoff, gets Slay. Some quick revenge for the end of last round. Shockwave so low, too. Naga out of it. And that should be a quick retake here from Great Britain, but it's not one just yet. But Maimon certainly leading the way.
Well, I mean, why Denver is, like, you know, obviously prioritizing the point, it's their composition allows it. When you've got a Mei and you've got a Ramatra, it's a little bit easier to have some staying power. But the moment that you lose a Baptiste, not only losing like your splash damage and everything, you're losing your anti-dive, which ends up being the immortality field. So it's a little tough there. So obviously losing your main support early in a fight is bad. We saw it there. Shockwave's going to go over to the Sombra again.
It's not bad, but you won't have Naga on the Tracer to back it up, so it's a little bit different than the last time we saw it. Maimon, meanwhile, in the back. BAP in the sights! Immortality field, though. Gonna save the BAP in the moment. However, there's no saving Naga from Kai, who is being deadly consistent on the Hanzo. Great Britain still in control of the point. Doge, a little bit back and forth here. Tank beat Tank. Dragon going right down the corner here from Kai. Block out from Doge. Punches Shikaru in the mouth. And Denmark still trying to get the point flip, but this time around, Great Britain doesn't let him have it.
Now, Denmark's going to back up here and not lose anyone else. Careful.
Kai looking, and no, it's Backbone that finishes off. Can't let Kai do all the work.
You can't even go in now. Like, you just have no healing. Naga is going to be in trouble. Maybe Ice Blocks his way out and gets a pack at some point, but yeah, you have to wait for Slay. Slay's actually just going to switch. Just gets off of the Baptiste and goes over to the Moira. Maybe more survivability, a little more sustain. Possibly just to be able to get an ultimate up before Great Britain caps.
Also, I think Naga might go to the Tracer once Blizzard is out. I think probably wanted to swap a little bit earlier, but oh, the sleep! Shockwave just takes a quick nap, but you know, still decent for Denmark. I got picked off early, and I think it's one of those blessing in disguise moments here.
I was just going to say that,
Denmark's winning the fight anyway, so they just get to save the EMP. Oh.
I mean, the Blizzard
bad luck
out.
for Great Britain.
Yeah. But I was thinking the same thing of like, wow, now they're going to win that fight and have EMP for the next one. But the Blizzard had to come out. Denmark now in control, but if you're Denmark, like, you kind of want to take the fight to them with this EMP. Don't let them get set up. God, Slay has been haunted by Kai. I think that's 3 deaths in a row.
Yeah, the arrows, they just don't miss, is what we're seeing here. But the EMP comes up for Shockwave. Get rid of Astro. Wow, just annihilate him. An EMP for 1. And now, Doge, in the middle of the point, Annihilation has to be on the mind here. Annihilation comes out, and he's got to walk forward and keep on punching. Shockwave finds Maimon in the back, and Denmark, untold aggression towards Great Britain here. And they kind of have to, Hex, because there is a big progress disparity between the two teams.
Yeah, big progress disparity, but I mean, Denmark has done a pretty good job of at least staggering their ultimate economy. You saw previously it was the DPS ults, and now this time it ends up being the tank ultimates, and now Denmark has both support ultimates to go for too. Great Britain, the bank is a little bit empty now.
Yep, and it's going to be what everyone gets for Christmas. It's coal for Denmark on the way. And look, it's not the flashiest ultimate, but it does its job. Within reason here. As long as he doesn't get hit in the head immediately. But Kai is a little bit busy with the Shockwave over here. And I like what Denmark is doing and pressuring Kai a little bit more. Don't give Kai the free shots. Naga just strips Astro off the wall with the Icicle. And now it's anyone's game. 99-95. Great Britain needing to make a play here, but Astro's not going to be back for a little bit yet. Still in spawn with the beat, and that's a beat that Great Britain needs. Shockwave finds Backbone. And after Great Britain, you got to delay. You got to delay till the beat comes out. Beat comes out. Now what's going to be the capitalization here for Great Britain? Denmark is still at a full 5. Slay shakes the pressure. Kai finds Kelix, and Slay takes down both supports. But will it be enough? Shockwave and Naga return the favor. Doge gets rid of Kai. And Denmark, they're almost there on the first map. They just need a little bit more. Jakaru, though, good delay right now for Great Britain. Is that going to be enough for people to get back to the point? It is so back and forth, Hex.
This one is getting really hard to call. It's going to be a Blizzard coming out, though, from Naga. Kai has gone to the Pharah of all of things, and Denmark pulls it off in the end. I really like what the Kellex ended up doing with the beat there, even though Funny Astro came back. Like, the moment they got the beat and it was 5v4, he just slammed it, just knew it right away. And if they could pick off one or they could pick off two, they only ended up getting one out of that beat, which is why it was a little bit dodgy towards the end of that fight. But just to use it proactively, like, let's finish out this fight. But so far, this match is living up to the hype.
Yeah, and you know what's the most intelligent play for me at the very end there? Just because it completely threw off the tempo Great Britain had, just Shockwave going, hey, kill Astro. EMP for one, remove him, and that just messed up everything for Great Britain in that final fight. So I think that was a super smart play from Shockwave.
Yeah, I think Denmark's really trying to control the tempo and the space in a lot of these engagements too, so really smart. And Shockwave is getting EMP so quickly that trading 1-for-1 has been kind of fine for them. But, I mean, the thing keeping Great Britain alive in a lot of these fights is Kai getting 2 and 3 kills, like, pretty much at the time. And what a big play there. This is coming down to, like, a little bit of a few of our matches yesterday where it's the final fight every single time on Control.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy both these teams are living up to the hype. And, you know, you think about, like, hype for DPS players coming in. Kai is doing everything that Sweden thought their DPS players would be doing, because you see Kai on the field, you kind of know someone's going to get dropped most of the time. And it's why you saw Denmark just have to really shift gears and go, okay, please attack Kai no matter what so he stops murdering our supports in particular.
Yeah. Also, I mean, I thought the tank play from Denmark was really solid. Support play was okay. I mean, Slay... I mean, sometimes it's just an unlucky go next, right? So Slay was getting hit by Kai pretty rough on that in the second stage. First stage, though, Slay had like the game-winning shot to kill that dragon on Kai, too. So very evenly matched, a lot of good players, and we're in for a map 2, and it'll be the first time that Great Britain loses a match. So we'll find out where they want to go next.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see what map they bring us to, but Denmark versus Great Britain, so far it's living up to the hype. Will it do even more? Well, you gotta stick with us to find out. not everything in life lives up to the hype, but in this brief moment in time, this match certainly is. Denmark versus Great Britain, both teams Hex throwing haymaker after each other in what was very tight, well-coordinated Overwatch.
Yeah, and a couple different clashes of styles. We saw composition switches, which ended up being really interesting. Kai went nuts, but I mean, you made the comparison between like, you know, DPS not living up to the hype and then Kai doing it, but I'm kind of looking at this Denmark DPS duo and being like, maybe this is the duo that we should really be looking out for. Shockwave and Naga played really, really well. Shockwave on the Sombra, you know, I've shared my opinions on Sombra before. I think some teams play it because they think they have to, not because they're good at it. It looks like Shockwave is good at it. And then just the kind of aggression that comes out from Denmark. And I've always appreciated teams with aggression. Like, I feel like even if you're overmatched talent-wise, you can win matches just by being aggressive. Anyway, so Great Britain is map choice. They're going to take us to Watchpoint Gibraltar, a map that's been reworked. What do you think of this choice, ZP?
It's interesting because I feel like there were previous years in the Overwatch World Cup where, you know, Great Britain was like, we want everything up close and personal. But, you know, as I brought that up during the break, it's like, yeah, but think about Kai's impact on the team. It's like, yeah, it makes all the sense in the world, right? Is that you have not only an incredible DPS player at anything long range, but as we see, you don't have to wonder, is like, does he feel like it's there or not? Kai's playing incredible. So going to a map that gives you longer sightline ability, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, it also might get Doge off of the Ramatra, which I thought the Ramatra was really strong. So like Denmark looked like they were playing like this weird kind of rush hybrid. They weren't really playing super dive, but on occasion they were still cycling in the Sombra. So it was kind of hard to like give a name to what Denmark was playing. But obviously Denmark was more of a control the point, control space composition with the Ramatra and with the May. And that doesn't necessarily work on Gibraltar just because every low ground is flanked by high ground, like every single spot. Gibraltar has been swapped out a little bit. There's a couple different pathing issues, and now like with the ability to switch spawns and things, Gibraltar won't be the Venus flytrap of maps, which it used to be. You know, if you captured first points while the other, or second point rather, when the other team was in spawns, like the map just killed you essentially. You had to jump off.
Yeah, which, you know, while nostalgic, it is good to see the map get, you know, some tweaks over time. But here we go, Denmark out the gates here on the attack, and be running with the Junker Queen and a Sombra Reaper here, Hex.
Yeah, Denmark remains a team that's really hard to kind of call their comp. This is a Rush E, but, you know, without the May, there's not going to be the wall to pin the other team against, but Great Britain doesn't have a Lucio to disengage. So if Denmark finds a good angle to get in there, they can definitely rush down targets with the Reaper and Junk.
Yeah, I think step number one, you see Kai just pelting in shots from above. Deal with that person. Deal with Kai here, or you will live to regret it. But Denmark right now, they just kind of want to survive. Keep the payload moving under. Go, hey, at some point you got to jump down, and Jakaru does just that, but also immediately jumps back up. Does not want to overstay his welcome there, as Denmark, again, objective-focused, getting through this underpass, which is not always free.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, I think, one of the reasons that Great Britain went to Gibraltar, of course, is because Kai and these sightlines. You think of like up here running an Ash or even like a Soldier 76 up there is fantastic. Reaper's going to have to be the one to deal with it because no one else really has high ground unless you want to send Kelix up there or maybe a Sombra to harass. But Naga can just maybe try to flank up there with Reaper's extremely quiet "I'm flanking" voice line.
Well, Kai is getting pressured right now, so you take a look at the poke war between both teams at the top of your screen. Yeah, Kai is a big deal at the moment. Shockwave, though, getting really, really low. Able to get away, gets a health pack. As Naga just shoots away near the payload. As Denmark, they're just trying to push a payload in, going, at some point, you have to commit, Great Britain. And Naga gets caught, goes for the teleport, and Kai goes, I see those. Yeah.
That's the neat thing. No, you don't. You don't have to commit because like it's just going to be very difficult to get Kai off of this high ground, given the composition that Denmark is running. Like I said, like Naga, maybe. Sombra, maybe you send Sombra up there like on a flank and then have Slay teleport to them. Like, it doesn't seem like there's great ideas to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, right now you look at this, Kai's just squatting up there. He's not removing. You can get whatever judicial order you want, unless you go there and move him yourself. It's not happening. That is the #1 issue. But here comes the beast and the teleport. It's everyone going to knock on the door. Kai, though, drops a Bob in response. Great Britain able to shake a lot of the pressure. Doge getting really low, taken on down by Astro. The focus was there. Jakar, though, out. Neither team with the tank. EMP gets dropped right after. It's a nice EMP from Shockwave Hex. And even though Kai's still alive, not a lot of the rest of his team is.
Yeah, just pushing that as hard as they did. Maybe you don't get the kills there, but it buys you space to evict the other team. Also, the Kitsune with the Reaper combo on the ground is just brutal. Like, the fire rate going high is insanity.
The old classic Reaper, high ground, Death Blossom, and, well, it's scattered once it goes up there. So, not quite going to be one of those big Death Blossom moments, at least not just yet.
Well,
but
I mean,
Jakaru's getting ripped apart as he goes up.
The higher skill level you go, the less Death Blossom is valuable, you know? If you only hang out on the main Overwatch subreddit, you think Death Blossom is the best thing ever. At the pro level...
Guy's down! Got knifed!
Yeah.
Doge caught him, and Jakaru's gonna have to back out soon. He's just getting crushed by this Reaper shot after shot. I mean, it's not flashy, but it's effective. You just see his health melting. As Denmark, they're almost at the end of point B here. Great Britain's got to do something fast, and it starts with the rally. Rally comes out. Shockwave, though, gets backbone immediately. Again, a 5v4 in favor of Denmark. Slay finds Astro, and Denmark just not letting up.
Yeah, and
nice
also
hack.
the hack on Echo is brutal there. What Denmark did so perfectly here, and maybe people haven't played Gibraltar in a while, is taking that momentum from A onto high ground in B. Because if you do not take that first momentum fight and take shuttle and you take high ground and you let the defense set up, it is a brutal retake to get into second point on any sort of decent position, especially against good long-range hit scan. So to ride that first momentum, to get people up top on the shuttle to take that high ground away, I think it's the hardest part of the map, is offensive B.
Look at Astro. Astro nearly goes down there. Gets a little bit of support. But Shockwave still holding on to the EP, still just fighting the supports here. The backline teleports out. That is ridiculous pressure for one player in the back. Still has the EMP. Jakaru gets the nano, goes on in. EMP from Shockwave dropped to the back. Naga finds backbone. Jakaru, though, punishes Naga. 4v4. Beat was used here from Denmark, so they're looking for a little bit more, and Jakaru's not going to give it to him.
No, and also, like, it's a really nice duplicate here, too. Double tanks on the field seems unfair in Overwatch 2, so they're going to be able to pull that one off, and Denmark sent back to the drawing board. Shockwave with the solo EMP has worked out sometimes, was able to get backbone there, but not able to clean up the kill on Kai towards the end as well. And this is the first time that Great Britain's had some breathing room on defense.
Oh, Kai, how does Kai not die there? He got down to like 2 HP. The
Slay
healing.
killed him, yeah.
Yeah, the healing was just enough to keep Kai in it. Astro finishes off Kellex. And once more, Kai just perching on the high ground with 2.5 minutes left to go. Still plenty of time for Denmark, but Great Britain has finally found their groove.
Yeah, this is still a problem. It's like the problem that Denmark ran on the offensive A is you need to evict Kai. This one's a little easier because at least there's like stairs and it's not as tucked away as A point high ground. But this is still the big issue they're going to have to deal with because Kai is going to probably be getting damage boosted up here and they still don't have the comp to necessarily fight it easily.
Bob comes on in. Bob's about to go back on out, but again, a little bit of pressure. I don't think Kai's expecting too much from that. The main thing is just stay on the high ground, fire on down. But here comes the pressure. EMP out. However, Shockwave and Naga also out. Not the most effective dive, just immediately punished by Great Britain, and that's going to buy them a lot.
Yeah, Naga playing Reaper like I play Reaper. Just teleport right in their face and hope they miss. Unfortunately, Kai did not miss that shot and puts Reaper down right away. Yeah, we'll see if there's any switches that come in. Naga on the Tracer. Yeah, I guess Kellex has gone to Moira. They still don't really have ideal options to dive high. And it does seem like maybe you just send people into the low ground and try to run corners here and just maybe hope that Kai can't dominate you on the entry.
All right, Jakaru moves on in, off the nano. Doge hanging on to the Rampage and decides to let it fly. Gets Maimon and Jakaru in it. Yeah, it's not the worst Rampage in the world. However, the follow-throughs are there. Both Maimon and Jakaru are able to get out. Pretty good disengage here from Great Britain. Kai, again, under a bit of pressure. Down the half HP, still alive. Doge looking for Jakaru. Over and in. As Denmark, they can't get Kai. Kai punishes Kellex. And again, Kai in good HP. Decent positioning. Naga in the back getting chased by Jakaru and just pressured on both ends. Maimon doesn't let him get away. 38 seconds left from Denmark, and they get one more reset here.
Yeah, they finally got Kai in the high ground, but, you know, at what cost? I think they thought, like, once they pushed under the archway, under the bridge, that Kai was, like, going to drop down and maybe play the back platform. But Kai just sat up there and just took pot shots for another 30 seconds, hammering on people, and just unable to ever really dislodge him. Now with the Winston, you can try to get this dive going, too. The Shockwave EMP is going to be everything.
Yeah, I agree. This is entirely set up by the EMP. Denmark, can they land the EMP before the engage comes in? Can Shockwave make a count? He's going in from the top. Goes in for Kai. They're going to get Kai. Oh, the nano! What a well-timed nano from Backbone. Wasn't caught in the EMP. Saves Kai's life. And also gives Kai nano. That's terrifying at the same time. Takes down Doge. And, oh, man, really well-timed support play from Great Britain. And that should be it for this round of Gibraltar. Far, but not quite far enough.
Yeah, it's a good offense, but that's just phenomenal support play by Great Britain to understand your losing condition is an EMP right there. Because we saw the nano goes down immediately, and that was good. It was good spacing to have your Ana that far away to be able to get nano off, but also Valk went off immediately too. I mean, there's a small window where you can get your ultimate off before the EMP hits too. So both supports for Great Britain being ultra aware that that's their losing condition is if everyone gets EMP'd, both able to get the ultimates off at the end. Really smart play. Denmark, you know, given what they were going up against in Kai and Great Britain's map pick, a very, very strong push for Gibraltar. There's definitely places here on offense where a team can get hung up. Like, you can get hung up on A. I think, like I said, offense on B can be brutal unless you're able to really roll through it. So, really good play from Denmark. Great Britain's going to have to finish the map. Otherwise, they're going to drop their first match of the tournament.
Well, the other thing here, too, is that Denmark should match up a little bit better on the defense where, you know, you think about how Great Britain was running, you know, the last round. They were using every last bit of defensive geometry available to them to maximize the impact of Kai. They did it very well. It's not as easy on the attack because your spawn point does not just spawn you on the high ground and make other teams go to you, right? So even though I think Kai can still be super effective here, you know, in theory, it is a little bit less oppressive to deal with from Denmark.
Yeah. That said, I do like Great Britain maybe trying to run this Echo Mercy to get some of the high ground and take it away and to really work with the Winston dive. Although Denmark is running like kind of this anti-dive catch here.
Well,
yeah.
Shockwave was behind the right corner, picked correctly, and immediately sent Mercy to the grave. The one hero you're not rezzing, as it turns out. Name on them. Down Kiriko, so still not the worst opening here for Great Britain. Astro's going to be back out of spawn soon. It'll lead to the 5v4, and for Denmark, kind of have to rotate out a little bit. Doge just getting pelted down, got hit by the Bionade, and, you know, just tickled to death by Jakaru at the end. Maimon finding some decent room here on the Echo at the same time as pretty solid opening here for the Great Britain offense.
I think Denmark may be playing this, I mean, maybe they'll make switches here given what Great Britain's running, but you run this composition kind of in a way where, you know, it's a great defensive composition because you don't have to win fights. You have to stall cart. And so, like, this composition is really good at, like, taking space and keeping space. The big issue is of this Echo Mercy combo is just going to go kind of, you know, untouched.
Heavy pressure on the Doge once more. Quick hack on the Maimon. Able to shrug Mercy off. Coming in from the top. Heavy pressure on the Maimon. Able to get away where, you know, if you're Astro, you're kind of torn between two worlds here. Boost the really good Ash or keep Echo alive. And, well, Maimon finds Shockwave. Doesn't let him get away that time. As Great Britain looking really healthy, but as that happens, August finds Kai. Evens things back out. Here comes the clone. It's a clone Junker Queen this time around. Aga's gone, though, and Denmark doesn't really have a lot of damage threats right now as Great Britain slowly cleaning this up.
No, I think that Great Britain, or that Denmark wanted to play Car Wash down at the bottom. They wanted to have all their brawlers in the big pack and maybe stall cart down there. But Great Britain was able to move it far enough that they never were able to get their composition set up in that position. And so far, Denmark kind of just getting rolled over. He comes in, but to what end?
Yeah, I mean, the only upside here for Denmark is that Great Britain, they're keeping really good control, but you look at the delay here. For a while, they were not trying to win that fight. It was just stall. 4 minutes, though, for point B. You're feeling a lot better as Great Britain right now, so long as you win the first fight on point B, which is, map changes are, though, very, very important.
Okay, some switches come in here. So Doja's going to go to the Diva. That should help at least with the Sky combo. Kelix goes over to the Moira, with a little more sustain. Maybe also to help out with the Sky combo. But pretty good for Denmark to get control of this high ground early on.
All important first plan B still going on. Bionate on the Doge. Again, you've been seeing Backbone just focus on Doge a lot. Kai finds Slay. Deals with the Kiriko. Great Britain again, up 5 before Doge, able to get back into it after healing up. Shockwave really, really low, has the EMP, and oh, Kai finds him at the same time. No EMP gonna be dropped, and this is surgical. No one's really getting poked down in Great Britain, but hey, that's not poke, that's just full-on bomb, but what does that do in this situation? You still have an enormous number advantage as Denmark is just struggling to find their footing.
Yeah, I mean, the Diva's actually really struggling against this Echo. You've seen the Beam come in and do so much damage, the Winston on the Tickle, so it's just kind of a matter of time before Doge gives up the life. EMP can be a game changer, Kitsune Rush can be a game changer. Right now, Denmark needs to find their footing and get a fight.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of stability. Kitsune gonna come out here from Denmark. What other fall-through do you have? Shockwave gets hit with the Bionade, drops the EMP before dying. And the fall-through just is not there. Astra and Backbone on the punish on the both DPS of Denmark as Great Britain looks to just easily cruise through point B. And now Denmark, they're going to have an even more impressive point C hold from the looks of it if they want to hold on and win this in 2.
Yeah, Maimon has just been kind of running wild all over this team, and no one's really been shooting up. It's tough, and like, you know, Diva can be okay to eat some of that damage, but it's not been good enough. Yeah, Denmark's compositions, both offense and defense, are
that's
brutal. A little something we desired.
Shockwave gets hit with the Bionade, finished off, and Backbone just drops the LOL. This is the attitude I expect from Great Britain in the Overwatch World Cup. I'm glad. That's what we need. Speaking of Backbone, Nano, good to go.
Shockwave
and,
Widow.
I have to go on Jakaru here soon as Jakaru is like, please, save me. Heal me. No Nano required here, just get.
Yeah, the Shockwave Widow is an interesting switch. But the problem is Shockwave has to deal with both the Sky combo and Kai's Ashe. He's probably going to get jumped on too.
Yeah, Jakaru went in, got low, got the Nano at the right time. All three going to be there, though. Right now, looking for Naga, getting slowed down, and really just wants to get out. However, heals are going to be coming back in. Great Britain looking to press the assault. Backbone goes down early, but the dive is still really good. Kai and Jakaru able to get both Shockwave and Slay. Not without some falling on the other end as Doge picks up 2. Getting scrappy, and usually the defense likes scrappy fights here. Yeah. Doge staying alive as a tank. Respawns are going to be coming in soon, and you know, if anyone was still up, Naga could have delayed.
Yeah, the Doge, I don't know, seems like the comfort hero of Ramatra right now. Has played it so well in the previous map, and you know, the Diva just wasn't getting it done. It does enough to pressure up, but eventually these teams have to land. I think the Shockwave Widow pick is really smart. It makes at least Great Britain respect it and play different angles. So now you almost know that the Echo and Mercy is going to come up over right side top. And yeah, you're going to have to commit some resources to deal with Shockwave back here.
Yeah, and Shockwave, well, he's drawn the aggro of a Winston. Meanwhile, Kai finds Slay again. Another quick early pickoff from Kai. The tank down. Maimon finishes him off at the beam, and just like that, Great Britain on their way to force a map 3. Everything going right for them on this long range of Gibraltar point C. Just a quick little slide into victory, and map 3, not a day of full 2 Overwatch Hex. We finally got it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the great things about this format is that where teams are able to pick a map, and like that map just made so much sense for the compositions that Great Britain wanted to run. I mean, obviously Kai, long range hit scan on defense, you know that Ashe up in that spot is always good. Theoretically on B, still the same, but they kind of got pulled over there. But then also you saw Kai on point C with long range hit scan. And then their offense, clearly, like I was very impressed with the Echo Mercy combination. They were getting so much done and there was really no good answer. So a difference of style between Denmark and Britain, where Denmark, it's not a full-on like rush, sustain, tank combination, but it's like that's the core of what they're working with, right? As like a Mei and a Ramatra. So this is a great map to negate some of that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, the different looks we saw from both teams was pretty exciting. I do think one thing we didn't talk a whole lot about, but especially in the second round, You know how players have tendencies and eventually you figure it out and you start reading them? I do feel like Shockwave started getting read a little bit where, there was a period of time where I think it was like 3 or 4 straight team fights. Shockwave would go out to harass and immediately get hit with a Bionade and often just straight up die to the point that Backbone, drops the LOL, right? So there is adaptation coming in here from Great Britain going, okay, we see how you're playing this. You saw Shockwave get a little bit less value as time went on, and, I like the different changes we saw from both teams, and even the Widow swapping them from Shockwave was really smart. They just had to defend for too long.
It is one thing that you will notice with Sombra is like if you play it or if you watch enough Sombra, is that Sombras do tend to get caught in a loop, and they do tend to become some of the most predictable heroes of this is where my translocator goes, this is who I harass, this is when I uncloak, and you can kind of pick up on that. And so it was a good read by Great Britain. But now, though, we are going to go to a third map. Thank goodness. It'll be our fourth match overall that goes to a map number 3. And it's going to be Denmark's pick. So, obviously, if there's compositions that they like better, I'd imagine it's going to be a map that suits Ramatra. Just looking at Doge so far, as Ramatra's been the best tank he's played. I mean, he's only played like 3 different tanks, but still.
Well, I gotta tell you, Great Britain, Denmark, not only has it lived up to the hype, they're bringing us to the all-important Map 3. The thrilling conclusion comes at you right after this. It is map 3, the ultimate match here in our competition where everything is first to 2. Both of these teams, Great Britain and Denmark, bringing each other to the limit and more. And Hex, we are going to Denmark's map pick, which could give them the edge.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing a little bit of different styles come out here. Like where, obviously Denmark has the players that can go toe-to-toe with Kai and like long-range hit scan. We've seen Shockwave do it a couple times. It's possible, but it seems like they prefer like kind of the Ramatra and May just seems like more of their base style at the very least of like holding a spot, rushing into teams in that way, and then letting Shockwave like either Sombra or kind of just do whatever. So it does seem like they would rather prefer a map that didn't give Kai the longer sightlines. And so I think that's the small difference in style. Haven't seen a ton of these teams just yet, but we're just trying to theory craft a little bit.
Yeah, or at the very least, if it does have like higher sight lines, at least, not a map where Gibraltar, where you could just camp out like in the most advantageous spots ever as a ranged DPS, just be like, well, they can get to me, but it's going to take a while. Like any map where even as Tracer you go, oh god, I have to go to high ground, like, is probably a pretty good map for Kai,
Yeah, so the map pick for Denmark is going to be New Queen Street. Only, I think, 3 push maps to choose from. Those are the New Queen Street, Coliseo, or Esperanza, whatever. I'm from the Midwest. I can't say words. So New Queen Street makes the most sense, I think, because I was thinking about like Coliseo used to just be dominated by Sojourn. I mean, everything was dominated by Sojourn, but it's because like there are good sight lines there at certain points, especially long hallway where the initial fights usually happen. So I think New Queen Street allows best for if you want to run a rush comp. May can be very, very good here. You can also just stall things out by like kind of sitting in the window and dropping May walls and things. So this makes sense to me for what I've seen so far from Denmark. Again, it's Denmark's first match.
Yeah, and I think one thing we've seen here too, obviously teams still have to play the matches or everything else. I think regardless of who wins in the series, odds are very high I think both of these teams get through, and if they don't, that'll be a story unto itself, because what we're seeing, it's not that this has just gone to map 3 here, X, where we've seen matches in Overwatch in history where it goes to 3. Or, you think back to certain infamous games, it goes to 7, and it's not good Overwatch. This match has gone to 3, and it is very good Overwatch.
Yeah, again, 3 teams will come out of Group A. Group A includes France and Belgium, obviously Netherlands, Italy, Spain as well, so and Portugal. So there's a chance that one of these teams ends up getting upset. But so far, they look like 2 of the best. And we'll see as the tournament goes through. Kai is going to be on Sojourn. Shockwave's going to try to match that with an Ashe, and then it's going to be I think the core of Denmark's strategy is Naga on May, which is best hero, and Doge on Matcha, which I think is best hero.
Yeah, those are 2 very clear comfort picks. Maybomb right now looking to add a little bit of pressure to the Shockwave, open things up for Kai to drop the finishing blow. Both teams for now feel each other out. Kai, though, under pressure in the back, getting very, very low. Denmark getting the better pressure for a moment, and also Denmark first control of the robot here. Great Britain, meanwhile, a little bit further back, and kind of how we saw things play out in control in regards to objective priority next.
Yeah, I mean, the first point, I think you would rather just take a good fight rather than getting 7 meters, right? As things go on and the meter and the yardage or meterage changes, then priorities can be different. But I think it's really important. You just really want to win this first fight and get maybe 30 meters out of it.
Again, you see the DPS getting pressured, Kai getting low, Naga getting low, the tanks trading off here in the middle, but the real story is what's going on between the DPS. Neither team wants to lose it first. Doge, though,
Jakar's in trouble.
Yeah, it's like one tank may be bioed, but Jakar's the one that needs help. On the other end, Kai, again, gets hit for half. Slade finishes off Backbone. Finally, we got a first blood, and Denmark looking to push the advantage. Denmark essentially, going forward in this moment. And, Great Britain, when you're down that much healing, you just kind of back out.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to. All your sustain is gone. The Pulse Bomb will miss, and this is kind of the very first push you want, and it just comes off of 1 kill. And as much as Slay has gotten kind of rocked by Kai today, you just take that. But Slay's given almost as much as he's gotten. You think about, like, that kill back on Shrine. So, yeah, there's been good play out of that player.
Bionade.
Got it back
Forced the
off.
quick immortality field. Yeah, Slay had to drop immortality. Naga and Doge both low. Naga still under pressure. Wants to live to Blizzard here at the very least. Naga still under pressure. Goes down. Kai finishes off with the overclock shot. Still railguns in reserve. Kai looking for a little bit more, and Maimon able to find Doge, and Great Britain claps right back.
Yeah, they will be able to in full reset now from Denmark. Now, always the question is are they going to be in a good enough position to fight before 38 meters? I believe so. I mean, the bot moves pretty slowly here, and at the very least, you can chuck Bob at it.
Yeah, I like Denmark's position here. I mean, the number one thing is where's the Blizzard going to go, right? That is probably the key factor here. Bob's just going to kind of do whatever.
Well, I think number one thing is to not use two ultimates here. Like, you either want to use Blizzard or Annihilation, not both.
I absolutely agree. Meanwhile, Astro, by looking for Beavis. Oh, Jakaro got so low. How did he not use Primal? The ball, like, just absolute presence on Jakaru as Backbone. Finds Shockwave. Bob's already out here. Denmark can still drop the Blizzard. And this is, Denmark's hanging in there despite the early pick off Great Britain, though. They drop the Primal, a little bit more delay. Beat coming in here, Annihilation coming in here. Denmark emptying the bank, and they might not get much in return. Maimon doesn't care, takes down Doge, and that Blizzard was at the very end of the fight, Hex.
That went as bad as it could go. Denmark used absolutely everything that they had. I mean, just look at the single-digit numbers that they have on ultimates, and they still don't win the fight. Great Britain used ultimates a little bit earlier, but only a couple of them, and they're going to win this fight. They're going to take control and get some good yardage here. Now the question is for Denmark, I don't even think they can they even stall to stop forward spawns?
Right now it's looking rough. Jakaru gets Nano early. Maimon again finds a pick. Maimon has been playing out of their minds right now as Naga finds Astro a little bit early here, but the rest of it is going all in favor of Great Britain. A really nice engage by Jakaru, and they're not stopping here, Hex. And this is where just lethal damage can be done in push, where it can be difficult to bring it back after.
There just hasn't been enough peel in the back end for Denmark. Kelix and Slay are kind of just getting bopped on, and that's why Slay is going to switch, so at least like there's some survivability there with the Coalescent. But Maimon has just been back there causing all sorts of havoc. Also, like, the Winston can always go support that. Meanwhile, like, Doge is just hanging out in front of the cart trying to 1v1 the Winston, and Winston can just choose of like, yeah, I'm out of here. I'm going to go help and kill the back line, and that's what's happened a couple times.
All right, Denmark in a tough spot. Great Britain coming out with some excellent play here thus far as Kai strikes! Just lands it onto Kelix, and that could be a backbreaker. The Denmark as Maimon piles on, gets the post bomb stick onto the tank, and guess what, Hex? We're adding on even more progress for Great Britain.
Yeah, and the forward spawns are going to be really hard to overcome. This map is so momentum-based. I mean, we have seen a couple different instances of teams bring it back from about 80 to 80 plus meters, but man, it looks like Denmark's in a rough spot. Plenty of time left though, 4.5 minutes.
It is a lot of time, but it is a long way to go, especially when Denmark has not won a fight in a while. Jakaru already another Primal ready to go. Cole coming out here from Slay. Jakaru though goes, let's interrupt this a little bit. However, Doge is able to find Astro.
Push it.
Yeah, Doge is punching, he's shooting, and Jakaru doesn't use the Primal here, maybe for good reason. But as they say that, Kai, just a quick little flick on the Kelix, stops it from being a rout. But I think Denmark is going to start getting some progress back the other way.
Yeah. At least a little bit. I mean, Winston probably going to allow for some peel for his backline at the very least too, so that Winston's a little less hesitant to go join the fray. EMP. Don't get Astro.
Oh, yeah, Astro is able to live long enough to drop the beat right after. Arguably a little bit forced out though. Kai down right away. This could work out in well for Denmark, but oh, the bile from Backbone is massive. Sets up another two eliminations. Naga, though, says it's not over. Death Blossom into the backline. Getting very scrappy between both teams right now. Denmark still in control of the robot, although not anymore. Jakaru goes right back over. Shockwave backs out, and that works out for Great Britain.
Yeah, I'm trying to suss out that Primal, and I think like knowing it's a one-on-one with the Sombra and Primaling into it is kind of smart, because at least you're going to have the health buff to be able to like live through the hack and then be able to have the mobility. So
Astro!
An interesting little exchange.
Astro just got caught, could not slide away from that. Again, gives Denmark a 5v4. And this is huge, where if you're Denmark, you want to do this with as few ultimates as possible. Annihilation into the sleep, and then immediately woken up, doesn't matter. Just annihilates Backbone immediately. Takes down Jakaru right after, and this is Denmark coming from behind. It's what you have to do here on push Hex if you want to make up the sword deficit.
Yeah, Maimon does get a nice kill in the back, though. It takes out Slay. So now the only healer on this field right now is Kelix. There's not a payload, so no heal from the Bob.
Astro's down again! He just got caught. And again, Great Britain has to keep fighting these fights without Astro. Kai shooting here on the overclock. Maimon was able to get 2, some covering fire from Kai. But Denmark's still pushing here. I mean, you're losing early. It's tough to slay. The last little bit of coal finds Kai. And this is coming down to the wire.
I would love to see the kill logs of just how many times Slay has killed Kai and Kai has killed Slay. It seems like those two are destined to fight it out through eternity.
Well, here we go. Both teams setting up here once more. Early Nano on the Jakaru. Going to be moving forward, looking for Kelix. Really close to Primal. Kai just pops one on the Kelix right after. 2 down. And now let Jakaru save the Primal here. Easy cleanup for the rest. With a minute 30 left, though, I mean, Denmark has kept themselves in it here, Hex.
In it, but by the time this bot pushes forward far enough, they might be in a position where they have to win 2 fights in a row, which can be difficult because I think Jakaru is going to really stall out the next fight at the very least. There's also a beat. Kelix dying before he got beat off there in the last fight is a little bit tough for them. Yeah, we're going to see that.
Oh, Kai's down.
Yeah. Well, that's a good opener.
They called out hit on Kai, and they're going for Astro right after, where Shockwave, for the most part, just chasing Astro down to and fro. Now, looking for Backbone, a little bit of pressure. Naga punishes Jakaru, and there won't be that stall on the point. A little bit of sleep in the back. Don't know if it's able to be punished as Kelix comes alive. And for being behind early, this is all Denmark could hope for. The finish is out. It really does come down, Hex, to this one fight.
EMP, Death Blossom, and Annihilation is actually looking really good for Denmark if they can get these off in time. There's only really stall ultimates for Great Britain. Maybe Kai can get to the ultimate and get some damage in.
All right, here they go. EMP out here early from Shockwave. A big bio-nade from Backbone at the same time. Kelix goes down 4v4. Jakaru super low. Can they finish Jakaru? He somehow got away. That would have been so huge if they got it, but no. Both teams fighting
take the lead.
Yeah, that's big. It gives Denmark another fight at the very least. Great Britain now, the ones under pressure. Slay with the coal finds Backbone. Denmark has nearly brought this thing back. Kai gone. Jakaru out. Overtime ticking down. And it's a victory Death Blossom as Denmark strikes blood against Great Britain. Maimon, a little in the end, but not enough. Overtime's done. And so is Great Britain as Denmark takes the series.
Just some really great EMPs there towards the end. The EMP coordination and the hack coordination to knock people down and then hit the nades there too was really well done. The ultimate economy ended up flipping just in favor of Denmark, where they had the good ultimates towards the end, the annihilations, things like that. So as back and forth as it could have possibly gone, and I can't respect Denmark enough. Like to be able to pull back a push where you're down like that towards the end is absolutely brutal. They pull it off and they just win the positioning game towards the end of that map. And this, look, Great Britain only has 1 loss, but 1 loss is really bad no matter what, especially these top heavy groups. So really tough. Denmark played so well.
Also, again, you have to highlight anytime it happens. Usually on push, you do not see comebacks like this. Like, with as far as Great Britain got, in most maps and situations, they win. It is a testament to how evenly these teams were matched, how they're, like, even playing different comps, how well it interchanged, that you're able to create the circumstances for Denmark to make a comeback like this. Both teams gave it their all, and it really did culminate in some pretty special Overwatch.
Yeah, and I think what you see about these teams, and then going back to even France, what sets them apart is depth and versatility. Maybe like France is more depth, but like just watching the versatility, having a player like Shockwave on your team that can play at the level they can play at, having Naga who can play the level they can play at, Kai. I mean, we saw the Soldier and we saw the Ashe. Obviously, they're the best heroes, but also the Hanzo works really well. So it's like when you have these high-level players, you can't really out-comp them because they're going to play like their best comps, but also they can play whatever they need to adjust to the situation.
Yeah, I mean, again, just because a series goes to 3 doesn't mean it's a good series. This series went to 3, and it was a great series. But you know what? We are not quite done yet. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have an interview to break things down just a little bit more.
Day 2 of the Overwatch World Cup 2023 online qualifiers for EMEC is under wraps, man. We just had match number 7 go down. Denmark versus Great Britain. The best match we've had to date so far in these qualifying series. Hex, break it down for us. What just happened, man?
I mean, I think we really need to look at and focus on Shockwave Sombra, especially towards the last couple of fights there. Just the absolute havoc being caused, and maybe it doesn't always show up in the kill feed. We saw early on there was some EMPs that would like force out beats from the other side. Like Funny Astro was just playing Paranoia, but also like really towards the end there was a hack on the Ana, and the kill didn't come in right away. In fact, like Shockwave got slept slept during it, but then woke up and killed the Ana anyway. But that's time where the supports are not focused on keeping their team alive, so it ends up being akin to a kill, where the supports are focused on the Sombra. Sombra can just bail, or Sombra can finish the kill, but there is so much havoc that Shockwave caused in that backline.
Yeah, and I feel like the biggest testament to that you saw was just the fact that Funny Astro is a really, really good player. And any situation where you'll see Astro like die 3 times in a row, which sort of happened on push, it's not really usually because Astro is playing bad. It's because there's an enormous amount of pressure coming on in. And you just saw like a moment where for about 2 minutes in a row, Denmark brought it to another level, especially in their ability to pressure supports and create advantageous fights. And that's pretty much what you have to do to make a comeback on push. It requires that level of excellence consistently over multiple fights to make the comeback possible. And you gotta say, look, it's exactly what they did.
Yeah, that's exactly what we saw. You know, Great Britain really gave them a run for their money after game 2. I couldn't have told you where that was going to go. And even in the later parts of this Denmark and Great Britain game, it was favoring Great Britain. But just moment after moment, you mentioned it, ZP, right? Really focusing. And off the back of those 3 deaths in a row, they were able to regroup, come back together, and take it all the way for Denmark. So, you know, we're lining up an interview as we speak with Fischer, the coach of the Denmark Overwatch World Cup team here. So we'll have that for you momentarily. But man, oh man, Denmark in their first showing of the Overwatch World Cup, putting on a show to say the least. Hex, is this expected out of this roster? You know, Overwatch League talent abounds for both these 2 teams. And I want to say these 2 teams are definitely favorites in their respective groups. Was this what you expected out of the outcome?
I think so, actually. The more I looked at this Denmark team, the more I looked at just players who have had such great peaks, but I mentioned it very early on. A couple of these players on Denmark didn't really get a fair shake in Overwatch League, in my opinion. Like, I think Shockwave has such highs, and I think Naga has such an ability. It surprises me, Naga could just be like a May ace for many teams, and like they've just been put into strange situations. But I think in a vacuum, the talent level of Denmark can rival almost anyone in the league, and or in this tournament, and that includes France. And so I think we might have seen Denmark in the wildcard tournament, and people were kind of looking at it of like, did we overlook some of these players? Are we underrating some of these players? And then like even the players who are not in the Overwatch League, like Slay had some great moments, and Slay, is on great contenders teams. So the level of talent on Denmark is almost unmatched. And if they can put it together, and the versatility that especially the damage line allows for them to have, I think is unmatched.
Yeah, just really what an astounding match to watch, going all the way to 3 maps like you mentioned, ZP. Not all 3 map sets are created equal, but this one definitely stands head and shoulders above the rest. Let's take a moment to take a look at the schedule. That was the 7th map of the day, 7th match of the day rather. Wrapping up day number 2, of course, we had Denmark take it 2-1 over Great Britain, Netherlands take it 2-0 over Italy, France 2-0 over Portugal, Spain the same score over Belgium, Saudi Arabia over Iceland, Norway over Germany, and obviously our first match of the day here, Finland over Sweden, in a quick 2-0 as well. So definitely a stacked match of day of matches, and of course the action continues Saturday into Sunday before returning again next week for the same 4-day stretch, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, where we'll determine which 3 teams from Group A and 2 teams from Group B will be moving on to the main event. So the stakes are high for these teams, and of course these early round wins and losses, they're going to tell the tale of the next couple of weeks to come. So still a lot on the line here. ZP, Denmark, they debut this way. Portugal debuted a little more poorly than I'm sure they would have liked to. But for a lot of these teams, especially for Group B, where only 2 teams are making out of the top, the pressure is on, right? So what are you hoping we see out of those, bottom couple of teams in Group B that are struggling right now?
I mean, look, for their own sake, you are now in the process of, win or go home, essentially, right? And I still think overall in the tournament, the biggest surprise to me, and, at this point it's not surprising because we've seen 2 days of it, but if you asked anyone, what do you think the results are going to be, and then you showed them where Sweden was right now, they would just look at that and be like, what do you mean? This has to be wrong. And, it's a combination of the fact that, like, Sweden came out and they were, less effective than I think people thought, and the other teams in their group are playing better. But then on the same note, we've also had other teams live up to the hype where, you look at Great Britain in our last match, they might have lost, but they played as well as you would expect them to play. They looked really, really good. You look at that match and you go, oh man, a team was disappointing. You go, no, both Great Britain and Denmark are probably going to make it further into the tournament. So, we've had our ups and downs. Some expectations met, some not met quite as well, but it's been very entertaining to watch all around.
And for Hex, for you, for me personally, Saudi Arabia is the team that has come here, stood out to me the most, because not only do they have stacked players on their roster from Twisted Minds that have done amazing things in the Contender Series, but they're also working so well on the fly with these compositions, right? Incorporating Yazan and really just doing a lot of work, even against heavy hitters in this situation. So what's been most surprising for you, Hex?
Well, I think the question with Saudi Arabia too is can they continue to dominate now that like the cat's out of the bag, so to speak? Like I think teams expected them to play like Fair Mercy or at least like feather it in a little bit to their compositions, but to not like be the go-to 100% comp. So now you teams have some tape on it. I think tomorrow the really interesting thing, especially starting off the day, is in my opinion Group B is kind of a 3-team race right now, especially given where Sweden went. So Finland, Norway, and Saudi Arabia, and they all have to kind of take care of business tomorrow, and that goes beyond just like beating the teams that they're expected to beat, which would be like Germany, Iceland, Poland. They're expected to beat them. You can't be dropping maps too, because there's only 2 teams coming out of this, and like map scores are going to probably end up mattering. So early on tomorrow, the 3 favorites, in my opinion, of Group B are opening up, and I expect them all to like take care of business and not have anything surprise them.
This is a real reality we're going to have to keep our eyes tuned to, right? The map differential is going to come into play, like you mentioned. Only 2 teams from Group B, 3 teams from Group A. The action continues for 2 weeks straight. Of course, same time, same place, tomorrow and on Sunday. With that said, though, that wraps up our day 2 of the Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for EMEC. Thank you so much for joining us, Hex, ZP. It's been an absolute blast. I hope you guys in the chat enjoyed it as well. Make sure to tune back in tomorrow. We'll be bringing you all that action all day long. Tala and CB will be joining us back again as well. So with that said, once again, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see y'all tomorrow.